Chapter 201 Want to become stronger then risk your face. The fastest one to finish the battle among the three people in Luzu Mountain was Zoro. He had an expression that he hadn't had enough fun, and he and Fumiko were cooperating more and more tacitly. The key is that Fumiko, a swordsman, can do what humans can only do after years of training. Things like cutting iron and sending flying slashes, Fumiko can do it easily. So you can imagine that when Zoro and Gabra were fighting fiercely, Gabra was restricted by two swords and couldn't take care of other things. As a result, Fumiko flew out of Zoro's scabbard directly, and then made a righteous backstab to Gabra. Backstab is fine, there is also a righteous flying slash from behind. In order to help her man, Fumiko also took great pains. In the end, when Gabra Winbra fell to the ground, there were only a few knife wounds on the front of his body, but his back was already densely covered with knife wounds. Gabra was fighting two people. It was too difficult. The second person to finish the battle was Sanji. Although facing two enemies at the same time, both the Lioness Witu and Otonashi Owl were at the bottom of P9, with a Daoli value of only about 800. Sanji, who knew armament haki and observation haki, and had mastered the Devil Wind Kick, was stronger than any of them individually. Even if they joined forces, it was just a little more troublesome. Of course, they could have held on longer, until the Lioness Witu used the iron block without knowing the consequences. Bruno, who was tied up over there, shouted at the top of his voice. "Don't use the iron block!" But, it was too late. With a puff, Sanji's flaming demonic wind kick directly kicked through the chest of the Lioness Witu. Witu was on the verge of death. The reason why she didn't die was that the penetrating wound on her chest was completely burned, so there was no excessive bleeding. In the end, only Otonashi Owl was left, and it was easy to fight. After Sanji dealt with the two, Linbei immediately received a prompt. "Companion Sanji has completed the task. Do you want to give him the ability Flame Effect Give?" The next second, Sanji's feet were no longer the only ones on fire, but his whole body was on fire. It looked like Ace was dead. Is this the power of the flame effect? Sanji looked at the flame in his hand with some disbelief, and he didn't feel it was hot at all. Linbei came over at the right time. "Do you want to try it?" "Of course." Linbei pointed at Luffy. Because Luffy didn't grow to giant size, he was almost beaten by Spider Demon. In less than half an hour, Luffy was already covered with wounds. But in less than half an hour, this guy actually mastered the second and third gears. Before, Luffy couldn't learn to shave because he was used to using catapults to speed up. The shaving technique is not very suitable for him, but he can master the second gear that also speeds up. As for the third gear, it is more logical. Because he himself has the experience of growing to giant size and is very familiar with it, Luffy developed the third gear first and then the second gear. As for the cost of development and use, it is just burning a little life. This is Luffy's basic operation in the future. If he is not strong enough, he can make up for it with his lifespan. But even so, he can't beat Spider Demon, a veteran with extremely rich combat experience. Spider Demon Bald Head gave Luffy, a young man with a good amount of hair, a task. Your uncle is your uncle after all, even if he is bald and can't use the 8 swords style, he is still your uncle. At this moment, if Luffy is not allowed to completely open the feast and his whole body becomes huge, then Luffy's chance of defeating Demon Spider is a little slim. But fortunately, Sanji appeared. With the confidence of obtaining a new superpower, Sanji kicked up. Please note that he did not call out the name of the move at this time. It means that this is an ordinary flat attack. As we all know, for skill-based heroes like Sanji, flat attacks are just scraping. So, the kick with fire didn't even produce a spark, and was impatiently backhanded by Demon Spider. After chewing a few mouthfuls of mud, Sanji propped himself up and saw Zoro's look at him, as if to say, "Is it okay, little dog?" Sanji used his strong thigh muscles bounced up. Asked Linbei. How could this happen? Is it really a flame special effect? Good looking. This is not as good as the devil's wind kick I developed myself. Lin Bei said earnestly. You didn't find the correct way to use it. What is the correct way to use it? This ability is not the kind of enchanting superpower. It will not despise you just because your strength is rubbish, nor will it fail to exert its power just because your physical skills are not strong. As long as you are unrestrained and passionate. As hot as fire. Stop, the description can be skipped. Luffy is about to be knocked unconscious. Just tell me how to use it. Sanji said anxiously. Simple, shout out the name of the move loudly, the more powerful the name of the move, the stronger your ability. I've thought of a few for you, you can refer to them. Tyrannosaurus flaps its wings and flies, stupid donkey kicks, hamster on the wheel, jackal catches rabbit, super planet burns. Sanji fell into silence. He was thinking, is this bastard Lin Bei teasing him? Lin Bei knew at a glance that this was a confused boy who didn't believe him. Throughout the novel, those who didn't listen to his advice died miserably. Experiments lead to true knowledge. Just try it and you'll know. Sanji was skeptical and shouted in a low voice that no one could hear. Tyrannosaurus flaps its wings and flies. The next second, the flame on his leg increased by 1/5. Sanji's eyes lit up. Lin Bei didn't play with him. Lin Bei patted Sanji. I didn't lie to you. As long as you are passionate enough. Unrestrained enough. Don't care about other people's eyes, you can become stronger. Frankie scratched his face after hearing this. Isn't this me? Lin Bei turned around and glared at Frankie. What a big truth, it's hard to fool him. Fortunately, Sanji was immersed in the joy of becoming stronger and didn't notice this. Seeing this, Lin Bei also patted Sanji on the shoulder. Go. Luffy is about to be knocked unconscious. It's time to show your true strength, Sanji. Show yourself, little baby. Watching Luffy being hammered, Sanji finally let go of his burden and devoted himself to Chiyunibun. Burning stupid donkey kick. Sanji threw away his face and got a reward in the end. When he called out the stupid donkey kick, the flames on his legs actually condensed into a flaming donkey hoof that was twice as thick as the beam, and kicked the confused ghost spider. The ghost spider was really shocked. He was kicked out more than 10 meters by this kick, and most of his clothes were burned. Sanji stood there and looked at the flying ghost spider in a daze. Actually, so strong. As long as you are shameless, you can. Sanji's eyes gradually lighted up, as if he had awakened something incredible. Chapter 202 Sanji enters a new realm. In the following time, Luffy supported his half-broken body and looked at the battle between Sanji and Spider Demon in a daze. Sanji, why are you so coquettish? I saw that Sanji, who was originally pressed to the ground by Vice Admiral Spider Demon, was now very brave and pressed Spider Demon to beat him. After losing his face, he was super strong. When he shouted out the move that Lin Bei thought of for him, the fiery tornado to destroy the parking lot, he really kicked out a fire tornado that was more than 10 meters high. With the terrifying high temperature and rotating suction, Spider Demon had a hard time parrying. It is not without reason that Ace became the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates with just a flame fruit. The power of fire is indeed terrifying. That is, Spider Demon's hair had fallen off long ago, otherwise it would have been burned by now. Sanji finally changed from a close-range flat attack warrior to a half-magic and half-tank word spirit warrior. All his skills are in his mouth. If his mouth is sealed, Sanji will only have ordinary fire effects and more ordinary kicking skills. Spider-Man is an experienced veteran. After several attempts, he has realized that Sanji is not a natural type like the flame fruit. Because he cannot transform into an element. That means he is a Superman type. This guy was shouting some second-year moves that made his enemy dig his toes, and the more second-year moves, the more painful it was to hit him. Spider-Man tried once to interfere with Sanji's moves. Sure enough, Sanji's combat effectiveness dropped more than a little. In the subsequent battles, he kept trying, and Sanji was interrupted several times when he was shouting, which led to his defeat. Don't forget that Sanji's physical fitness is not as good as Spider-Man's. The difference is too big and he is injured. If he is injured again at this time, he will be a little bit unable to bear it. Spider-Man is really a veteran vice admiral, a Hawk-style physical ruthless man, who knocked down two main forces in the blink of an eye. Looking at his appearance, although many parts of his body are burnt, they are recovering very quickly under the effect of life return. Apart from other things, the physical strength of the veteran vice admiral is much stronger than that of the young men of the Straw Hat Pirates. He can really fight for a whole day. Even if his hair fell out, his mentality did not collapse. Really ruthless. However, the reason why the protagonist group is called the protagonist group is because they are protected by the protagonist's halo. For example, the enemies found by the protagonist group, such as Crocodile and Enel, as long as the defects of their abilities are discovered, the opponent will collapse as soon as they are targeted. But if an enemy discovers the weakness of the protagonist group, then congratulations to this lucky person, you have successfully helped the protagonist group discover and eliminate a weakness. Like it was Sanji who was beaten to the ground. The blood and flames on his body could no longer be distinguished, but he still supported himself on the ground with his bloody hands and climbed up. Although you have discovered my weakness, I have also discovered the upper limit of my ability, which is far more than that. Even if you seal my mouth, you cannot seal my elegant knight posture. As soon as the voice fell, Sanji stood up and made a posture that would make the enemy dig their toes to the ground. Lin Bei's eyes widened. Jojo stand. At this moment, the flame special effects on Sanji's body seemed to be poured with a ton of gasoline, and it exploded directly. Half of the seven waters could see the sky-high flames. The more second year this ability is, the stronger it is. And Jojo stand can really be said to be the ultimate form of expression that integrates the essence of second year in all animations. This makes those who love it crazy all, and those who don't love it awkwardly dig their toes to the ground. But it is precisely this special posture that allows Sanji to launch the strongest move ever. There was no exaggerated name shouted out, only a point made by Jojo. The next second, the flame special effects on Sanji's body condensed into a huge flame spear, which was fiercely nailed to Ghost Spider. This time, even Ghost Spider, who was experienced in combat and powerful, could not dodge it, let alone bear it. Ghost Spider kneeled down. After this move, although Ghost Spider did not die, the horrible flame-burning injury on his chest put him in a dying state. Seeing this, Lin Bei's first thought was to cut the grass and root it out. But if he remembered correctly, it seemed that Grandpa Garp came to the Seven Waters after the Judicial Island plot ended and gave his grandson a loving iron fist. At that time, Garp did not catch Luffy, one because Luffy was his grandson, and the other because no important figures in the Navy died. But if you kill a vice admiral and annoy the old man, you will not die, but you will definitely be caught. How can the Straw Hat Pirates fight against the old man at this stage? Do you think Lin Bei is the stupid toad called Yokozuna, who is going head-on with the train? If he goes head-on with Garp, the old man at this stage will be crushed by him. It is said that One Piece is actually a passionate old man show. Whenever the protagonist is Garp, One Piece must be called under one or under one. Tisk, I dare not touch him. It doesn't matter if I kill a small navy, but it's really fatal to kill a vice admiral. For the sake of his life, I'd better tie him up. If Garp comes later, I will use Spider Demon as a hostage and run away. Lin Bei waved his hand to let Chopper come over to keep Spider Demon alive. Don't cure him, just keep him alive and don't let him die. As for the remaining P9s, Lin Bei plans to try how long the uncle's acting skills can make them loyal. If it's too short, just kill them. Seeing the sea receding, it is obvious that the gods of water are about to come, and Lin Bei has to speed up and go to the shelter to hide. Taking out half an onion, Lin Bei used his uncle's acting skills on several P9 members. But the result was that the loyalty period of these people was generally only about 10 days. Then there was no need to show mercy, he couldn't cry in front of them every once in a while. Let Robin cover the eyes of Little Chopper, Lin Bei discharged electricity to the brain, and gave all P9 members a good time. Before dying, the faces of these P9 members were not afraid, but showed a smile from the heart. Lin Bei was a little surprised at first, but soon figured it out. For these people who have been trained to be killing machines since childhood, life has never had any purpose. Their daily work is to repeat those dirty tasks, kill people, and sometimes even attack the elderly and children. People, even if they are trained to be killing machines, are not real machines. For them, death is the best relief. Especially, being able to go to that carefree world with the best friends. Chapter 203 Demon Slayer Order, activated. Lin Bei buried his family neatly together. Their death provided Lin Bei with 2 devil fruits. One is the superhuman Dordor fruit, and the other is the animal-type cat fruit, leopard form. As for Gabra's dog fruit, it failed to explode. After all, it only increased the explosion rate, not 100% reported. 3 explosions and 2 explosions is already a very high explosion rate. So Lin Bei currently has 5 devil fruits in his hand. Naturally, Lin Bei asked his friends if they wanted to eat devil fruits. Sanji fainted directly after the last blow. The injury was too serious. He couldn't bear it after the explosion. But Lin Bei still reserved the animal-type fruit for him. After all, only the animal-type fruit can greatly enhance a person's physical fitness in a short period of time. Sanji can't transform into an element, and if his physical fitness is not up to par, he will be kicked to pieces. His position is half magic and half tank, not a full magic squishy. But let's see what he says after he wakes up. After all, Sanji himself has a special bloodline factor, and his body will be strengthened after activation. His bloodline factor's special ability seems to be extremely fast recovery and extremely high speed, as well as fire. Among the remaining few people who didn't eat the devil fruit, Zoro insisted on not eating it, as he was loyal to Kendo. That left only Usopp and Frankie, of course, and the personified Mary, Fumiko, and Zeph's love. After a moment of hesitation, Usopp chose the Dortodor fruit. He doesn't like frontal combat, but prefers old 6. Open the door leads to another space, and then a small door is opened to extend the barrel of the gun to snipe. This is the way he likes. The key is safety. In another world, who can beat him? After the battle with the Straw Hat Pirates just now, Frankie has almost recognized this pirate group. He likes the spirit of strength and never giving up on his companions. But he also refused to eat the devil fruit. According to him, he is on the path of mechanical ascension, and he firmly believes that the things he has built with his own hands are more reliable. After the distribution of the dirt, everyone packed up and prepared to go to the shelter of the 7 water capital to avoid the water gods. And at this time, Lin Bei slapped his forehead. I almost forgot. The family must be neat and tidy, and now P9 is still missing one person. Everyone immediately thought of the most damned person, Spondum. Lin Bei asked everyone to go to the shelter first, and he went to deal with Spondum. His electric observation haki had locked onto Spondum's location, and the next second, he turned into a bolt of lightning that split the house where Spondum was, and appeared beside Spondum. Because the water gods were about to arrive, the sky was gloomy, so the house was dark. Under Spondum's horrified gaze, Lin Bei appeared in front of him. There was lightning flashing in his eyes, and there were sparks of electricity in his every breath. It was as if a thunder god had come to punish him. Since Lin Bei found him, Spondum knew who won the battle. I was wrong. I was wrong. Forgive me, my P9 boss, my father is Spandine. What do you want? Money, devil fruit, as long as you spare my life, everything can be discussed. I don't need these, I just want to ask you one question, do you know what 60 ears are obedient? Shpondam shook his head tremblingly, shouting in a twisted heart. Who knows what 60 ears are obedient, deep well ice pirate. Don't let me leave here alive, or I will kill you. Lin Bei seemed to hear the voice in Shpondam's heart, pinching Shpondam's chin with his left hand, and slapping Shpondam's face with his right hand with wind and thunder. This guy was wearing a mask, and Lin Bei slapped Shpondam's mask off with a slap. Afterwards, he slapped Shpondam 59 times in a row, making Shpondam in a trance and swollen like a pig's head. This is what it means to be 60 and have good hearing. You look much better to me now. After a while, Shpondam quickly showed a flattering smile. Since you like me, let me go. Let you go. Hasn't anyone told you that a family should be in good order? Your subordinates are on the road, won't you follow and continue to lead them? Shpondam looked at Lin Bei, who was flashing with lightning in the darkness, and his face gradually twisted. Don't force me. I have the Den Den Mushi of the Demon Slayer order in my hand, do you want to die with me? Lin Bei looked at Shpondam with a smile. Why do you think I don't know that you have the golden electric chatterbox? From the moment you came to the island, I knew everything about you. Do you want to use your smart little head to think about why I am not afraid of the Demon Slayer order? Shpondam was stunned for a moment, and suddenly widened his eyes. Water gods. Not too stupid, with the arrival of the super tsunami water gods, which warship can get close to the 7 water city. So, just press it. Now I'm going to send you on your way. By the way, do you like fireworks? Shpondam looked at Lin Bei a little dull. What fireworks? That's it, this. Lin Bei grabbed Shpondam's collar with one hand and threw him into the sky. At this time, the entire 7 water city was shrouded in dark clouds, and this was the most suitable weather for Lin Bei to activate the thunder fruit. Aiming at Shpondam flying into the sky, the dark clouds in the sky flashed with thunder, and dozens of lightning struck Shpondam, blowing it into a brilliant firework. This is really a death without even a trace left. Seeing this, Lin Bei went to the shelter with satisfaction, intending to spend a happy night with everyone, celebrating the arrival of the new crew and celebrating that they saved Robin. But Lin Bei did not notice that Shpondam still frantically pressed the golden Den Den Mushi and launched the demon-killing order at the last moment of his life. Indeed, Shpondam knew that the navy could not launch the demon-killing order against the 7 Waters City, which was in the midst of a super-large tsunami natural disaster, but he just wanted to press it. This was his only means of revenge before he died. Anyway, they were all going to die, even if the navy came to implement the demon-killing order after the water gods had passed and these people had run away, it didn't matter. Even if the entire 7 Waters City was buried with him. No one knew what Shpondam had experienced as a child, which had created such a twisted heart. But, Lin Bei was right to kill him. However, the navy had already received the order to activate the Demon Slayer order. As long as someone pressed the switch, the Demon Slayer order would be inevitable. The 5 vice-admirals took action immediately, leading 10 large warships to the 7 waters. They didn't know what happened, but they wouldn't ask, they just had to follow the order. Because the golden Den Den Mushi belonged to Aokiji, who gave it to Shpondam, Aokiji was the first to know about the Demon Slayer order launched in the name of the Admiral. At the same time, he also knew the information that the Straw Hat Pirates were in the 7 waters. Aokiji, who didn't want to face the Demon Slayer order again, suddenly thought of Robin, Luffy, and Lin Bei after hearing about this. Especially Lin Bei. After thinking of this name, Aokiji chose to lead the Demon Slayer order this time and go to the 7 waters without saying a word. Chapter 204 Today's Superpower, 100% Bare-Handed Blade Reception. Because they were driving a warship to the 7 waters, the speed was far inferior to that of the Navy. The train arrived quickly. But fortunately, the Navy headquarters was not far from the 7 water cities, and the navy was expected to arrive at the 7 water cities at around 1 or 2 o'clock in the evening. The water gods would start at about this time, so it had to be said that they were really in a hurry. On the way, a navy navigator reported urgently. Report. A huge tsunami is erupting in the place where we are going, the water gods, and the warships cannot reach it. The 5 vice-admirals frowned and looked at each other, and finally looked at Aokiji. Aokiji pushed his eye mask up and said lazily, "Leave it to me." The vice-admirals knew Aokiji's ability very well, and nodded one after another, ordering the ship to move forward, and leave the rest to Admiral Aokiji. Navy Headquarters, Marshal's Office. Report. Go in. Report to the Marshal, we found the whereabouts of those 2 people, they are obviously heading towards the direction of Judicial Island. They have eliminated 3 naval branch bases along the way. Hearing the soldier's report, Zhang Guo frowned. I told the world government not to do such stupid things. If they know the truth, don't they understand what the consequences will be? Now the demon slaughter order has been launched against the 7 water capitals again, and the troops and garrison officers of Judicial Island have been withdrawn. Now they can only... Zhang Guo waved his hand to signal the soldiers to go down and dialed Kizaru's den mushi. Moses. Kizaru, return to Judicial Island as quickly as possible, there is trouble. Oh, it's really scary. What kind of monster dares to attack Judicial Island? I know, I will rush over as soon as possible. Card clip. The den mushi hung up, and Zhang Guo looked out the window with a gloomy face. Although it would be absolutely safe with Kizaru here, he always had a bad feeling. What will happen? 7 Water City, Shelter. After Lin Bei and his team dealt with P9, they tied up the last remaining spider ghost and started a party in the shelter. Originally, everyone was worried about whether their house would be washed away by the tsunami. In previous years, there were always such unlucky people. Even if they took complete measures, their houses were still washed away. But the Straw Hat Pirates were really good at creating an atmosphere. Soon, the whole shelter was filled with laughter and everyone sang and danced. The main reason is that people here see pirates almost every day, so they don't have any emotions about pirates. For them, pirates are customers. Pirates who want to make trouble will be dealt with by the shipyard workers, so they are not afraid. Time passed little by little. No one planned to sleep tonight. Luffy was looking forward to what the water gods would be like. As a result, Nami punched him on the head. We are all fruit ability users, why should we expect the arrival of a tsunami? You will die, bastard. Luffy rubbed the big bump on his head, but he still wanted to see what the water gods looked like. What made Nami head ache was that Lin Bei, Zoro, Chopper and Usopp all wanted to see it, which meant that Sanji was still in a coma, otherwise he might have to watch it with them. Soon, midnight of the next day arrived. Lin Bei didn't expect that his superpower refresh would come earlier than the water gods, but it didn't matter, anyway, he was bored, so he killed some time. Today's superpower, 100% barehanded catching of white blades. Ability introduction, you can catch anyone's knife 100% without injury. Today's mission, lead the Straw Hat Pirates to survive for 24 hours, the mission is automatically completed, and the ability is permanently retained. Note, if any member falls behind or dies, the mission will fail. The smile on Lin Bei's face gradually disappeared. The refresh of superpowers did not make him happy, but made him pay attention to this mission. What does it mean? Looking at the missions he has taken, they are basically linked to what he will encounter next. So that means there will be something next that may lead to the annihilation of the Straw Hat Pirates. What is it? Water gods? No, it can't be a tsunami. He can use Mary to fly everyone to the sky at any time, so what can threaten the lives of all members? Just as Lin Bei frowned and pondered, Luffy shouted. Water gods! Finally here! Everyone gathered at the window. They were at the highest point of the 7 water cities, and all the glass was reinforced glass. Everyone had come this way every time to the water gods before, so there was not much anxiety, but it attracted a lot of onlookers. But, just as everyone was watching this devastating tsunami, the tsunami stopped. Everyone rubbed their eyes. Stop, stop, how is it possible? Among the many people present, only the Straw Hat Pirates knew what happened. This is the Ice Age. It's Aokiji, he's here again. No one else can do this. Usopp's eyes widened, and his whole body was shaking. Nami also kept hammering Lin Bei's shoulders. I knew it. I knew it. We can just run away, why do we have to make others poop their pants? Now it's all right, they are chasing us. Lin Bei was silent. Is it really because of this matter that they are chasing us? At this moment, on the 10 ships where the Demon Slayer Order is located, the 5 vice-admirals all looked at Aokiji, waiting for him to give the order to start the Demon Slayer Order. Aokiji was a little hesitant. He couldn't let him fire at civilians, so. I know what we are going to do this time. Our only target is the Straw Hat Pirates, Frankie, and the Pluto design he controls. Figure. Those ordinary people are all ignorant people, there is no need to destroy the entire island. Even if the entire island is destroyed, it may not be possible to eliminate the Straw Hat Pirates. Why not let me lead the team to capture the Straw Hat Pirates and Frankie and take back the Pluto design drawings? In Aokiji's opinion, this Demon Slayer Order itself is nonsense. For Pluto, one of the 3 ancient weapons, it is indeed worth launching the Demon Slayer Order. But the mission can be easily completed, but because of Spondum, that idiot, messed up the mission, the Demon Slayer Order was still needed to slaughter the island. If possible, Aokiji would never want to slaughter the 7 water capitals. The 5 vice-admirals of the headquarters looked at each other, as if to say that there was no such precedent. Isn't the Demon Slayer Order simply and crudely wiping out an island and a group of people from this world? Aokiji understood their concerns, so he made a promise. Just execute it, and all the consequences will be borne by me, the general. Do you think that with 5 vice-admirals and a general like me, you can't eliminate a pirate group? The 5 vice-admirals looked at each other and finally obeyed Aokiji's order. Land on the island from the ice, eliminate the Straw Hat Pirates, and take down the Pluto design. Chapter 205, Beat Vice-Admiral Flying Squirrel with a Hammer. The moment these 6 people landed on the island, Lin Bei learned about the situation of these 6 people. It has to be said that Lin Bei took a breath of cold air. 5 vice-admirals plus a General Aokiji, and this general was obviously coming for him. With this configuration, if you say you are going to fight the 4 emperors, people will believe it. Now it's just for their little Straw Hat Pirates. It's a bit too much of a fuss. Lin Bei cursed inwardly. If he had known that Aokiji was really so petty, he would rather not complete the task at the beginning. Hey! What's wrong, Lin Bei, did you see anything? Lin Bei glanced at everyone. Everyone, prepare to run. Aokiji is here, along with 5 lieutenant generals. This is the configuration of the Demon Slayer Order. Spondum really left me a trick before he died. When Robin heard about the configuration of Demon Slayer and Aokiji, her face turned pale. Originally, it was solved with P9, and the curse on her that whoever she hits will be wiped out will be broken. I didn't expect there would be a more ruthless one, but it was just a little late. 1 admiral, 5 vice-admirals. The Straw Hat Pirates are gone. She killed another one. Robin lowered her head, she realized that she was poisonous. Whoever gets touched will die. Finally, she took a deep look at everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates, and while everyone was discussing fiercely, Robin quietly left the shelter. In the dark night, Robin used the flower fruit to explore the way and found Aokiji and 5 vice-admirals walking towards the shelter. Nico Robin. Aokiji's face could not be seen clearly in the dark night, but his voice was very low. What, don't you try to escape again. Just like last time, thanks to your vice-captain's care, I was in a mess. The 5 vice-admirals suddenly remembered that Aokiji had returned to the Navy headquarters a few days ago, and some people speculated whether Admiral Aokiji had encountered a powerful opponent. It turned out that it was the vice-captain of the Straw Hat Pirates. The 5 vice-admirals immediately became alert. In their hearts, how could pirates have any friendship? What's more, the person in front of them was the son of the devil, Nico Robin. There must be some conspiracy. But Robin said, I won't run away again. You came for me, right? I will follow you obediently. You can imprison me or execute me, but let the innocent people on this island go. Aokiji narrowed his eyes. You sound like a good person, Nico Robin. But don't kill others. Are you doing it for the people of the Seven Water City? You are doing it for the Straw Hat Pirates. You know very well that this Demon Slayer order has nothing to do with you. The key is the Pluto design. If the world government cannot get the Pluto design, it is naturally impossible for others to get it. In order to ensure that no one can get it, we have this Demon Slayer order. To be honest, it is you who have implicated the people of the entire Water City. This time, not only you, but also the Straw Hat Pirates, have no chance of leaving here. Anyone who has anything to do with the Pluto design must disappear. Robin's face changed drastically. This was totally different from what she expected. She was obviously a very smart person, but because of her concern, she actually thought that as long as she handed herself over, she would not implicate the Straw Hat Pirates. But she should have understood long ago that since the Straw Hat Pirates accepted her and Frankie, there was no turning back. Is it possible for Robin to reveal some history? Is it possible for Frankie to pass on the design of Pluto? These are all things that the 5 elders will definitely worry about. And the only way to solve this problem is to erase it. Just like erasing the blank 100 years, completely erase the Straw Hat Pirates. And the only thing the Straw Hat Pirates can do is to become stronger. Become so strong that no force dares to touch them easily. Do you understand, Robin? It is the stupidest to face it alone. Because you can't do anything alone. Hearing the familiar voice, Robin turned her head quickly. Lin Bei, how come you just when I was about to run away, I found out that you, a tiger woman, actually faced the admiral and 5 vice-admirals alone. Usopp's legs were so weak from fear that he couldn't move. Can't you learn from him? Robin could hear the concern mixed in this complaint. Sorry. It doesn't matter. You are a member of the Straw Hat Pirates. No one can move you. Even if the opponent is. This is what Luffy, the idiot, decided. The Iron Law. Lin Bei stretched out his hand to the sky, a bolt of lightning struck down, and the Meow Meow hammer appeared in Lin Bei's hand. The dark clouds in the sky were filled with lightning, as if a giant dragon of thunder and lightning was swimming in them. Seeing this, the 5 lieutenant generals drew their swords one after another. The 5 were Flying Squirrel, Doberman, Burning Mountain, Dalmesia, and Stolobelly. Except for Dalmesia, who was an animal-type ability user of the Dalmatian fruit, almost all of them were strong physical warriors who used swords. The natural system with the strongest attack power, the Thunder Fruit ability user, deserved their full efforts. Correspondingly, Lin Bei will also go all out for the first time and officially show his strength to everyone. First of all, it is the ability that was just refreshed today. Go! The Meow Meow hammer was wrapped in a thunderstorm and smashed towards Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel. The Flying Squirrel narrowed his eyes. The first target is me. Don't think that it's so easy just because you are a natural type ability user. Hey! 100% barehanded to catch the blade. Lin Bei suddenly put his hands together and knelt on one knee. The next second, the 4 generals holding knives chopped forward uncontrollably, and then kept chopping forward and could not move. The Flying Squirrel widened his eyes, looking at the Meow hammer getting closer and closer to him, and frantically urged his body. But like seeing a ghost, he just couldn't move, and his body could only stay at the moment of swinging the knife. Dang! Puff! The flying squirrel watched the meow hammer hit his face, but he couldn't even close his eyes. The meow hammer wrapped in wind and thunder was extremely powerful, and it hit the flying squirrel with one hammer. Fainted. Lin Bei also accomplished the feat of killing a vice admiral in one blow. Lin Bei kept the action of catching the blade with bare hands unchanged, and the remaining 3 vice admirals could only stay still. But meow meow hammer can move. It turned around and smashed the back of the head of the next vice admiral, Doberman. But this time, the prepared Dalmatia, the Dalmatian fruit ability user, helped to hold it down with the help of the armed collar wrapped around his fist. At the same time, Aokiji also turned into an ice sculpture and quietly appeared beside Lin Bei. Stop fooling around, you know you have no chance of winning, even if you have some strange abilities. This time, I can't let you go, you guys made too much trouble. Lin Bei's observation haki instantly exploded, reminding Lin Bei that if he was hugged by Aokiji, something serious would happen. Lin Bei had no choice but to cancel the posture of catching the blade with bare hands, and turned into thunder and disappeared in an instant. Aokiji, missed. Chapter 206. This is a chapter with flavor. Lin Bei. Here I come. A silly but passionate voice came from the air, and several vice admirals widened their eyes. A giant Luffy jumped down directly from the top shelter of the Seven Water City. He was carrying Zoro, Chopper and Sanji, who had just woken up and was covered in wounds. When Sanji saw Aokiji attacking Lin Bei, he said something to Luffy, and then Zoro and Chopper got off the car halfway. Luffy accurately controlled his body to form a giant-shaped ball and rotated it at high speed, smashing it towards Aokiji. Human bomb chariot. Aokiji was naturally not panicked at all, and he planned to freeze Luffy as before. But he didn't notice that Sanji was smaller than Luffy, and in this attack against him, Sanji was the real main force. Combination technique Ultimate Flame Chariot. The next second, the ordinary meat bomb tank Luffy exploded in the air. The high-speed rotation of the meat bomb tank also rotated the terrifying flame special effects, which looked like a huge burning tire, crushing and igniting everything. Aokiji immediately released the power of freezing, trying to freeze the huge burning tank. But the domineering power of this combination skill lies in its ability to drive the flame to rotate at high speed. The ice released by Aokiji was crushed by the rotating flame in the first time and turned into water vapor. And the castration did not decrease, directly crushing Aokiji's ice sculpture. This time, Luffy and Sanji was not affected by the freezing at all. Lin Bei's eyes widened when he saw this scene. He knew that the Straw Hat Pirates would try to play some combo tricks, but he didn't expect that they could be matched like this. So damn cool. But it didn't last for more than 3 seconds. After Luffy stopped, he screamed in pain from the fire special effects, and Sanji knelt on the ground and vomited continuously. It was no problem for Luffy to rotate at high speed, but Sanji, who had not yet recovered from his injuries, really couldn't bear it. Aokiji was not hurt at all, and he recondensed the ice sculpture and appeared in the middle of the battlefield. Looking at the full gathering of the Straw Hat Pirates, he sighed. I know you have made rapid progress, but I didn't expect it to be so rapid. It's only been a few days since we last met, and you have already developed to this point. It seems that my original idea was right. It's better for you to die here. This time, don't even think about leaving. After saying that, Aokiji immediately entered the elemental state. After knowing what Lin Bei is capable of, he would not make the same mistake again. But, if he could defend himself, could the remaining vice admirals also be able to transform into elements? Although he was facing 5 vice admirals and 1 general, Lin Bei's smile gradually became perverted. Now, it's officially starting. Luffy, Sanji, you guys first hold on to the generals, and we'll deal with the remaining vice admirals as soon as possible. Vice Admiral Doberman is also a true hawk with a bad temper. But he is also a good man with a sense of righteousness. As a disciple of Zephyr, he was the only one who shed tears when Zephyr died. Bad-tempered Doberman. As soon as he heard Lin Bei's words, he became excited. What are you kidding? Do you think you can get rid of us with a little weird trick? Then we are too cheap to be vice admirals. I have seen through your ability. As long as we don't use swords, you can't control us. With that, Doberman threw the sword in his hand directly to the ground. It is true that they are strong in swordsmanship, but the vice admirals of this generation are all very good at swordsmanship and physical skills because they have been trained by Zifa. Even if the swords are thrown away, the combat effectiveness will not decrease much, but a weakness will be removed. Seriously speaking, if the remaining 4 vice admirals fight them normally, even if all the members of the Straw Hat Pirates press on, they can't beat them. There is no need for Aokiji. The 4 vice admirals are definitely crushing. But is Lin Bei the kind of person who likes to fight with others in an upright manner? Aokiji was shouting loudly, reminding the 4 vice admirals. Don't get close to him. You must stand with the members of the Straw Hat Pirates. It's a pity that the 4 vice admirals didn't understand what this meant at the first time. The next second, Lin Bei turned into a lightning and struck in the middle of the 4 people. Jet aura, open. Dalmesia, the vice admiral who always maintained the Dalmatian state, was a veteran with rich combat experience. He launched an attack on Lin Bei the moment Lin Bei appeared. Do you look down on us? You dare to take the initiative to deliver it to the door. When talking about the door, Vice Admiral Dalmesia's dog face changed, and one of his doors seemed to open. Dalmesia's finger gun attack posture was ready, but he didn't dare to move. You can't bet on whether it will be gas, liquid or solid if you move in the next second. But this kind of thing is far from being endured without moving. The 4 vice admirals sprayed. As expected of a vice admiral. Even the spray is more powerful than ordinary people. The powerful spray force went straight through their pants. At that moment, looking down from the sky, the 4 vice admirals standing at the 4 corners of Lin Bei looked like a strange flower in full bloom. And at the moment when the 4 vice admirals sprayed collectively, they also realized it. Finally, they understood what Admiral Aokiji meant by reminding them. Wait. Why did Admiral Aokiji know so clearly? Before, he returned to the Navy headquarters in elemental form, was it because the 4 veterans were old, but at this moment, they sprayed in unison. Lost their integrity in their later years. In addition to shame and embarrassment, they were also completely furious at Lin Bei. Doberman's eyes were red. As long as you all die here, no one will know about this. Stolobelly's eyes were red. I have been dealing with pirates all my life, I have seen the 4 emperors, and chased the 7 warlords of the sea, but the only one I want to crush to pieces is you, the despicable pirate, Lin Bei. Even the best-looking Vice Admiral Hua Shaishan, who usually smiles and looks very gentle, couldn't help it at this time. Demon Slayer order. You kid definitely deserves a Demon Slayer order. An evil person like you must not exist in this world. The 4 vice admirals ignored the fact that they were still spraying, and with the sticky feeling in their pants every step, they rushed towards Lin Bei with red eyes. It can be seen that they hated Lin Bei's shit, and everyone used the killer moves at the bottom of the box. What armament color entanglement, 6 styles life return, the biggest round of 6 kings spear. What armament color entanglement, 6 styles life return, storm leg rising dragon. The 4 people directly bombarded Lin Bei from 4 directions with smell. Fortunately, Lin Bei's thunder fruit was extremely fast. He disappeared in a flash of lightning, and before leaving, he did not forget to put a cute little mushroom. Within 0.003 seconds after he dodged, the place where he was standing turned into a deep pit. In the purple smoke, 4 pairs of eyes flashing red opened and stared at the direction where Lin Bei was. The next second, 4 shadows rushed out of the smoke, bringing black, yellow and a little green tail flames, and bombarded Lin Bei again. Chapter 207 Super Julu. Lin Bei was not fighting alone. On the roof of the high-rise building in the Seven Water City, a huge wooden boatman made a sound of wood and steel turning. Mary soon became a real war fortress. 30 artillery appeared on the front, automatically aiming at the 4 lieutenant generals who were readied. The next second, Katyusha arrived. The sky was illuminated by dazzling and dense red. Just when the 4 lieutenant generals were wondering what happened, the threat warning of the observation color was full. The 4 vice-admirals didn't bother to attack Lin Bei, and fled in all directions. In just 1 second, the area where they were just now was blown into a series of large pits. The 4 vice-admirals, including Admiral Aokiji, frowned and looked at the position where Mary was. Their observation haki told them that there were 2 people there, one was Frankie, and the other, it was hard to say whether he could be called a human. The terrifying bombardment released by Mary in an instant made everyone shudder. This was not the damage that the existing artillery could cause. Pluto. Has Pluto been created in such a short time? They couldn't help but doubt that Mary was strengthened too much by Usopp, and the damage that one ship could cause was more terrible than their 10 warships. The key is that the 4 vice-admirals fled in all directions, all of which were different lines of defense, but each of them would be hit by at least 8 accurate shells. In their cognition, perhaps a large number of elite gunners could do this. But it is definitely not possible to achieve such a terrifying level with only 1 gunner. The vice-admirals are more determined to implement the Demon Slayer order. Such a pirate group must not be allowed to keep going. Otherwise, it will definitely be another big enemy of the Navy. The 4 vice-admirals regained their sanity from their bloody rage. Their speed could not keep up with Lin Bei, but they could definitely keep up with the other members of the Straw Hat Pirates. Like Lin Bei's strategy, they also planned to deal with the weak ones first and then focus on the most troublesome one. Leaving the Fire Mountain to delay Lin Bei, the remaining 3 vice-admirals scattered and attacked. Dalmizia locked the target on Zoro, and used the high-speed shaving to flash to Zoro's side. JJ.BR. The old general pointed the finger gun at Zoro viciously, like a fully drawn bow. Zoro's observation color has been fully drawn for the early warning of danger. His strength is definitely not as strong as that of the vice-admiral, but he can help Lin Bei share one more. Zoro has used all his strength, but don't forget that the 4 vice-admirals just now all stepped on the mushrooms. In other words, the 4 vice-admirals all have negative states. Dalmizia's negative state is osteoporosis, and the longer the time, the more obvious his symptoms are. The negative state lasts for 10 minutes, and the last 4 minutes are the peak period. It is better for the elderly not to move around. But Dalmizia used the greatest force, trying to get rid of Zoro in one move, and then go to the next one. As we all know, the strength of the waist and abdomen is very important when attacking. His pull made Zoro on the opposite side hear it, with a snap. The veteran pulled with full force and twisted his fragile lumbar vertebrae under osteoporosis. He knelt down before waiting to hit anyone. Zoro didn't understand what happened, but his full strength slash had already been slashed out, slashing the veteran Dalmizia away. To be honest, Zoro's slash didn't do much damage to the animal-type veteran Dalmizia. It will recover soon. But a lumbar fracture is a big deal. Under the negative state of continuous osteoporosis, even if Dalmizia has the abnormal recovery power of the animal system, it still does not work on his injuries, and the painful movements are constantly deformed. But as a veteran, he still stood up again even so. But at this moment, an old man quietly pointed at him and said, 10 times the pain. Ah! Dalmizia, who had just stood up to continue fighting, knelt on the ground. There are still a few minutes before the negative state disappears, and he can't move. The pain that hurts to the bone has increased tenfold. Even the veteran can't bear it. Zoro knew that this must be Lin Bei's doing. It stands to reason that it is not in line with his fighting style not to fight uprightly, but if he doesn't take advantage of someone's illness to kill someone, he will definitely not be able to do it after the negative state of this Vice Admiral disappears. Besides, there is a general over there. Luffy and Sanji can barely hold on by relying on gigantism and fire, but they can't hold on for long. In order to prevent the Straw Hat Pirates from being destroyed here, Zoro still took action. He is not a pedantic person, unlike Sanji. Even when the Straw Hat Pirates are on the verge of life and death, he will not kick a woman. Puff! Zoro swung his sword and severely injured the veteran Dalmesia, making him unable to continue fighting even if the negative state time is over in a short period of time. Dalmesia fell down, lying on the ground looking up at the sky. His pants have not been changed, and he is particularly desperate. What's more desperate is that as a Dalmatian fruit ability user, the veteran's mouth is secreting saliva. After Zoro solved this side, he immediately found Vice Admiral Stoloberry, who was torturing Chopper. Stoloberry's negative state is not a big problem. He is just deaf, but not blind, and his combat power has not decreased much. On the other hand, what about Chopper? He had never been strengthened, and at this moment he was really pressed to the ground by Stoloberry, without any ability to fight back. But Chopper looked timid, but he was an extremely tenacious person. Even if he was beaten all over, he still stood up. He knew he was weak, but even if he could hold back a Vice Admiral for a while, the final result might be different. Finally, Zoro came to help. But Stoloberry, who didn't have any strong negative status, directly hit Zoro together. Zoro's proud swordsmanship, even with the armament haki wrapped around it, couldn't cause too much damage to Stoloberry. How many years did he practice his armament haki? If it weren't for the pain of Dalmesia just now that he couldn't even harden his armament haki, Zoro couldn't even break the defense. Now facing Stoloberry, who was almost in full status, but his butt was a little sticky, Zoro was really beaten badly. Zoro used his armament haki to wrap 3 knives around him and chopped them, but Stoloberry grabbed them with his backhand, then pointed his gun at Zoro frantically, hitting him with holes. The battle was simple and deadly. On the side, seeing Zoro who came to save him so miserable, Chopper's eyes were full of bloodshot. He took out 3 blue balls from his pocket, bit them into pieces without hesitation, and swallowed them. The next moment, a humanoid giant deer comparable to Luffy appeared. This was the first time Chopper showed his strongest state. After transforming into a giant deer, although he lost his mind, his strength was absolutely matched with that of a giant. And the strength of a giant is truly matched with that of a Vice Admiral. Chopper, who only had 50 berries, and was not even as valuable as a marshmallow, fought on equal terms with Vice Admiral Stoloberry for a while. The irrational giant deer Chopper is super handsome. 24K, pure handsome. Chapter 208 The Truly Brave Sea Warrior, God Usopp. The battle between Chopper and Zoro was deadlocked, and Usopp and Nami were not much stronger. It can be said that if Usopp did not have the gate fruit, Nami and Usopp would have been killed by Doberman at this time. The battle team formed by Usopp and Nami was basically just restraining Doberman, and they could not hurt him. But this was already a good record. Who would believe that the weak and timid duo could involve a Vice Admiral level combat force? Finally, it was the battle between Lin Bei and Hua Xiaoshan. There was no suspense in this battle. The good old man Hua Xiaoshan had been completely surpassed by Lin Bei in other aspects except that his combat experience was higher than Lin Bei. The attack power of the Thunder Fruit is really not to be underestimated. With the blessing of the Meow Meow Hammer, the absolute 1+1 is greater than 3. Not to mention that Lin Bei has so many shameless abilities. Whether it is putting mushrooms in one step to add negative status, or making people lose consciousness with the one-finger yang, it gives Hua Xiaoshan a headache. In the end, he became the only Vice Admiral who was defeated by direct hard power in the whole battle. Unfortunately, such a record did not turn the battle around. On the contrary, because 2 Vice Admirals were severely injured and one fainted, Aokiji completely stopped fighting. He found an opportunity and froze Sanji into an ice sculpture as soon as possible. Luffy, who was no longer blessed by fire, was also frozen by Aokiji. The battle over there ended instantly. Then Aokiji froze Chopper and Zoro, and even the giant Chopper had no power to fight back. The situation took a sharp turn for the worse. Now the only ones who can fight are Linbei and a few weak people. Linbei immediately asked Usopp to take Robin, Frankie, and Mary away. Usopp was the last trump card. If he was also caught, the Straw Hat Pirates would really be wiped out this time. Linbei faced Aokiji and the other two readied vice admirals alone. He knew very well that he could not beat these three people. In other words, he never thought that he could beat a combination of an admiral and 5 vice admirals. He and the other members of the Straw Hat Pirates came here just to retrieve Robin, and everything seemed destined. Now, Robin was retrieved. His goal became to retrieve Lozosan and Chopper, who had turned into ice sculptures. Today, Aokiji walked forward, and the lightning flashing in the sky shone on his face, reflecting a somewhat gloomy expression. No one could have imagined that a fledgling pirate group could achieve such a feat. You have played an indispensable role in knocking down 3 vice admirals, Linbei. If it weren't for your despicable tricks, the Straw Hat Pirates would not have survived 10 minutes under the siege of 5 vice admirals. Thank you, Admiral Aokiji. In fact, I really want to ask, what is the reason why you participated in this Demon Slayer order? Is it because of that day? Shut up. Aokiji was anxious. Let's stop here. Now Aokiji suddenly understood the feeling of the world government not wanting people to know about the blank 100 years. If it was an experience like his, I'm afraid everyone would want to erase this memory from now on. Even if Aokiji is kind-hearted, he can't really let people know that he is kind-hearted. Linbei looked at Aokiji, who was attacking him, and then looked at the 2 vice admirals guarding the frozen Luzu Mountain and Chopper, and shouted, "Come here." Aokiji thought to himself, it's not good, this trick again. This time he had been prepared, but he still lost his mind and attacked Linbei with all his strength. At the same time, the other 2 vice admirals were also like this, just like Aokiji, completely crazy. I'll go into the water, gurgle gurgle gurgle. Linbei jumped into the stone brick ground of the 7 Water City and swam down suddenly. And Aokiji and the 2 vice admirals were like dogs that smelled bones buried underground, frantically destroying the stone ground. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Usopp opened the air door and brought the frozen Luzu Shan and Chopper in. It was just a little bit difficult, because 2 of the 4 people were in giant form. Opening 2 super large air doors consumed Usopp's physical strength extremely. It was powerless to move the ice sculpture. It was still the combination of Mary, Nami's slippery fruit ability and Robin's flower fruit that finally got the huge ice sculpture into the air door. Usopp was relieved to see that everyone was in, and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Looking at the navy digging the ground like 3 dogs with worried eyes, Usopp shouted, "Linbei! It's all done, we can come back. We can retreat." That's right, with Usopp here, we can attack or defend. It can only be said that he is worthy of being the god of despair, Usopp. After hearing this, Linbei also immediately turned around and swam in the foundation of the city to where Usopp was. Behind him, 3 digging paw patrols followed. Linbei saw that he was about to enter the air gate. As long as he entered, Usopp could leave the encirclement of the Demon Slayer order as soon as he closed the door. But at this time, an accident occurred. The flying squirrel that was knocked unconscious by Linbei's hammer woke up. After seeing the 2 defeated vice admirals and Aokiji, Doberman, and Stoloberry who were digging the ground like the Paw Patrol, he quickly digested what happened after he fainted. Although he was somewhat surprised that the Straw Hat Pirates' fighting power was so terrifying, and that they had the strange ability to take Admiral Aokiji for a walk. But Flying Squirrel was also a person with extremely rich combat experience, and he found the key point at a glance. Usopp with the air door open. He couldn't see Lin Bei swimming underground, but Aokiji and the other two, it is impossible for a vice admiral to dig the ground without reason, and to dig straight all the way to Usopp. What is professionalism? The flying squirrel immediately shaved behind Usopp, grabbed Usopp's neck with one hand, and then wanted to enter the parallel space. Now there are only girls, shipwrights, and ships left in the parallel space, and the flying squirrel went in and killed them. At the most critical moment, Usopp closed the air door and stayed outside. The flying squirrel didn't care, staring at the ground in front of him with burning eyes. Come out! Remove your ability, or I will strangle him to death. Aokiji and the two vice admirals who were digging the pit stopped, and after a moment of confusion, the faces of the three of them were red. Red with anger. This bastard pirate actually treated them like dogs for a walk. Lin Bei slowly emerged from the ground, and Usopp shouted. Don't come out! You are our last hope. Lin Bei. Lin Bei didn't listen to Usopp's words, and slowly emerged from the ground. Looking at Usopp with red eyes, he raised a thumb. Usopp, the bravest warrior on the sea. The flying squirrel didn't bother to pay attention to these mushy words, and pinched Usopp's neck. If you don't want him to die, just surrender. Lin Bei was silent. He was thinking, can he use the one-finger yang to let the flying squirrel throw away Usopp to attack him? But the flying squirrel seemed to see through him. You also need a prerequisite to activate that ability. Do you think you speak faster, or I act faster? Lin Bei. Chapter 209 Blue Demon and Red Demon Appearance. Looking at Usopp, whose face was pinched red and began to turn purple, Lin Bei slowly raised his hands. The appearance of the flying squirrel was really an accident. However, it is still unknown whether he will win or lose in the end. As long as he and Usopp are not dead, even if he is shackled with sea stone, he can easily escape with Usopp. Seeing Lin Bei raised his hands, Vice Admiral Doberman immediately put sea stone shackles on Lin Bei. Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel also loosened Usopp's neck. Usopp fell to the ground, and seemed to be able to see the way forward for the Straw Hat Pirates, crying bitterly. I'm sorry, I can't even do this well. Lin Bei felt a little weak, but still smiled and comforted Usopp. It's okay, you've done a good job. At this time, he must not collapse. Otherwise, Usopp will also be devastated. Hey Usopp, remember who I am, they can't lock us up. Looking at Lin Bei's smiling face, Usopp seemed to have more heroic spirit. After wiping away tears, he shouted to the Vice Admiral and the General. With Lin Bei here, you will never be able to trap us. The irritable Doberman went up and kicked Usopp in the back of his knee, trying to knock him down. But Usopp, whose knees were usually soft, staggered this time, but still stood up. Doberman's face turned black when he saw this. What are you talking about? You are just a pirate. You are imprisoned by sea stone and there is only one end, that is, the prison in the city of Impel Down. Use your ability to bring out the other members of the Straw Hat Pirates, otherwise. Doberman looked at Lin Bei. You know what the end is. Doberman now expected Usopp to be more courageous and not bring people out, so that he could kill Lin Bei, the bastard pirate, with one punch. After that, after killing Usopp, the people in another parallel space will be exiled to another space from now on and cannot return to the real world. No one opens the door for the people in the parallel space, and the people over there will starve to death in no time. This can be regarded as a perfect completion of this mission. Usopp looked at Lin Bei, and Lin Bei shook his head. Usopp stiffened his neck, his legs trembling slightly. Dream on. Doberman showed a cruel smile. I'm waiting for you to say this. Go to hell, damn pirate. The finger gun wrapped in armed color stabbed at Lin Bei's temple like lightning. Lin Bei's mouth corners raised, he was also waiting for this moment. Everyone looked at him, no one cared about Usopp, he could get rid of the sea stone shackles in the instant of entering the water, and then use the yang finger to control everyone. After controlling them, Usopp opened the door, and they ran away directly. Just like the last 2 kings and 1 second left in the landlord, Lin Bei was not panicked, because he could run away anyway. But at this moment, 2 heroic laughs suddenly penetrated the sky and reached the ears of everyone present. Baba ba ba ba. Ge. Lin Bei frowned slightly, feeling that he had heard this laughter somewhere before. Usopp's eyes widened. Is it them? On the other side of the frozen water gods, 2 giants holding brand new giant weapons were curiously looking at the huge ice sculptures of the water gods. Hey! Don Li, this looks beautiful. Is it a new island that has appeared in the past 100 years? Bang 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 bang! Idiot, you can tell it's not after looking at it. I've read the latest intelligence about the Navy, and it seems that one of the admirals of the Navy is an Ice-type ability user. This should be his masterpiece. What do you say, Brokey? Bang 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 bang! This is an opponent worthy of us. Don Li. I thought the Navy was as weak as it was back then, but it turns out that there are such interesting newcomers. Only by defeating someone of the Admiral's level can the whole world know that we are back in the sea. It's time to let the Navy and the world government know that the giants are not easy to deceive. The 2 giants looked at the tsunami ice wall that was tens of meters high, raised their weapons high, and their momentum continued to soar. The weapons in their hands began to entangle red and blue air. When they reached a peak, the 2 swung their weapons fiercely. The ice wall tens of meters high was punched with a big hole in the middle by the terrifying hegemony. Looking at the terrifying power of the 2 giants, Doberman and others, several vice admirals, including Aokiji, stopped where they were and looked over there nervously. Aokiji's tone was a little heavy. The captains of the giant pirates 100 years ago, the blue demon Turai and the red demon Brokey. That was a powerful pirate group that made the Navy completely helpless and could only let it go 100 years ago. Doberman said in a serious tone. Didn't they retire to the small garden? Why are they back again? It's because the world government and your Navy are not doing anything, and they tricked the crew to show you the door. Do you think the 2 giants who are captains will be angry? Lin Bei's mouth corners rose. He didn't expect that the words he said at the beginning would actually make these 2 go out to sea again, and meet again in this place by fate. Doberman gritted his teeth. Those idiots of the world government. Wait. How do you know so much? Because I was the one who told them that news. Doberman was furious. You bastard! Before he finished his words. I'll go in. Gurgle gurgle gurgle. Lin Bei instantly ignored the sea stone handcuffs and sank into the ground. The flying squirrel reacted quickly and tried to catch Usopp immediately, but heard this sentence. You, come here. Damn it! Several vice admirals and Aokiji lost their minds again and rushed towards Lin Bei. And Lin Bei took this opportunity to sneak directly to Usopp, who opened the door, and the 2 disappeared on the spot. Because they were in another parallel world, the ability of the 1 finger of sun was automatically lifted. Aokiji frowned, and the faces of several vice admirals whose pants were almost dried were so gloomy that water was about to drip out. They knew that it was impossible to catch anyone from the Straw Hat Pirates again. Moreover, the 2 strongest men of Elbaf 100 years ago were walking towards them with their arms flexing. The war with the Titans was about to break out. In the parallel space. Under Nami's command, the 3 people and the deer who were frozen had recovered. But Sanji fainted again. He couldn't bear the continuous injuries and fighting. Chopper also fainted due to the sequelae of the rumble ball. The rest of the people could clearly see the situation on the battlefield. They couldn't help but sweat for Lin Bei and Usopp. Zoro gave a thumbs up to Usopp, who was the most timid on weekdays, and felt a little embarrassed for being tricked by Usopp. We should run. Nami said nervously as she approached Lin Bei. Usopp looked at Don Li and Brokey. But what about them? They may not be able to beat Aokiji and several vice admirals. Lin Bei narrowed his eyes. Then help them. They tortured us so badly, how can we not let them suffer more? Chapter 210 Let's fight against the enemy together and feel the torture together. Yo Don Li, Brokey. Lin Bei asked Usopp to open a door in front of the two giants, and then walked out openly, and raised his eyebrows at Aokiji in a deliberately provocative way. The two giants were very surprised. Brokey squatted down and asked. It's you, Lin Bei. Why are you here? I had a little conflict with the navy. Dong Li hugged his shoulders and laughed. It's not just a little conflict that can provoke the admiral of the navy. I was right about you. Your name will surely resound throughout this sea. Gonna give. What about you? What are you doing here? Brokey's face was gloomy. Of course I'm looking for a fight with the navy and the world government. Before I met my two little brothers, I would fight every navy I saw. Then you came at the right time. I can help you a little favor. I don't know how strong your navy was back then, but this generation of admirals is still very strong. Dong Li laughed loudly. Give it, we appreciate your kindness, but the warriors of Elbaf will never fear war. Death in battle is our best destination. Lin Bei nodded and said. Okay, I won't say much since that's the case. But we are friends, and I won't sit back and watch my friends die. If you can't beat them, I will still take action. Give it, Dong Li and Brokey laughed. Lin Bei's temperament really suited their appetite. Watch us. It's time to teach the little guys a lesson. Lin Bei walked back to the air gate, and the two giants took big steps, like Quafu. Doberman's temper had long been unbearable. The navy also has many giant vice-admirals, and he doesn't think he is so invincible. Even if he was a legendary pirate 100 years ago, it's a new era for the navy now. Seeing Lin Bei disappear, Doberman decisively picked up his knife, and appeared in front of the blue ghost Dong Li with a shave and moon step. Pirates of the old era should stay in the old era. Doberman swung a terrifying slash. But, the slash was almost hitting his face, but Dong Li didn't care at all. Do you think the navy 100 years ago didn't know how to shave and moon step? Do you think the speed of the giants is a weakness? How do you think the giant pirates 100 years ago galloped on this sea? You underestimated people, kid. Wagyu. Dong Li looked huge and clumsy, but his movements of counterattacking with the sword were not slow at all. Doberman was not as big as Dong Li's sword tip. When Dong Li slashed with a move of Wagyu, he not only crushed Doberman's slash, but also rushed to Doberman without losing his momentum. Doberman, who had previously held down Chopper and Zoro's hammer, couldn't even escape when faced with such an attack. Defense was like paper in front of the terrifying power of the giant. With just one move, Doberman man flew out like a broken sack and fell heavily to the ground. The Straw Hat pirates in the parallel space opened their mouths wide. They knew that the two giants were strong, but they didn't expect them to be so strong. But think about it, 100 years ago, the blue Oni and the red Oni were called the strongest warriors of Elbaf. Maybe they are not as scary as Big Mom, but after 100 years of claw-sedoer training and fighting almost every day, how can their strength not be improved? The reason why the third brother was able to deal with the two giants in the original plot was mainly because Dong Li drank the wine with explosive boogers. Just think about it, a person can still insist on fighting another giant after a grenade is stuffed in his stomach and exploded. And every time they fought until they were exhausted, the two giants fought many times that day. If it was a heat-in battle, there would be no chance for the third brother. At this moment, the two giants are not only in their prime, but also updated their weapons. Not to mention the admiral, the vice-admiral is definitely not the opponent of the giant who has practiced for more than 150 years. Then Flying Squirrel and Fire Mountain also tried, but without exception, they all went up like Calabash brothers sending their grandfathers off. It was also thanks to the strong physique of the vice-admirals themselves, otherwise they would have been beaten to pieces long ago. Seeing this, Aokiji finally went on the field. In fact, in the fight just now, he had been persuading the two giants. He said that they could negotiate and let the judicial island release the people. As a result, the two giants became even angrier after saying this. Sure enough, it's on the judicial island. Despicable navy and world government. After finishing the fight, Aokiji continued to fight without saying a word. Aokiji felt like a scholar meeting a soldier, and he couldn't explain his reason. Is there only the word fight in the heads of these giants? There was no way, if the negotiation failed, he could only go on the field. As soon as Aokiji went on the field, the situation of the giants crushing the navy suddenly changed. The terrifying power of freezing and the difficult natural ability users, Aokiji alone restrained the two giants. The two giants and Aokiji were evenly matched, and neither could do anything to the other. But the vice-admirals had seized the opportunity, and they felt that the other party was a pirate, so there was no need to talk about morality with them, and they could fight shoulder to shoulder. Seeing this, Lin Bei's mouth curled up, and it was finally his time to play. He was really worried that Dongli and Brokey would knock down everyone. With Usopp's full cooperation, Lin Bei maximized his ability to contain the battlefield. Vice Admiral Doberman wanted to swing his sword to cut the back of the giant's neck. He jumped up with the sword in his hand. Suddenly, an air door opened in the distance, and Lin Bei put his hands together in it. 100% barehanded to catch the blade. Doberman suddenly stiffened, and swung his sword at the air stupidly, and then he couldn't step on the moon step, and fell from the sky. Brokey saw that there was a little bug behind him trying to sneak attack, and he was very unhappy. He picked up the axe and gave Doberman a home run, and slapped it directly away. At the same time, Flying Squirrel and Fire Mountain, who also picked up their swords again, followed Aokiji. The three formed a simple battle team, controlled by Aokiji and Flying Squirrel and Fire Mountain to finish off the opponent. As a result, after Lin Bei caught the blade with his bare hands, Doberman fell to the ground and was knocked away. The two of them were no exception. They all swung their swords forward and then stood still. That's nothing, but Aokiji was in front of them. In order to cause damage to the giant, the two of them still had armed color domineering wrapped around their swords. These two swords directly opened Aokiji's back. Aokiji was stunned. He was so confident that he handed his back to the two vice-admirals. Why did the two vice-admirals rebel? When Aokiji turned his head to look at the two vice-admirals, Dong Li seized the opportunity and hit him with a powerful weapon without hesitation. Aokiji could naturally dodge by transforming into an element, but the two unlucky guys behind him were still standing still. After taking another full damage shot from Weiguo, the two vice-admirals, who were spitting blood like a fountain, looked at Lin Bei in the air gate in the distance, their eyes full of murderous intent. The battle can be lost, but Lao Lu must die. Chapter 211 The Giants Will Never Be Slaves. The vice-admirals quickly adjusted their strategy, with two people assisting Aokiji in fighting Dongli and Brokey, and the remaining person guarding against Lao Lu who might appear at any time. However, in the next 20 minutes of fighting, Lin Bei never appeared again. However, it was not that Lin Bei really did not appear, but that he used a more Lao Lu method. He asked Usopp to open a small door on the ground, and then he could throw a mushroom at will. After the arrangement was completed, Lin Bei walked out again in a dignified manner. Vice Admiral Doberman, who specifically targeted Lin Bei, saw Lin Bei appear, and his eyes turned red. Today, Lin Bei must die. Doberman dodged in front of Lin Bei, and then, bang! Doberman's eyes widened. It's going to be bad. The next second, Doberman felt that his speed became extremely slow, as if Foxy had used a slow ray. Lin Bei had to praise this guy for being really lucky, as he only triggered a negative state of slowness. Lin Bei looked at Doberman in front of him, smiled and waved to Brokey. Here. Brokey, who was fighting with Aokiji and two vice-admirals, didn't say a word and fired a shock wave of the country. Because Doberman was slowing down and his back was facing away, this shock wave of the country hit Doberman's back of the head. Doberman had time to harden his armed color before, but after being slowed down, he couldn't even harden up. He used the back of his head to resist a shock wave of the country. As we all know, the back of the head is very fragile. When fighting, you must never swing a bottle at the back of someone's head, because it is easy to get in. For a lifetime. Poor Doberman, how could his defenseless back of the head withstand it? It was directly shattered by this powerful attack. JJ.BR. And what about Lin Bei? He was already in another parallel space. Hey, you all saw it, it wasn't me who did it. Luffy, don't bother me when your grandfather finds us. Luffy blinked, as if his little head didn't understand why his grandfather wanted to bother Lin Bei. But the others seemed to have understood what Lin Bei was going to do next. Aokiji and the two vice-admirals opened fire on the battlefield because of the loss of their colleagues. Just when the two giants felt a little overwhelmed, Lin Bei appeared behind the three navy again. You, come here. The three navy who were attacking the giants lost their minds in an instant and turned around and rushed towards Lin Bei. Dongli and Brokey looked at each other, seemingly not quite understanding what was going on. But they would not hesitate. The enemy was facing away from them. Baguio. 2. The two giants used a Tumen combination technique again. This terrifying move that could penetrate the size of a goldfish on an island hit the three marines from behind. Fortunately, the three marines were chasing Lin Bei with all their strength because of the effect of the one finger of sun, so their bodies were hardened with armament color. This move only caused the two vice-admirals to be seriously injured, and Aokiji was slightly injured. Lin Bei walked into the air gate, and the three marines regained their sanity. However, it was difficult for the two vice-admirals to stand up and fight again. The move of Baguio just now broke several of their bones, and some of their internal organs were also severely damaged. Only Aokiji was slightly injured because his body was always elementalized. Aokiji looked at his fallen colleagues in silence, and was somewhat silent. If he said before that the Straw Hat Pirates would all die here was just a scare, now, he really wanted the Straw Hat Pirates to die here. Although Lin Bei's strength is not particularly strong, it has only been a short time, and he has been able to defeat a Vice-Admiral Hedon. What's more, he has a lot of disgusting abilities. He can involve 5 vice-admirals and 1 general by himself, and Aokiji suspects that this is not Lin Bei's limit. The rest of the people, although not strong now, are also improving very fast. When their combat effectiveness is improved, with the addition of Lin Bei, the 6th brother, the Straw Hat Pirates will become the most difficult pirate group in history. No one else. Lin Bei, come out! Aokiji shouted. In the distance, an air door opened and Lin Bei walked out. What's the matter? Let's stop fighting. Hey, can you have the final say in this situation, Mr. Aokiji? As long as I can contain you, plus 2 powerful giants, do you think you will have a chance of winning? Lin Bei's heart beat very fast. The feeling of pretending in front of the Admiral is really exciting. Aokiji was always calm. You don't dare to use your ability against me continuously, do you? Your ability can only make me lose my mind and chase you. If you continue to use it, you will definitely die. You know this. If this battle really continues, it is still unknown who will win or lose. I don't want to see anyone die again, so, let's stop fighting. Lin Bei looked at Dongli and Brokey. Then you have to ask my 2 good brothers. Yes, the relationship is rapidly getting closer. Brokey, who was carrying an axe and had many frostbite and knife wounds on his body, looked uneasy. You tricked our giant pirates crew into being your watchdogs. Do you think this matter can be resolved peacefully? Aokiji was silent for a while and said, you can make any requests. He had to compromise. Although he would definitely not die in the end, and he might even be able to fight 1 or 2 giants, the 5 vice-admirals who followed him would definitely be gone. The navy must not lose so many people. The 2 giants looked at each other, their brains were more suitable for fighting. They really couldn't think of any requests for a while. Lin Bei reminded them. Let the Navy let all the giants go, and no more giant warriors will be sent to the Navy from today. There are also many giants in the Navy now. If Lin Bei remembered correctly, this was a play performed by the Navy and the nun. After Dong Li and Brokey disappeared, they told the giants that the remnants of the giant pirates were caught and they were going to execute them. Then the nun tricked the giants into sending giants to the Navy as soldiers, so that they would not be executed, but only detained. Why has the Navy always had giant vice-admirals over the years? It's because the giants have been sending people to the Navy. The two giants were furious when they heard this. The Navy is forcing us giants to serve as soldiers for them. Let's keep fighting. Elbaf's rage will never stop. Aokiji said quickly. It's not good for both of us to keep fighting. Think about the giants who were forced to join the Navy. Is fighting more important, or are the giant warriors more important? Don Li and Brokey looked at each other. The fellow giants are more important. I agree to a ceasefire. In that case, I agree, but all giants must be allowed to leave freely. We don't care if we want to continue to be in the Navy, but from today on, no one can continue to threaten the giants to do things and treat us giants as fools. Elbaf's strongest warrior has returned to the sea. This is a big deal. The giants are the backbone of the Navy, and Aokiji must report to Sengoku. Fortunately, Sengoku already knew about Don Li and Brokey, and he guessed that there would be a decisive battle, so he mentioned before that Kizaru was arranged to stay on Judicial Island. I didn't expect that this war would actually break out in the 7 water capitals, and they happened to meet the Straw Hat Pirates and Lin Bei, the old 6th. The Navy won a shameful victory in the first half of this battle, and suffered a shameful defeat in the second half. Now, the lives of the 5 vice-admirals are in their hands, and they don't want to continue the war. Sengoku can only agree to this with Dong Li and Brokey. From today on, the giants no longer need to send warriors to the Navy to serve. The giants will never be slaves. Chapter 212 I just like to see you angry but can't kill me. Aokiji breathed a sigh of relief. It would be best if he could not fight. Since the conditions have been agreed, then... Wait a minute. Lin Bei suddenly raised his hand. Aokiji frowned. Why is he so disgusted with this person now? What else do you want to say? Lin Bei came to Brokey's feet. Brother Brokey, I tell you, these Navy guys are really good at cheating people. Just think about it, how many giant warriors have the giants sent to the Navy in the past 100 years? Isn't the youth of these warriors worthless? They never treated the giant warriors as human beings, and let the giant warriors do all the hard work. Now that you are back, don't you have to ask for an explanation for these deceived giant warriors? Lin Bei, I am fanning the flames. The key is that the two giants thought as soon as they heard it. That's right. Ah, right, right. Why should we giants work for you for free? Aokiji explained with sweat on his forehead. We don't pay less than a penny. Lin Bei continued to fan the flames. Yes, it is indeed not less than a penny, but your Navy hires giants at an ordinary salary level. What's the matter? Are our giants not worth money? Brother Brokey, I can't stand it. Brokey chopped with his axe. That's right. Why? Aokiji felt his blood pressure rise. Lin Bei is a bastard. The two giants are the same, they really believe whatever Lin Bei says. Aokiji gritted his teeth. What do you want? Brokey's eyes widened. What tone? What tone is this? What's going on? Let's have a fight. Aokiji. I'm also a general, don't go too far. Lin Bei waved his hand, the air door opened again, and Nami walked out. Let me introduce you, the professional money grubber. Hey! Nami's eyebrows stood up. Sorry, professional accountant. Since it is the Navy that asked for a ceasefire, the accounts must be settled. Nami, how much does it cost to hire a giant in the market now? 5 million is the minimum. Lin Bei looked at Aokiji. How much does your navy pay the giants per month? Aokiji was silent. 500,000. In fact, this is not a small amount, but it can't stand comparison. The two giants were so angry when they heard that it was 10 times different. Let's have a fight. These bastards. Lin Bei blinked. Elbaf wouldn't have a nickname called Northeast, right? Calm down, my two good brothers, you are the leaders of Elbaf, you must fight for the deserved interests of the warriors of Elbaf. Just think about it, your sudden disappearance has caused such a great disaster to the giants. Shouldn't they be compensated well? The two giants lowered their heads in shame. Indeed, they didn't expect that so many things would happen just because of their departure. It's time to compensate well. After pacifying Dongli and Broki, Lin Bei turned to look at Aokiji. Mr. Aokiji, how many giants have joined the navy so far? Aokiji shook his head in silence and called Sengoku. After briefly describing the situation, Lin Bei could hear Sengoku's roar through the den mushi. What does that bastard Lin Bei want to do? Mr. Sengoku, I'm just speaking for justice. There is no reason to just let the horse run without giving it grass to eat, right? Now, it's like Lin Bei is asking for wages for migrant workers. Moreover, the Navy Hire Company dared not refuse to give, because if you dared not to give, these giant migrant workers would dare to rise up in rebellion. The Navy might be able to win, but there would be heavy casualties. Definitely more casualties than the war at the top. Because these Elbaf giants advocate fighting, and dying in battle is the highest honor. So, how can you fight with a group of fearless berserkers? Sengoku was panting with anger, and finally said a number. After Nami's precise calculation, the number was finally set at 18 billion baileys. Sengoku on the den mushi side spit out a mouthful of tea. Why don't you go and rob? You robbed first, if you don't accept it, start a war. Don Li, Broki, let's go back to Elbaf and pull up a group of people to rebel. Sengoku shouted hurriedly. Don't. We have money, we have money. The combat effectiveness of the giants really cannot be underestimated. It is because of the disappearance of Don Li and Broki in recent years that the giants have no energy to fight. Otherwise, if they raise another giant soldier pirate group, the Fifth Emperor group will be confirmed. Even Big Mom did not dare to underestimate the strength of the giants, and even said that as long as they get the support of the giants, they can accomplish their great cause. The Navy does not want to have another super strong pirate group that goes against the Navy in addition to the four emperors. Sengoku could only agree first, and then report to the five elders and ask for money. The five elders are the kind who will destroy the weak and make peace with the strong. Their main role is to balance the forces on this sea. When they know that spending money can make the giants quiet, they will choose to spend money without saying a word. For them, what is money? In this way, Lin Bei fought for huge rights and interests for the giants and 18 billion baileys. Dongli and Broki directly announced that Lin Bei became the best friend of the giants, and the giants will also become Lin Bei's best ally. Now, Lin Bei has one more chance to avoid death. Lin Bei walked back and forth in front of Aokiji, swaying back and forth, making Aokiji's forehead bulge with veins. This is the first time that someone has raised his blood pressure so high. It was my fault that I couldn't leave all of you on that island last time. But there won't be a next time. Unless you keep following the giants, I will definitely follow you and turn you into ice sculptures and sink to the bottom of the sea. The look in his eyes that wanted to kill someone couldn't be hidden, and Aokiji approached Lin Bei and whispered. How scary! Then I will definitely follow my two good brothers. You helped me choose, idol. Aokiji silently glanced at the grinning Lin Bei, turned around and left. From now on, he will keep a close eye on the Straw Hat Pirates. Keep a close eye on Lin Bei. In the following days, because the Navy had to hand over the people and pay the ransom, the Straw Hat Pirates and Tory Broki stayed in the Seven Waters. Aokiji also lived directly in the Seven Waters, following the Straw Hat Pirates. The Straw Hat Pirates will not leave the Seven Waters in a short time, because everyone is injured and needs to be healed, and at the same time, the transformation of Mary and the construction of the new ship Thousand Sunshine have begun. It seems that there are many navy coming, which is very dangerous, but there are also a large number of giants coming with them. This leads to the fact that the more navy comes, the safer the Straw Hat Pirates are. For the navy, the Straw Hat Pirates are a troublemaker, and they have forcibly pried away the giants' combat power. But for the giants, the Straw Hat Pirates are like heroes. As Tori and Brokey said, all the members of the Straw Hat Pirates have become the best friends of the giants, and the giants will also become the strongest backing of the Straw Hat Pirates. Whoever bullies the Straw Hat Pirates, then their giants will definitely not do it. Just think about it, if the navy speaks louder to the Straw Hat Pirates, 5 or 6 giants will jump out and shout. What, you want to fight? The navy is also very good. So even if the navy is around, the Straw Hat Pirates live a very chic life. Especially this feeling of letting the navy only look at them, angry to death, but unable to take action, it is exciting and refreshing. Chapter 213 Today's Superpower Egg Birth. During the time waiting in the Seven Water City, Lin Bei also randomly got a superpower every day. Just like Doflamingo likes to use his string fruit ability to play with the navy as puppets, Lin Bei naturally likes to use the navy to experiment with his new abilities every day. Some abilities are fun, but useless. For example, there is a superpower that can force people to change their names, which can force people's names to be changed to Zhang-san. Everyone will only remember that this person is Zhang-san, and will not remember his previous name. Only the person whose name is changed knows that his name is not Zhang-san. Lin Bei immediately did a small experiment, using a vice admiral who was receiving treatment in the Seven Water City, Flying Squirrel. Lin Bei asked Usopp to open the air door, and the two of them quietly went to the hospital from the parallel space, and then used this superpower on the Flying Squirrel. The Flying Squirrel himself certainly didn't feel anything, but when the nurse came to change his dressing, he felt something was wrong. Lieutenant General Zhang-san, it's time to change the dressing today, please be patient. The Flying Squirrel nodded subconsciously, and then realized something was wrong. I'm not Zhang-san, I'm a flying squirrel. The nurse said carefully. You changed your name from the first day you were hospitalized, your name was Zhang-san, you see, this is also the name on the registration form. The Flying Squirrel frowned, took the registration form with pain, and it was true. Then he thought that the little nurse might be joking with him, but the straight man of the Flying Squirrel said directly. Are you kidding me? This is not funny at all. The serious Flying Squirrel was frightened by the little nurse, and the head nurse walked to the Flying Squirrel's ward when she heard the movement here. As soon as he saw the Flying Squirrel's eyes widened with anger, he immediately said to the Flying Squirrel. I'm sorry, Lieutenant General Zhang-san, is there something wrong with our nurse? She's new here, tell me, I'll definitely teach her a lesson later. As he said that, he pulled the little nurse behind him. The Flying Squirrel's head hurt even more. My name is not Zhang-san, my name is Flying Squirrel. You just changed your name. The Flying Squirrel felt a lump in his chest. The little nurse might be joking, but could it be that the head nurse was also teasing him? Just at this time, Aokiji strolled over outside the ward with a fruit basket. He came to visit the patient. Hey Zhang-san, what's wrong? Flying Squirrel. General Kuzan, this can't be a prank you played. Aokiji's real name is Kuzan, Aokiji is a code name. What? My name is Flying Squirrel. Why did everyone change my name when I got up today, even you? Aokiji was silent for a while. You're really not called Zhang-san. Flying Squirrel nodded fiercely, and Aokiji clenched his fists. Lin Bei. In the flat-chested space, Lin Bei and Usopp were already holding their stomachs and laughing like crazy. General Kuzan, Do you know what's going on? Only that person can make me forget your real name. Boring ability, boring taste. Don't worry, I'll go find him and ask him to give you your name back. At this moment, it was as if I had entered an anime movie in an anime. Lin Bei smiled evilly and pointed at Aokiji. The next second. That's great, please, General Zhang-san. The flying squirrel's face was full of seriousness, which made Aokiji dazed. What did you call me? Zhang Three Admirals. Do you want me to call you by your code name, Admiral Aokiji? The veins on Kuzan's forehead popped out. My name is Kuzan. Flying Squirrel widened his eyes. Your name has also been tampered with. It's amazing. I actually thought that from the moment I met you, you were called Zhang-san. It turns out that this is how it feels to outsiders. It's so weird. Aokiji gritted his teeth, and the temperature in the whole room almost dropped to below zero. This means that Lin Bei, that little bastard, is in this room now. Maybe he's still watching us and laughing. Lin Bei and Usopp laughed and said, he guessed it right. Then, under the pressure of Aokiji, Lin Bei returned their names to them. After all, the ship was still being built, and the giants who were forced to join the navy were also rushing to the Seven Water City one after another. It was okay to play at this stage, but it was not suitable to fight with the navy again. As for this ability, it was finally preserved. The task was not difficult, just rename 1,000 navy. This ability cannot be changed on a large scale, only one by one. Although it has no combat power, it is more or less fun. The navy did not report until they left that 1,000 of them were forced to change their names to Zhang-san. Others only remember Zhang-san, only they themselves remember their original names. Other than that, there are some very boring superpowers. For example, the superpower can bend a spoon with telekinesis, but it can only bend a spoon. There is no possibility of practicing to improve telekinesis. What does Lin Bei want him to do with such an ability? Lin Bei is too lazy to do the mission. It was not until about a week and a half later that the Thousand Sunshine was almost built, and the Mary had been designed and completely transformed by Frankie, becoming a sea war fortress. That day, Lin Bei randomly got another interesting superpower. Today's superpower, egg laying. Ability introduction: contacting a person's body more than 50 times can make the target person lay an egg within 10 seconds, regardless of gender. After the egg hatches, any creature other than humans will be randomly hatched, and this creature will inherit all the good genes of the egg-laying person. Today's task: let one person lay an egg to complete the task. The name of this ability reminded Lin Bei of a domestic animation he watched when he was a child, called Tiancha Kitten. The introduction of the ability reminded Lin Bei of Alien. It's okay to let people lay eggs directly, regardless of gender, and inherit all the good genes after the task. And the task is very simple. Lin Bei's smile gradually became immoral. Such an interesting thing, naturally, he wanted to let Aokiji experience it first. Just as Lin Bei stood up and prepared to find Aokiji, a roar suddenly came from downstairs, as if someone had punched through the wall. Then it was followed by, "Ah! It hurts! Stop hitting! It hurts!" Luffy's wailing. Lin Bei froze. There must be only one person who could make Luffy wailing like that. Lin Bei swallowed his saliva and walked downstairs. As expected, he saw Garp beating Luffy. But this was not the most shocking thing for Lin Bei, because he had expected this scene a long time ago, and he was even waiting for this scene after the Battle of Water City 7. What shocked Lin Bei was that there was a person behind Garp who did not go through the big hole in the wall with him, but went through the door. Chapter 214 Congratulations to the first victim for laying an egg. Not good. Why did Zhang Guo appear here? And, he looked over here. When Zhang Guo entered the door, he wanted to scold Garp for breaking the wall instead of going through the door, but he saw Lin Bei on the second floor. Zhang Guo's expression gradually twisted. Lin Bei, it's been a long time since we last met. Lin Bei immediately pretended to be stupid. Hey, have we met? Who are you? Zhang Guo rolled up his sleeves. Really, haven't we met before? Did I remember it wrongly? Yes, it must be you who remembered it wrongly. How could we have met before? Hey, but I remember it very clearly. I still remember the things that happened 50 years ago. I have been looking for a pirate named Lin Bei in this world for 50 years. Finally, I have met you. Cold sweat ran down Lin Bei's forehead. He would never have thought that he would see Zhang Guo before the war. Besides, this old man is so vindictive, JJ.br. Isn't it just that he dragged him into the water once he remembered it for 50 years? In fact, Zhang Guo is not the only one who holds a grudge. Didn't you see Garp grabbing Luffy and hitting him on the head after entering the house? Luffy, do you have something to apologize to me for? Ah! Grandpa, stop hitting me. Didn't you enjoy the fight before you attacked me from behind without any moral ethics? I am your grandfather. Garp was holding Luffy's hammer, but this was a family matter, and the Straw Hat Pirates hadn't made a move yet. Fortunately, Aokiji appeared at this time and reminded Garp. Mr. Garp, the Straw Hat Pirates and the Giants have a close relationship now, so it's best not to make a big fuss. Garp held Luffy's hammer without turning his head. Who dares to say anything when I hammer my own grandson? I'll hammer whoever says so. Aokiji looked at Sengoku helplessly. Marshal, please stop Mr. Garp. Sengoku threw his coat and ran to Lin Bei on the second floor. I don't have time. I won't be happy if I don't hammer this little bastard who has caused me so much trouble. Aokiji. Luffy doesn't dare to fight back at this age. Garp, Lin Bei will not sit and wait for death. Lightning flash. It seems that Zhang Guo has been holding back for 50 years. At the moment when Lin Bei turned into lightning and fled, he also turned into a big Buddha. The terrifying observation Haki of 50 years later directly predicted Lin Bei's landing point, and then a big Buddha shock wave blasted over. The moment Lin Bei fell, the whole person was slapped to the ground by a move of Tathagata palm. Lin Bei, who was lying on the ground, heard Zhang Guo's hearty laughter. Aokiji was dumbfounded. When had he ever seen a wise general like Zhang Guo like this? Lin Bei slowly propped himself up and could feel that Zhang Guo did hold back. He was not seriously injured, but he was very embarrassed. Obviously, Zhang Guo just wanted to avenge Lin Bei's grudge 50 years ago. But as the saying goes, if you draw a knife to cut off the water will flow more, and if you drink to dispel sorrow, the sorrow will be more sorrowful. Zhang Guo got his revenge. He was happy. Lin Bei was not happy. Old Zhang Guo, I wanted to never see each other again, but you forced me to do this. Zhang Guo in the form of a Buddha laughed proudly. What can you do if I force you? I have practiced for 50 years longer than you. What can you do to me? Lin Bei did not say anything, summoned the Miao Miao hammer, and turned it into thunder to strike Zhang Guo. 50 years of hard work is indeed not in vain. Zhang Guo is worthy of being a general of the previous generation. He seems to be able to handle Lin Bei's high-speed attack with ease. Not to mention the strength, Zhang Guo in the form of a Buddha took it very easily. It was not until Lin Bei attacked more than 50 times and stopped attacking that Zhang Guo felt very happy. It has been many years since I felt this way. This is like relieving a worry that has lasted for 50 years. Just like that. Where are your evil ways? Why don't you use them? Lin Bei smiled kindly. I've used them. Zhang Guo suddenly felt that the middle and lower gate of his 8 gates was a little bit wrong, as if there was a you. What did you do to me? Lin Bei answered irrelevantly. Mr. Zhang Guo, do you want a child? As long as you open your mouth, I will send it to you. Zhang Guo's eyes widened when he heard Lin Bei's words. Masaka. It can't be. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How can a man give birth to a child? Although Zhang Guo has no children, he can never give birth to one himself. But, is this Zhang Guo's decision? Egg birth superpower introduction, painless egg laying in 10 seconds. Poof! Zhang Guo's expression in the Buddha form suddenly relaxed, and then he panicked. He felt a round thing rolling down his trouser leg. Before Zhang Guo did anything, the round thing had already rolled out of his trouser leg. It was an egg emitting golden light. At this moment, the whole place was silent. You should know that because of the arrival of Garp and Sengoku, a large number of Navy soldiers accompanied them. It can be said that at least 3,000 people saw the spectacle of Sengoku laying an egg. Sengoku's mentality exploded directly. Lin Bei! You bastard, what did you do to me again? But when Sengoku turned his head, Lin Bei had disappeared. Lin Bei had long realized that if Sengoku just wanted to take a small revenge before, after he had done this, Sengoku would definitely want to kill him. So he asked Usopp to open the air door early and hide in another space. Then he observed the first victim of egg laying in another space. It's amazing, this is the first time I've seen a person lay an egg. Usopp sighed. Lin Bei was also quite surprised. Sengoku is worthy of being Sengoku. As a marshal, even the eggs he lays are shining with golden light. Suddenly Lin Bei thought that this superpower is to inherit all the excellent genes of the target, so is it possible to inherit the fruit ability as well? Because so far, there have been artificial devil fruits in pirates, which use a concept called bloodline factor. Although they are all animal type, Sengoku's Great Buddha fruit is also animal type, but it is the Great Buddha form of the human fruit. Is it possible to inherit Sengoku's mythical beast? Lin Bei's eyes gradually lit up. In the normal world, Sengoku returned to his normal form and frowned at the egg he laid. Because it was an egg laid in the form of a great Buddha, this egg was a full meter high, which shows that Sengoku's broad lunulate muscle at that time was also. Garp was too lazy to play with his grandson, and came over here and laughed non-stop. Sengoku's face was very dark, and he had a feeling that this matter would be laughed at by Garp for a year, no, for a lifetime. Ha ha ha, congratulations, Zhang Guo, you have a child. Garp, shut up. How can I, as a man, have a child? Ha ha ha. Zhang Guo. Lin Bei, if I don't kill you, you are unworthy of being the Admiral of the Navy. Chapter 215 The Pervert Built the Pervert. Zhang Guo, let alone other things, what are you going to do with this child? Garp asked Zhang Guo with a suppressed smile. Zhang Guo's face was dark. He had just issued an order. This matter was classified as the highest secret and no one could tell it. Who knows what kind of monster Lin Bei, that bastard, can make me give birth to? Do you want to destroy it? Zhang Guo's expression looked very tangled. At this age, he might retire soon, but he doesn't have a family. And it's impossible to find a life at this age. To be honest, I gave birth to one this time. It was a shock and a surprise. But, if he really gave birth to a monster, his reputation would be ruined. Lin Bei was shaking his head watching in the parallel space. Marshal Zhang Guo looked very much like Li Jing at this moment. If a muscular man with a big body could pop out of this egg, it would be perfect. Since you are so entangled, let him help. In this way, no matter what the egg hatches, there will be another second generation on the ship, and this second generation travel ship will be even stronger. Usopp opened the door a little further away from the egg, and Lin Bei appeared when Sengoku was still entangled. His appearance directly pulled Sengoku's hatred, and only Garp was left. Usopp took Sengoku's egg in front of Garp with some trembling. He was very afraid of Luffy's grandfather. But as Lin Bei expected, old man Garp just looked at him calmly with his nose held, and did not do anything. Waiting for Sengoku to react, the egg was gone, and when he turned around, Lin Bei disappeared. Sengoku hammered the wall hard, and his expression was always gloomy. The Navy soldiers all lowered their heads, not daring to offend Sengoku. Only old man Garp understood Sengoku and patted him on the shoulder. This is a good result. Sengoku snorted and turned away. But he was also relieved. Although it was absurd to get an egg in old age, he really couldn't do it. After all, it was his own egg. Although it was very likely that he would be taught a bad lesson if he gave it to that bastard Lin Bei, he didn't have to do it himself. If the egg hatched later and a monster came out, he would never admit it. And if the monster did something wrong, he would not hesitate to do it again. Because of this little episode, Zhang Guo, who originally planned to stay here for a while and catch Lin Bei a few more times, ran away with the ship overnight. Luffy's grandfather, Garp, left the next day. It was only after these two people left that Lin Bei dared to walk out of the parallel space. He was afraid that Zhang Guo and Garp would also stuff something into his stomach. On the third day, with all the manpower of the iceberg shipyard and Frankie's house, and the help of several giants, the Thousand Sunny was successfully built at a very fast speed. At the dock, the Straw Hat Pirates, Tori, and Brokey looked at the Thousand Sunny, which was the same as in the original plot, with emotion. "Is this my little brother?" Mary was in the form of a shipman at the moment, but his whole body had changed from wooden structure to metal structure, which really gave him a transformer feel, and he looked very much like the deep-sea titan in the Alliance. The most used material for Mary was naturally the top-grade Valpo alloy. And the Thousand Sunny was made entirely of the treasure tree atom. Frankie looked at Lin Bei with shining eyes. "Quick, let me see your ability to give life to the ship." Lin Bei was not stingy either. As a new partner, the Thousand Sunny naturally had to be treated the same as Mary. Personification. After the Thousand Sunny was calm for a while, the entire ship turned into light. Frankie shouted excitedly. "Super! Super Shipman, Thousand Sunny!" Frankie stopped halfway through his shouting. Everyone also widened their eyes, especially Sanji. Mary stared blankly at the personified Thousand Sunshine. How did it change from a little brother to a little sister? That's right, after the personification, Thousand Sunshine did not become a transformer like the cute Mary, but became a real human form. A long-haired queen with burning fire. Not only is it a big wave, but she is also wearing a bikini. It can be said that in terms of image, she fully inherited the style of her maker Frankie. No wonder Sanji's eyes were straight, and then he immediately stepped forward to offer his courtesy. "This beautiful lady." But before he finished speaking, he saw Thousand Sunshine raised a slender thigh and kicked him away. Thousand Sunshine showed substantial disgust. "Pervert." Everyone widened their eyes. The style of dress is like this, but in fact, he is a person who hates perverts very much. Lin Bei looked at Frankie. Did Frankie do something when building the ship? Fortunately, it was not the case. Because Thousand Sunny didn't hate perverts, they just simply hated men. After kicking Sanji, who came forward to offer his courtesy, he immediately found Nami and said in a very a way, "What a lovely beauty." As he said that, he lifted Nami's chin with his finger, making Nami blush. Seeing this, Lin Bei shouted in his heart. "You are blushing like a bubble teapot." The Thousand Sunny was like a big sister, holding Nami in her arms. "You can call me Sunny, it's your new ship. As you can see, I'm a hentai." Frankie laughed. "It's worthy of being my ship." As soon as he finished speaking, he was kicked away by Sanji. "You are so proud." This is the first time Sanji has met a love rival, and it's their ship. Sunny continued. "From today on, everyone is welcome to use me as much as they want. I will give you a paradise-like enjoyment, of course, except for men." Nanny. The boys were dumbfounded, and Frankie didn't expect that a ship dedicated to women was built. In addition, the look in Sunny's eyes when he looked at Nami and Robin seemed very wrong. Frankie and Sunny argued. "You built the ship, how can you be picky about who comes on board?" As a result, Sunny kicked her hard. It's because you built me that I hate men so much. Sure enough, it's because of Frankie. Everyone glared at Frankie. Nami didn't know when she got close to Lin Bei and whispered. Can you take back your ability? I feel very unsafe. Lin Bei also had this idea. The Thousand Sunny is indeed a ship with a lion's head, it is domineering. Besides, it was built by Frankie, which makes it even more abnormal. It is better to treat this kind of ship as just a ship. So Lin Bei took back the anthropomorphic ability he gave for the first time. The Thousand Sunny became a quiet ship again. Seeing this, Sanji's eyes lit up and he quickly found Lin Bei. Can you take back Zeph's anthropomorphism too? What are you talking about? Chapter 216 Brand New Bounty, Outlaw, also known as No by Lien Lin Bei. On the fourth day, the Straw Hat Pirates left the Seven Water City in front of a group of vice admirals and thousands of navy soldiers, with the farewell of the giants. Every navy looked at the Straw Hat Pirates with red eyes, especially the several seriously injured vice admirals, who still came to send off the Straw Hat Pirates even though they were seriously injured. Several vice admirals had already discussed privately that as long as the giants did not follow the Straw Hat Pirates, they would rather drag their sick bodies to follow them secretly, and then stuff their pants that had been dried and discolored into Lin Bei's mouth. This plan received the full support of the Navy Admiral Aokiji. But unfortunately, although the Straw Hat Pirates did not let the giants accompany them, their two ships sailed forward for a distance and entered another space in front of the giants and the navy. It was not until they sailed for a long time that the Straw Hat Pirates came out of the parallel space again. Well, I finally came out, and I couldn't feel the wind inside. Nami happily stood on the bow with her arms open, embracing the sea breeze. Lin Bei sat on the lawn on the deck, enjoying the comfort of thousand sunshine. I have to say, Frankie is too good. According to Lin Bei's opinion, he completely turned Thousand Sunshine into a leisure cruise ship. In addition to the power system, that is, the flying system, the ship is full of technology and hard work. The Thousand Sunshine is very large, and it can even accommodate a large fish tank. From now on, only fresh fish will be eaten instead of frozen. Everyone also has their own restroom and their own professional area. Like Nami's drawing room, Chopper's medical room, Sanji's kitchen, Luffy's bow lion, Zoro's gym, and Lin Bei's collection room. Here I will focus on Lin Bei's collection room. Lin Bei is an alien. People from another world have a serious hamster syndrome and like to hoard things. Currently, the things that Lin Bei can put in the collection room include eggs laid by Sengoku, Lao Sha's heart, smoker's calf, and several devil fruits that no one wants to eat. In addition, I believe everyone has discovered that there is no special room for Usopp and Frankie on this ship. Because the two of them have their own room on the Thousand Sunshine except for sleeping, and their studio is on the Mary. The Mary is now a large war fortress. On the surface, it is just a simple steel battleship, and you can't even see a gun barrel. But as long as the war starts, the current Mary can pop out more than 60 gun barrels at any time. The maximum caliber has reached 130. At present, Mary is still on the route of firepower coverage, but with Frankie and Usopp, with the gradual study of Frankie and Usopp, the later stage of Mary must take the route of increasing the equivalent. By the way, the subject that Frankie and Usopp are currently studying is the idea provided by Lin Bei, the electromagnetic gun. With Lin Bei, the progress of this idea is very fast. Therefore, in order to facilitate the modification of Mary at any time and to make their own things, Frankie and Usopp naturally put the studio in Mary. There is a newspaper gull. Nami suddenly saw a seagull with a newspaper hanging on its neck flying in the sky, and hurriedly threw a few copper coins to buy a newspaper. She was very worried that this time the commotion was too big, which would cause the bounty of the Straw Hat Pirates to rise again. The sharp increase in bounty also means that their danger will increase sharply, whether it is their colleagues who want to kill them to show off their military power, or the pirate hunters who want to exchange their heads for money, they will all catch wind of the news and target them. JJ.BR Facts have proved that Nami's worries are right. The bounty of the Straw Hat Pirates has really skyrocketed this time. Straw Hat Luffy, Captain 300 million Baileys. Outlaw Lin Bei, Vice Captain 420 million Baileys. The King of Strongmouth Sanji, Cook and Fighter 220 million Baileys. Shura Zoro, Fighter 120 million Baileys. War Machine Mary, Ship 115 million Baileys. Devil Gunner Usopp, Sniper 100 million Baileys. Devil's Son Robin, Historian 80 million Baileys. Iron Man Frankie, Shipbuilder 30 million Baileys. Little Thief Nami, Navigator 30 million Baileys. Chopper Who Loves Marshmallows, Pet 100 Baileys. This wave really belongs to the price increase for all members. But what makes Zoro very unhappy is that Sanji's bounty is so much higher than his. This makes him very embarrassed. However, Zoro also knew that Sanji had won a bounty of 220 million berries because of the enhanced version. And he, a swordsman who had shown in every previous battle, was not particularly outstanding this time. As for the rest of the people, one of the more surprising ones was that Mary was on the bounty, and it was more than 100 million berries, which was surprising. Another one was that Chopper had fought a vice admiral, but he still only had a bounty of 100 yuan, which was only enough to buy a marshmallow. This bounty can be said to be a mixed bag. Nami was so panicked when she calculated that the bounty of the entire ship was almost 1.4 billion. Nami was the only normal person on the ship, and she felt that having a bounty was not a good thing. Sanji kept comparing his bounty with Zoro's in front of Zoro. Finally, Zoro summoned Wenzhai and held her in his arms, killing her instantly. His bounty was worthless. Usopp watched his bounty drop from the top few to the bottom few, and even Mary's bounty was higher than his. He was so angry. He was obviously the main force this time. If it weren't for him, the Straw Hat Pirates would have entered Impel Down and reunited with Xiao Feng. However, Usopp also knew that in terms of combat effectiveness, he was indeed not good enough. And now Mary was regarded as a single combatant, which made him look even weaker. Usopp thought to himself that he couldn't fall behind. He had to strengthen his physique as soon as possible, master the armament haki, and then make every shell, no, a large sniper bullet, can be wrapped with armament haki. In fact, not only the Straw Hat Pirates were lively because of the new bounty, but the whole world was lively because of this wave of operations by the Straw Hat Pirates. In the East Sea Windmill Village, the old village chief almost had a heart attack when he saw Luffy's bounty. At Nami and Usopp's home, Nakako and Kaya were relieved. They didn't ask for a high bounty for Nami and Usopp. As long as they could see the latest news about them and know that they were still alive, they would be satisfied. In Shimotsuki village, Shimotsuki Kojiro and a group of kids practicing kendo talked about Zoro's childhood stories in the newspaper. This attracted a group of kids who wanted Kojiro to teach them the same swordsmanship as Zoro. In the restaurant on the sea, Zeph and a group of chefs fell into deep thought as they looked at Sanji, who had a bounty of 220 million Baileys. Sanji, has he become so strong in a short period of time he actually defeated a vice admiral? Twin Lighthouses, Crocus, who lost his old partner Lab, smiled elusively at the newspaper. Roger, it seems that they are the ones we are waiting for. Chapter 217 Today's superpower merit wooden fish. Alabasta, Council Hall. Queen Vivi summoned people to discuss the matter immediately after learning that the great sage teacher of Alabasta was offered a reward of 400 million. At present, Alabasta has become a bit like Ingleton. The Baroque company controlled by Lao Sha controls 80% of the domestic economy and army. But the royal family still has the right to speak and the right to use the army, although it has declined compared to the past. You are worthy of being the lord. You can make such a big thing in such a short time. You made friends with the strongest race, the giants, and left calmly surrounded by the admirals, marshals, and heroes of the navy. Lao Sha was a little emotional, or a little disappointed. Under such circumstances, Lin Bei was not killed. But he was also relieved. If Lin Bei died, his heart might fall into the hands of the navy. Lao Sha was very conflicted. He wanted to stab his master in the back, but he didn't want his master to die in the hands of the navy. Vivi frowned. Crocodile, don't gloat over others' misfortune. Besides being unhappy with Crocodile, she was still very satisfied with the current situation of Alabasta. She was indeed a good queen. As long as the people lived well, didn't have to worry about water resources, and there was no civil unrest, she would have less say. She was just worried that if Lin Bei died, the current situation in Alabasta would change dramatically in an instant. Don't forget, it was Lin Bei's existence that forced these people to gather together, and they were very obedient. If Lin Bei died, Wai Wei couldn't imagine what would happen to Alabasta, which was gradually recovering its former glory. Crocodile waved his hand. Don't worry too much. Although I also want the Lord to die, it seems that it's not so easy for him to die even if he wants to after becoming a hero of the giants. New World, Wangguo someone actually got the help of the giants. This should have been mine. Mine. Charlotte Linlin furiously destroyed her bedroom. Haven't you found my stupid daughter yet? If she hadn't run away, she would have married the giant Prince Loki by now, and I would have gotten the help of the giants. Minister of Candy, Charlotte Perospero was sweating profusely. No mother yet. Then what's the use of you? Furious Charlotte Linlin punched her son away, and then continued to destroy her house like a monster, venting her emotions. New World Whitebeard Pirates. Dad, look, someone came out alive from the demon-killing order led by the Admiral, and even killed a Vice-Admiral. Gulala. The kids nowadays are very capable. Not only that, Dad, this kid wearing a straw hat seems to be Ace's younger brother. Marco pointed at the newspaper. Speaking of Ace, Whitebeard's face darkened. So far, Ace has not returned, and a few days ago, Red Hair sent someone to the ship to find him and delivered a letter. As a result, he tore it up on the spot, and then it was said that Red Hair would come to him in person later. It was about Ace. I hope Ace will not have any problems, otherwise, teach. Thousands of Sunshine Straw Hat Pirates. Hey Lin Bei, so boring. What is your superpower today? At this time, a few days have passed since seeing the newspaper and the new bounty. The voyage on the sea was very boring. Although everyone realized their weakness after the Battle of the Seven Water Cities, they began to train hard every day to become stronger. But there is always a time to rest after training. Since I got up in the morning, I have been busy training hard and forgot about it. Let me take a look. Lin Bei put aside his own training and prepared a nutritious meal for 50 people. Now he could fight the Vice-Admiral Hedon with his fruit ability, but his body was a little weak. When he could withstand the beating from the normal Vice-Admiral without elementalization, his body was almost eaten up. Fortunately, the beasts here have extremely rich vitality. Lin Bei was free, so he electrocuted a Sea King and asked Sanji to cook for him. Lin Bei vowed to eat to become the strongest. Today's superpower, Merit Wooden Fish. Ability Introduction: as long as you knock 100 times, you can randomly designate a person to hear the laughter from my Buddha, which has a certain effect of purifying the mind and Sakazu. Today's task: knock the wooden fish 10 million times to retain the ability. Looking at the introduction of the superpower, Lin Bei gradually tilted his head. What is this? What's wrong? Is today's superpower another weird one? Luffy came forward excitedly. The day before yesterday, Lin Bei randomly got a superpower that can make the booger full of fruit flavor. Although everyone resolutely refused to eat it, Luffy said it tasted really good. Unfortunately, because everyone refused to eat, the task of getting 100 people to praise the food could not be completed that day. How should I describe this? Are Frankie and Usopp free? Help me rub a wooden fish. Now Lin Bei and most of the Straw Hat Pirates are on the Thousand Sunny, while Frankie and Usopp are working on the deck of the nearby Mary. At this time, Frankie and Usopp are using Valpo alloy to make electromagnetic guns, and they have metal on their hands. Frankie and Usopp looked at each other, and finally Usopp, who has better manual skills, took action and rubbed a metal wooden fish. How do you feel when you knock it? It feels like my Buddha is starting to play rock and roll. It's too hardcore. Linbei insisted on knocking it 100 times, and then someone told him that he could designate someone to listen to the laughter from my Buddha. Looking at the curious Luffy, Linbei let Luffy experience it. It should be said here that after using this superpower, only the designated target can hear the laughter of my Buddha. So, everyone only saw that Luffy's eyes were not so silly in an instant, and they were particularly clear and full of wisdom. But, it was only for a moment. Linbei hurriedly asked Luffy, "How do you feel?" Luffy scratched his head silly. "It seems that I saw the Navy's Marshal Sengoku smiling at me." In addition, at that moment, many things that seemed very profound flashed through my mind. But now I can remember a few. Oh, now I can remember one. Oh, I don't remember any of them. Linbei stroked his chin and thought for a while. Sage time. So this ability can make people enter the sage time. Linbei wanted to try it himself to see the real situation. Maybe this is also something that can improve people's understanding. So he knocked another 100 times, and after setting the target on himself, Linbei saw my Buddha. A kind Lai with golden light all over his body was smiling at him, and that voice was so ghostly. Although he looks like my Buddha, why does his laughter sound so much like Jin Guanzhong? The key is that this moment of clarity is exactly the same as the sage time after he rushed. Chapter 218 The Laughter of Buddha. This ability is useless. With Linbei's current physical condition, he can easily do it 30 or 40 times a day without back pain. It seems that this is another rubbish ability that can only be used for entertainment. However, Linbei narrowed his eyes and suddenly thought of something. To some extent, isn't this thing the same as the spoon demon? As long as you knock on the wooden fish 100 times, you can designate someone to listen to the devilish laughter of Buddha. And it doesn't say that someone must knock. Is it a problem for Usopp and Frankie to make a cheat? It is definitely not a problem to knock dozens of times a second, which means that you can hear the laughter of Buddha about every 2 seconds. And Buddha is very generous. He laughs for 5 seconds, which will definitely give you a perfect experience of listening to the laughter of Buddha. In other words, as long as you make a cheating device and keep hitting it all day, you can designate any person to be immersed in the voice, appearance, and smile of Buddha all day long and be unable to extricate themselves. According to the introduction, this superpower can also make people rely on Buddha. What if it is given to Blackbeard? While being hit, listening to Buddha's laughter for 24 hours, that scene. Linbei's smile gradually became more and more unbridled. Hey Usopp, Frankie, help me make something again. The two were helpless. Why did they help Linbei make boring things? First, they rubbed a metal wooden fish by hand, and then equipped this metal wooden fish with a machine that kept hitting it. How boring people can think of such a boring thing. But the two still helped to do it. Soon, a simple cheating device appeared. This cheating device is actually modified from an electric engine. After Linbei transmits electricity, it can drive the gear to rotate at high speed, thereby driving the small wooden hammer to hit up and down. The wooden fish can be hit about 50 times per second. Making this thing also inspired Usopp and Frankie. Until now, they had to forge something by hammering with their hands. The cheating device that Linbei asked them to make gave them inspiration. If they just made the cheating device bigger and replaced the small wooden hammer with an iron hammer, it would become a mechanical forging machine. Linbei didn't expect that he would improve the industrial level on the ship just for fun. However, this is Frankie and Usopp's business, and it has nothing to do with him. He put the machine in place and started to send electricity to beat the wooden fish. It can reach 100 times in 2 seconds, and then Lin Bei can designate a target to receive the Buddha's smile. Lin Bei's first choice was Blackbeard. At this time, Blackbeard was on a small island, and he encountered Ace with his only 2 remaining men. When Ace saw that there were only 2 people and a horse around Blackbeard, and one of them was still persistently hitting him with a spoon, his expression was very strange. "Teach, did you kill Thatch just to form such a pirate group?" Marshal D. Teach's face was not very good. Since 3 of his crew members were beaten by the Straw Hat group, the so-called Blackbeard pirate group he formed was very faceless. But he was tenacious and would never waver in his battle plan. As long as he was alive, crew members could be found at any time. Like at this time, he also invited Ace, who came to kill him, to become his crew member, but it was a pity that Ace mocked him. Teach was so angry that he smashed the Spoon Demon's head several times. But the result was that the Spoon Demon would appear again every time and hit him with a spoon on various parts of his body, making him lose his temper. Perhaps, after a while, the 2 of them could develop feelings for each other. Blackbeard saw that Ace had no intention of joining him, so he simply stopped talking nonsense. Anyway, his plan was to capture a pirate worth more than 100 million berries, and Ace's bounty was definitely more than 100 million berries. As long as he caught Ace and sold him to the Navy in exchange for a seat in the 7 Warlords of the Sea, his subsequent plans would definitely be realized. He could also find the crew and impel down. By then, his cards were back. The 2 started fighting, and Ace's flames hurt Teach a lot, but it was useless. On the contrary, Teach made Ace temporarily unable to use his abilities several times, and was injured after being hit. Just as Teach's smile became more and more unbridled, and he was ready to use a big move to completely kill Ace. Teach, who was preparing for a big move, suddenly heard a laugh that was even more outrageous than his. Ha 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 ha. It was accompanied by the exclusive BG of Lei Ian Temple and Journey to the West. What is that? Teach stared and saw a golden and kind face smiling at him. Teach's big move was interrupted directly, and he had a bad premonition. Looking at the Spoon Demon who was hitting him persistently, Teach thought to himself with a fluke mentality, this thing must be an accident, it only appears once, right? Indeed, the laughter from my Buddha only appears once in 100 wooden fish. But it can't bear the continuous renewal. Every time my Buddha didn't finish laughing, the wooden fish machine here was renewed. Once, it's a lifetime. So Blackbeard looked at the kind smiling face that appeared in the air with clear eyes and kept saying to him. Ha ha ha. Teach. Ha ha ha. Teach. Ha ha ha. Are you done yet? Are you going to laugh all day long? After yelling, Teach turned around and punched the Spoon Demon, smashing the Spoon Demon's head. You too. So annoying. Who sent you to torture me? At the scene, Ace, Lafitte, and Zhuang were all stunned. Is this guy crazy? Ace asked Lafitte. Lafitte was also wondering. I'm not going there either. He went to the Navy headquarters to help Teach win the 7 Warlords of the Sea, but when he came back, he found that the Blackbeard pirates were almost wiped out, leaving only Blackbeard and a horse. Oh, yes, there was also a guy who appeared inexplicably and kept hitting Teach with a spoon. The spoon broke, and when he opened his robe, there were spoons hanging inside. He managed not to ask Teach what was wrong with him, but now, Teach was venting his anger and roaring at the air like a madman. Teach, what's wrong? Blackbeard pointed at the smiling face of Buddha. Can't you see it? I can't see it, so what? A guy with golden light and scars on his head is smiling at me. He has been smiling for several minutes and he doesn't even need to breathe. Blackbeard shouted hysterically. Is this a punishment for his betrayal of the Whitebeard pirates? First, an immortal Spoon Demon tortured him, and then a thing that has been laughing since it appeared and others can't see tortured him. How many nursing homes did he blow up in his previous life to let people play with him like this in this life? Chapter 219 Ace, I was caught, but I laughed. Teach was fighting Ace with the laughter of Buddha that came out of nowhere and the spoon demon that kept chasing him and hitting him. As expected, Ace was defeated by Teach and was captured by Teach. Teach, who should have laughed to celebrate this moment, listened to the devilish laughter of Buddha. Although he won, he couldn't laugh at all. The last human crew member beside him, Lafitte, looked at him with a worried expression. Poison Q is dead, no one can help you with the disease. Teach, I think we should find a doctor to help you check your mental state first. Teach was furious. I'm not sick. There is really a person in front of me who is shining with golden light and laughing. From the perspective of others, it can't be seen. Just when Lafitte asked Teach to check his mental state, Buddha laughed happily in Teach's ear. The mentality of laughing for Teach exploded directly and roared. At this moment, the spoon demon did not forget to fulfill his mission and slapped Teach's furious face with a spoon. Teach captured Ace. Ha ha ha. Although he knew that he might not have a good ending, Ace felt that he could not feel sad. Looking at Teach's appearance, he wanted to laugh. So this guy has been tortured into a psychopath. Thatch, this can be regarded as revenge for you. Straw Hat Pirates. Lin Bei really wants Talit's talk to Teach to see if he is in a good mental state after being taken care of by Buddha. But unfortunately, he doesn't have Blackbeard's Den Den Mushi. We can only wait and see if Teach has become a monk. I don't know if the effect of Han Yi will work. Mina, I can see the island. Finally. Hearing Nami's voice, Lin Bei stood up quickly. He trained, every day on the boat, but he didn't gain weight. He also wanted to go down and move around. Lin Bei looked around and found that there was no island in front of him, but clearly icebergs. Does anyone really live in this kind of place? Nami looked around and was a little skeptical, so she looked at the record pointer and found that this doesn't seem to be the island pointed to by the record pointer, but a special environment encountered on the way. Sanji looked at Nami. Sure enough, confused Miss Nami is so cute. Zoro asked, in this case, do we not need to stop the ship, just drive through this section of the iceberg sea, right? Nami nodded, but Luffy said, we finally saw the land, don't you want to go down and play? After asking for everyone's opinions, in the end, except Zoro who was too lazy to get off the ship, everyone else wanted to play here. Usopp also made skates for everyone. There are icebergs everywhere, so just find a flat place. After the boat was parked, the Straw Hat Pirates put on down jackets and got off the boat to play. Lin Bei rubbed his belly. I have been practicing these days, and I really need to play and relax. Zoro shouted directly. You are the least qualified person to say this. As long as you keep eating, your physical fitness will become stronger, so what's the point of me working out every day except eating, drinking, and sleeping? Lin Bei sighed. Why, are you envious? Do you know how difficult it is to eat half a sea beast every day? Sanji's spatula is smoking. Sanji lit a cigarette and stood on the ice sadly. He is not practicing himself, but me. Others laughed. At this happy moment, in the center of this iceberg, in a manor-like building, a man who looks like PDD was lying on a recliner with his upper body naked. Several men and women were around him. Dad, we have confirmed that the people coming are the Straw Hat Pirates who are in the limelight recently. Dad, we will get their pirate flag. Dad, we will also get the heads of 300 million Baileys and 400 million Baileys. At this time, Lin Bei felt that this broken place was full of icebergs and no one could live there, so he did not release the electric wave observation haki. Otherwise, the moment they said these words, Lin Bei would flash to their side and pinch their necks to teach them a lesson. The plot added by the animation team is really unreasonable. In this part of the plot of seizing the pirate flag, Luffy is evenly matched with anyone. And Luffy has just experienced the Battle of Judicial Island and has just realized the second and third gears. If Luffy opens the second gear, he can also rub these idiots on the ground. Will they still have time to show off? Do you know the value of the 300 million bounty? If Lin Bei had discovered them now and heard what they said, he would definitely ask, "Who gave you the courage to say that you got the 300 million and 400 million bounties? These people are really stupid." After talking to the fat man lying on the bed, they immediately attacked and found the Straw Hat Pirates. This group of people is the Akano family, doing bounty hunter work. The strongest one is the fat man with the superhuman heat fruit. The rest are a bunch of noobs. Even so, they are still planning to solve the Straw Hat Pirates with self-proclaimed wisdom. The first step is to use the large number of penguins they have domesticated to push the iceberg and smash the Straw Hat Pirates' pirate ship. The eldest son of the Akano family said with a very wise look. As long as their pirate ship is smashed, they can't escape. Then a huge iceberg was seen hitting the 1,000 miles sunshine under the push of the penguin engine below. Why didn't Wang Duyu think of using penguins back then? This wise move was immediately discovered by Sanji. "Look! That iceberg is hitting our ship," Mary immediately said. "I'll take care of it, you guys continue playing." As he spoke, Mary ejected more than 60 gun barrels out of thin air while the Akano family was watching, shocking the Akano family. The next second, the iceberg and the penguins underneath were all bombed into slag. Mary was still wondering, how could so much red appear after the iceberg was broken? Little did they know that the person in charge of taming penguins in the Akano family knelt on the ground. No. The main mission begins: find a complete penguin. The eldest son of the Akano family patted the breeder. "Stop crying, a real man has to look directly at the blood. I think their bounty of 300 million or 400 million may be due to this unscientific pirate ship. As long as we bypass the pirate ship, we will definitely win in one blow. Follow the plan and disperse them." In the original plot, the Akano family dispersed and lured the Straw Hat Pirates away, and they did the same thing at this time. They used their experience of the terrain to take a detour and came behind the Straw Hat Pirates who were playing. Then, they launched an attack. But Chapter 220 The New Use of the Hot Fruit. It's really hard to have a peaceful vacation. What are these people? Pirates or bounty hunters? Lin Bei looked at these people helplessly. He was not familiar with these little people who had no memory points. I have no impression at all. I saw a pair of twins, wearing fitness clothes in the middle of winter, emitting red and blue light, and rushed over screaming. They were very purposeful, coming for him. "Lin Bei, the outlaw, we will take your head worth 400 million. Oh pirate hunter, I haven't met one for a long time. Since the target is my head, you should also be prepared for your head to be the target of others." Before Lin Bei finished speaking, the Red and Blue brothers, the eldest and second sons of the Akano family, felt a little confused. It was a very strange feeling, seeing that their bodies were still running in front, but their heads could not keep up. At the last moment of their lives, they saw a thread flashing with blue light just where they ran. Then they lost consciousness, and their big heads rolled a long way on the ice. Lin Bei shook his head on the spot. Why are there always people who are so ordinary but so confident? He didn't do much, just released a thread formed by lightning. It was a practical trick for clearing soldiers that he developed after understanding the buff. This ability is inspired by a scene in a movie about a ship, where a cable can cut through the bodies of a whole ship at a very fast speed. What if it is made of electricity? Not only does it have a very strong lethality, but it is also very fast. Lin Bei used his index finger and thumb to condense an electric current, and then bounced the compressed current out like playing with rubber bands when he was a child. Because of the extremely fast speed, it can be completely painless when it is brushed over. As for lightning, according to Lin Bei's understanding, there are two development directions. One is the violent physical skills and lightning like the rakeage to cause explosive damage, and the other is to use the high speed of lightning as a precise and elegant soldier dematerializer. Pick up the hammer, Lin Bei can become the god of thunder and blast the vice-admiral. Put down the hammer, there is no need to be so violent when facing the soldiers, just give them a quick death. This pair of brothers is the second or third strongest person in the entire Akano family. They are considered to have a little physical skills, and the bounty can be at the level of 30 to 40 million Baileys. The rest of the people are even more rubbish. There was a couple showing affection in front of Sanji. Sanji himself couldn't hit a woman, but the couple showing affection was really disgusting. Sanji kicked the man and crippled him. The facts proved a truth, showing affection, dying quickly. Leaving the woman as a mouthpiece, Lin Bei got all the information about the so-called Akano family. When he heard that their father was a user of the heat-hot fruit, Lin Bei was dumbfounded. His father was a user of the heat-hot fruit, so what about Owen from the ants family? The two of them couldn't share the same fruit, so there was only one possibility. The father of this family died in the end. So Owen could later become a user of the heat-hot fruit, otherwise it would be inconsistent. In this case, we have to follow history and not let the plot be contradictory. Here the protagonist simply thinks that the two are the same fruit, but in fact they are not. Owen's heat-hot fruit heats other objects, just like Owen heated the sea. Akano's heats itself, which can only raise its body temperature. Of course, it was mainly because Lin Bei was attracted by the heat-hot fruit. When thinking of this thing, Lin Bei had an idea, maybe he could let Frankie eat it. If the heat-hot fruit is eaten, according to the explanation of the anime, it seems that the highest temperature can reach 10,000 degrees. This can directly improve Frankie's melee combat power by a large step. Secondly, isn't thermal energy the best source of power? It is said that no matter how much human technology has advanced, it is actually boiling water. The so-called nuclear power plant is essentially generating heat, boiling water to produce steam to drive the turbine to generate electricity. You should know that Frankie is not a person who is good at melee combat. He is a robot and uses more weapons such as guns and cannons. Although Lin Bei didn't know how Frankie used coke as a power source, if he could keep generating heat as long as he had physical strength, then Frankie himself was an energy source. As long as Frankie developed this ability, it would be real steampunk. Anyway, Lin Bei really wanted to see Frankie create a huge steam robot to fight in the future, very cool. But it was a pity, if the superpower of turning all non-living things into coke appeared after he met Frankie. It would directly become Frankie's happy superpower. In the future, you don't have to worry about running out of coke in the middle of a fight. With the idea of seeing Frankie transform into a huge steampunk robot, Lin Bei led the Straw Hat Pirates to hurriedly find the Akano family hidden in the iceberg. And found the naked Tun Akano, the user of the heat-hot fruit. Originally, Tun Akano was thinking about saying something. For example, "You are very lucky to have come here, this is the end." Or maybe "My children are really taken care of by you, so you all die here," such cruel words. But Lin Bei really didn't want to waste the word count, so he turned on the high-speed mode. Before he could say anything, he attacked. The ability of Don Akano is actually quite abnormal, but what's even more abnormal is that in the original plot, he was heated to 10,000 degrees, and Luffy could still use his hands to hit him. At that time, it seemed unscientific, but now it seems to be a foreshadowing. Can the sun god feel hot? Don Akano's 10,000 degree high temperature will restrain people in close combat or holding swords. There was nothing he could do. Bullets would melt him if they hit him. But Lin Bei had something that would not be melted by a mere 10,000 degrees. This was the Meow Meow Hammer, a magic hammer from another world. It's useless. Anything that hits me will melt. I am invincible. After saying this, Lin Bei hit him in the face with a hammer, which made his face swollen. How is that possible? What kind of material is your weapon made of? Specially made in Asgard, it is considered a rare edition here. It's your luck to die under this hammer. After saying this, Lin Bei stopped talking nonsense and turned into violent lightning. He smashed down with a hammer, leaving Don Akano confused from then on. Taking this opportunity, Lin Bei also quickly surrounded him with a circle of fruits, which looked like some kind of mysterious sacrificial ceremony. But because this guy was 10,000 degrees before his death, he didn't cool down that quickly after his death, causing many fruits to be roasted black the moment they were put down. But fortunately, in the end, there was a cantaloupe that withstood the test of the heat, and slowly a lot of arabesque patterns appeared. Lin Bei breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the explosion rate was good, and he got the equipment he wanted. Chapter 221 Damn! Shan! Another devil fruit. Zoro frowned when he saw this. Although he knew that Lin Bei was outrageous, it was too outrageous that he could get a devil fruit that was hard to come by killing one person. This is the hot fruit on the fat man. I want Frankie to eat this fruit. After Lin Bei finished speaking, Frankie directly said Dame. He still wanted to take the path of mechanical ascension and didn't want to eat the devil fruit. But when Lin Bei told Frankie his idea, Frankie's eyes gradually lit up. Bright in the physical sense. Is there a light bulb in this guy's eyes? What do you think, Frankie? Frankie finally shook his head. Although I am tempted, if I abandon my favorite Coke power, will I still be myself? Coke is a belief. Lin Bei was stunned for a moment, then shook his head. The Straw Hat Pirates are all a bunch of idiots. In that case, will this fruit become a collection again? How about I eat it? A somewhat honest voice sounded, and everyone looked at Mary in unison. Hey, it's a good choice, but if you eat it, can you still go to the sea? Usopp said worriedly. Frankie immediately said, it's simple. Just add a layer of protection to the place where Mary touches the sea water to separate the sea water. As long as Mary doesn't swallow that layer of protection himself and makes it a part of his body, there will be no problem. This is as simple as it can be for the shipbuilder Frankie. Lin Bei also imagined the scene after Mary ate the heat-hot fruit. The charm after the shells were used up, raised itself to 10,000 degrees, and then charged towards the enemy. The air was burned red, rushing towards the enemy like a meteor. Fuck! Shan! There's something going on. After Frankie spent 10 minutes rubbing a bottom protective suit for Mary's hands, Lin Bei threw the devil fruit to Mary. After Mary swallowed it in one gulp. It's so disgusting. Like rotten wood. So the devil fruit will feel disgusting when eaten by the ship. Then, because the appearance of the Akano family disturbed the Straw Hat Pirates' interest in playing, the Straw Hat Pirates hurriedly set sail again. But this time, there is no need to avoid icebergs. Mary led the way in front and melted all the icebergs in front of them. Soon, the two large ships of the Straw Hat Pirates sailed out of the iceberg sea. It was only 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon. After re-entering the boring voyage, Lin Bei remembered to check how the mission was completed today. As a result, I saw that Buddha didn't laugh enough. If the mission goes on like this, it will not be completed. If it is not completed, won't Blackbeard only be able to listen to Buddha's laughter for a whole day? Is this possible? Lin Bei still hopes that the next time he sees Blackbeard, he will see not the Blackbeard pirates but Gaiyu Temple. Blackbeard is no longer the pirate Blackbeard, but the abbot Blackbeard, leading a Buddhist horse named Zhuang Zhuang in a luff. What a harmonious scene! In order to see such a scene, Lin Bei quickly asked Usopp to help rub 9 more wooden fish. The cheating device can be used, but it doesn't say that 10 wooden fish can't be knocked at the same time, right? First arrange all the existing members of the Blackbeard pirates, and don't let the horses go. Then arrange the admirals and generals who dared to intimidate him before. By the way, those vice-admirals can't be let go, all of them are arranged aside. With a strange expression, Usopp silently rubbed a few wooden fish for Lin Bei's hand, and then increased the number of merit cheats to 10. As he became more and more proficient in making merit cheats, Usopp made a large forging machine without a teacher. Then he thought that since electricity can drive forging, can it do other work? For example, cutting and shaping. Then Usopp started to make machine tools. Lin Bei was amazed. What kind of pirate is this guy? Go to school and take the postgraduate entrance examination. With this creativity, Usopp can definitely become the father of industry here. After watching Usopp's work for a while, Lin Bei put his attention back on the wooden fish. Sure enough, after adding 9 wooden fish, the efficiency of completing the task soared. Lin Bei rubbed his hands and began to write names in front of the wooden fish one by one. If there are Navy people who are lucky enough to come to this ship in the future, if you are not familiar with the names of the Blackbeard pirates, the Navy Admiral, and several Vice Admirals, you would probably be curious about why the names of the Blackbeard pirates, the Navy Marshal, the Admiral, and several Vice Admirals were written in front of a row of wooden fish. After arranging them, Lin Bei stretched and returned to the Thousand Sunny to resume physical training. Sanji first, give me 100 portions of Sea King meat to fill my stomach. Sanji, like a big idiot, lit a cigarette and smoked it, then took out a big pot that could stew 3 or 4 choppers from the warehouse of the Thousand Sunny and turned on the fire. At the same time, on the other side of the mountain and the sea, there was a Blackbeard. Blackbeard caught Ace, but he was not happy at all. On the contrary, the guy with golden light and a head full of scars was laughing happily. He started laughing a few hours ago and has not stopped until now. And the Spoon Demon, he was too lazy to mention the Spoon Demon, they are almost a couple. Blackbeard thought melancholy, will he have to spend the rest of his life with these 2 brothers until death? Just as he was thinking, Zhuang and Lafitte suddenly got excited. Zhuang was obviously startled. After a neigh, he looked up at the sky cautiously. Lafitte did the same. He had small wings on his back ready to run away at any time. After hesitating for a moment, he asked Blackbeard, the guy you said who smiled at you, is he emitting golden light and has a lot of bags on his head, and looks very plump? Teach's eyes widened. Fuck, how did you know? He is smiling at me right above me, sure enough, others can't see it. Do you think we have encountered something dirty? Teach raised his eyebrows. It's not impossible. He looked at Ace, who was still laughing. But the biggest possibility is that someone from the Whitebeard pirates ate the devil fruit and used it on us. Of course, there was one thing Teach didn't say, that is, he felt much more relaxed when he saw someone being tortured with him. Looking at the bastard who released the torture for them, he didn't even let the horse go, and you can see how crazy he is. Lafitte, you'll get used to it. Those who achieve great things will not yield to petty trifles. Lafitte nodded, thinking that he was worthy of being the man he liked. Being chased and beaten by the spoon, enduring the weird laughter all day long, you can still maintain your mentality. You are worthy of you, Marshal D. Teach. I understand, I will contact the Navy right now. Ace's identity is the best bargaining chip for us. As long as we hand it over to the Navy, we will definitely get a seat in the 7 Warlords of the Sea. It's just that the Navy has clearly stated that if we want to join the 7 Warlords of the Sea, we must kick out one of the original people. Who to choose? Teach, have you thought about it? Chapter 222 People with the Same Suffering. Teach's mouth corners grinned with an arrogant arc, of course he has a target. But he just laughed arrogantly and closed his mouth vigilantly. Turning around, sure enough, the Spoon Demon turned around with a spoon in disappointment and knocked him on the back of the head. Since the previous stab, this Spoon Demon has always been thinking about the little flying spoon. How could Teach let him succeed? Crocodile. That guy is a waste. It's a waste to sit in the position of Shishibukai. Before, he came to challenge his father, but was beaten badly. After that time, his heart of strength was broken, so let him become our stepping stone. Lafitte nodded, and thought that this goal was indeed good. First, hand Ace over to the Navy, and we will go to take down Crocodile. As he said, Lafitte called the Navy to send a Den Mushi. What these 2 people didn't know was that after Lin Bei took away his heart, Crocodile no longer focused on the illusory Pluto. He realized that only by becoming stronger could he have the possibility of regaining his heart. Just like in the original plot, after being defeated by Luffy, Crocodile learned from his mistakes in Impel Down, and when he appeared again in the Battle of the Top, he was a completely different person. No longer gloomy, but with a hint of heroism. He immediately challenged Whitebeard, who defeated him in the past. Think about it, why did Crocodile only dare to find Pluto in Alabasta for so long, instead of fighting back against Whitebeard? Teach was right, his strong heart was indeed broken. But the appearance of Lin Bei and the Straw Hat Pirates rekindled his idea of becoming stronger. So in the original plot, the subsequent Crocodile can team up with Hawkeye. Hawkeye admitted that he and himself had the same status in the Cross Guild, and also implicitly acknowledged Crocodile's strength at that time. Now Old Sand no longer advances into the city, but is still improving his strength every moment. The purpose is to one day get his heart back from Lin Bei. The big injustice of the Blackbeard pirates, they didn't know that they had picked another iron plate. They also happily communicated with the Navy and handed over the prisoner Ace. About 2 or 3 days later, the Navy came. The leader of the team was Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel. He recovered well, but there was no smile on his face, and his eyebrows could be seen twitching all the time. When Teach came forward with Ace, Flying Squirrel didn't look happy either, and his face almost said no entry. Teach didn't know what was wrong, but it was normal for the Navy to hate pirates. Yes, he actually thought it was normal. If the original Teach had seen Flying Squirrel treat him like this, he would definitely smile in front of others and swear viciously behind others that he would kill this Vice Admiral after completing his plan. But now, I don't know what happened, but after listening to the laughter of the Golden Man with a bruise on his head for 2 or 3 days, Teach felt much calmer. He even inexplicably felt that the old man's laughter made sense. He himself didn't understand why he thought it made sense just by listening to his laughter, but I just think it makes sense. He couldn't say anything specifically. Suddenly, Teach saw the Flying Squirrel unconsciously glanced to the upper right, and his eyes were filled with helplessness and impatience. Teach was stunned, and then he had a particularly bold idea. Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel, stay. Can you see someone smiling at you? Hey! The Flying Squirrel looked at Teach very irritably. To his upper right, there was indeed a man with a golden head who was smiling, and he had been smiling for 2 days without taking a breath. At the same time, he also knew that several other lieutenants, including Aokiji and Marshal Sengoku, also had such a thing. At first, they thought that Marshal Sengoku had developed a new ability in the form of a Buddha. After all, the thing that was smiling was too much like the appearance of Sengoku after he turned into a Buddha. But after a day, the Flying Squirrel couldn't help it, and went straight to find Marshal Sengoku and asked Sengoku to stop this boring behavior. As a result, Zhangguo slammed the table. You come to ask me, who should I ask? Who made such a thing for me? I was not quiet when I slept at night. When he smiled, I was so awake that I couldn't sleep all night. At this time, several vice admirals and Aokiji realized that it was not a new ability developed by Zhangguo. The suspect was obvious. Lin Bei. IU. In the past 2 or 3 days, several vice admirals swept the islands near the Seven Water capital like crazy, but they couldn't find the Straw Hat Pirates. How could they know that the Straw Hat Pirates took an unconventional route and went to the Devil's Triangle? At this time, someone actually told the Flying Squirrel about this, and the Flying Squirrel widened his eyes. Can you see it? No, you too. Blackbeard Teach was suddenly moved, and felt like he had found the organization. Yes. He appeared inexplicably 3 days ago, and he hasn't stopped laughing until now. It was impossible for the Flying Squirrel to say much to the pirates, but when Teach said this, he suddenly felt a sense of sympathy. Me too. Have you dealt with the Straw Hat Pirates before? Teach was stunned. JJ.br. Yes, how do you know? No wonder, it was that bastard Lin Bei who did it. You must have offended him, he is narrow-minded. Teach slowly widened his eyes, as if he had finally found the culprit who tortured him. Has anyone in your navy seen the man who hit me in the face with a spoon? The flying squirrel glanced at the spoon demon. I thought this was your crew member, your special fetish. As far as I know, the navy has never seen such a person. Teach was depressed. This guy appeared before meeting the Straw Hat Pirates. It is impossible for him to know me before. Could it really be someone from the Whitebeard Pirates? The flying squirrel was very emotional. He was originally very irritable. Because my Buddha's laughter makes people sober, I can't sleep at night. I can only listen to him laughing all the time. And normal people can't not sleep, so his state is completely different from Teach's. Teach doesn't need sleep, but their vice-admirals, admirals, and marshals don't. After 2 days of not sleeping, his temper is already very bad. But seeing that there are people who are worse off than him, the flying squirrel inexplicably feels a lot more relaxed. I'll take Ace away, this is a great contribution. Marshal Sengoku asked me to tell you to get rid of one of the 7 warlords as soon as possible so that I can pull you up. Originally, the flying squirrel was too lazy to say this to a pirate. To him, the 7 warlords are also pirates, all garbage. But after seeing Teach, he felt much better and said this. I understand, I will solve it as soon as possible. After getting Teach's slightly sad answer, the flying squirrel nodded and turned away. Chapter 223 Today's Superpower Wabi Babu. I don't know how violent the navy is or how troubled Teach is. Lin Bei and the Straw Hat Pirates live a very quiet and peaceful life. After 2 or 3 days of sailing, Lin Bei's physique has been strengthened a lot. Before, his physique could only be considered as the level of a major general who specialized in physical arts, but now, he is gradually approaching the level of a vice-general who specialized in physical arts. It must be said that once the ability of the 6-vaulted immortal thief is fully unleashed, the speed of becoming stronger is extremely fast. It's just a bit of a headache for Sanji. These 2 days, Sanji has been to Chopper for several medical examinations, saying that his wrist was dislocated due to shaking. After hearing about this, Zoro immediately put down the barbell in his hand and ran to Chopper's infirmary and stood there teasing. Why don't you just practice your hand skills, such as fighting with people while holding a spatula? Your hand strength is stronger than your foot strength now, plus your superpowers. Hey, why don't you learn sword skills from me? Zoro's teasing tone made Sanji's veins burst, and he immediately retorted. Okay, I'll chop people with a kitchen knife during the day, and cut vegetables for you with a kitchen knife at night, so you can savor the sweetness of human flesh and hair. This was the first time that Zoro was speechless after being teased by Sanji. He just remembered that Sanji was a cook. Although Sanji was extremely professional and would not do anything to the food, it was not impossible for him to occasionally break his professional ethics. So after that, Zoro never teased Sanji about this matter again, for fear that his food would have something that shouldn't be there. This morning, early in the morning. It was the 5th day after leaving the iceberg sea. Lin Bei got up as usual and went to the deck to wash up, and took a look at today's superpowers. Today's superpower, Crazy Dave. Ability Introduction, Wabi Babu. Today's mission, obtain the invisibility fruit. What the hell? This widow system is so funny. Why is the ability introduction called Wabi Babu? Lin Bei's eyes twitched as he brushed his teeth, but even if he didn't look at the ability introduction, according to his understanding of Dave, this ability is nothing more than plants or zombies. Oh, it would be fun if it was a zombie version of Pirate World. But unless he spreads it on purpose, the zombie virus is either very strong or useless. First of all, if it is very strong, it means that the zombie virus can infect Sea Kings, then this world can be declared GG directly. If it is very weak, it cannot infect Sea Kings. If there is no problem with the sea, the zombies can only be trapped on the island and can't get out. After all, the pirate world is a world with many islands, not a connected continent, so it is difficult to spread. Unfortunately, Lin Bei confirmed that this ability has nothing to do with zombies. Otherwise, I really want to see what the zombie Admiral Akainu looks like, the justice of eating all human brains. And since it has been confirmed that it has nothing to do with zombies, it must be plants. Lin Bei set his evil eyes on Nami's orange tree. Seeing no one around, he stepped forward and put his hand on the orange to release his superpowers. The next second, the orange tree touched by Lin Bei stretched itself out and turned into an orange tree man. It was actually given life. This is a bit like the ability of anthropomorphism, but this ability can only enlighten plants, and there should be no limit. Just when Lin Bei was excited to see what the orange tree man was capable of, he suddenly felt a gust of evil wind coming from behind. Bang! Gently wake up the sleeping soul. Nami swung a fist on Lin Bei's head, hitting a big bump. What did you do to my orange tree? As soon as the voice fell, Lin Bei had no time to explain, and he saw the orange tree man angry. The enlightened plants automatically protect their owners. Even though it was Nami who took care of them and prevented them from being eaten by Luffy, the orange tree man was not soft at all when he beat Nami. The attack method of the orange tree man is very interesting, that is, throwing oranges. Each orange can produce the power of a high explosive grenade. When an orange was thrown next to Nami, Nami was blown away before she could react. Fortunately, there is a law that there is no harm in internal fighting on the ship, otherwise Nami would have to use a wheelchair in the future. Nami, who slowly climbed up, was stunned by the explosion and looked at Lin Bei in disbelief. You let it blow me up. Lin Bei waved his hands hurriedly. It has nothing to do with me, he threw it himself, I didn't teach him. After Lin Bei finished speaking, he saw the orange tree man standing in front of Lin Bei, looking like no one can attack my master. 2 orange grenades are ready to be thrown at any time. Nami's tears fell. My orange tree, use oranges to blow me up. The explosion just now woke everyone up. After discovering that it was Lin Bei's superpower, they all relaxed and went up one by one to start pulling the orange tree. Except for Sanji, no one cared about Nami, who was crying and feeling wronged. But soon Sanji was also attracted by the orange tree man. As a professional chef, he smelled a smell that could drive him crazy. The smell came from the orange grenade after it exploded. Although it would explode, the smell after the explosion made Sanji, a chef, unable to stop after tasting a little, it was too addictive. It is well known that Nami's orange tree is sour, but the orange that exploded on the ground is simply the peak of the taste of oranges. Sanji quickly asked Lin Bei to help pick one, wanting to try cooking, but as expected, it exploded. Sanji thought about it and asked Usopp to help make a pot. Lin Bei looked familiar. On Earth, this thing should be the explosion-proof pot next to the subway station. Sanji threw the fruit in, and after a bang, he opened the lid. Sanji tasted the jam after the explosion, and his soul almost ascended to heaven. It tasted so good. After giving everyone a few bites, everyone went to heaven. Then, the orange tree man saw a group of humans with red-eye special effects surrounding him. The orange tree man panicked and wanted to ask his master for help, but found that his master had already grabbed an orange from him. That is, the orange tree man can't speak, otherwise he would definitely shout. Hentai yada. A minute later, the orange tree man sat weakly on the ground, and there was no orange on him. And his master and the group of perverted humans were throwing its fruit into the pot and tasting it after it exploded. Who knows how much psychological trauma this scene caused to a young tree man who is not yet an adult. At this time, only Nami gently helped it up and planted it again. Chapter 224 Arrival at the Devil's Triangle Sea. The moment he tasted the orange, Lin Bei decided that this ability must be retained. The key is that this ability has powerful firepower. An ordinary orange tree can exert such great firepower, so what if it is a more powerful plant? For example, the corn cannon is very powerful in the game. If it is put into the world of One Piece, it may become a real cannon. At the very least, if it is of ordinary size, it will become a small grenade launcher. And to be honest, this ability is very suitable for Usopp. In the original plot, Usopp played plants in the later period. Although Usopp now plays cannons under his influence and has also practiced armed color domineering, it doesn't matter. It's better to have more skills. I just don't know what task to do if I want to give Usopp this ability. Choose to give it to a partner, Usopp. Publish partner task. In the absence of help from others, next, defeat the ghost princess Perona, and you can give it to her after you complete it. Perona. That little dark loli. Lin Bei's smile gradually. Usopp, do you like this ability? Lin Bei suddenly spoke, and Usopp didn't react for a moment, but soon he widened his eyes. Of course. Usopp burst into tears. Is it finally my turn to strengthen this version? But the conditions to complete are also very severe. Are you mentally prepared? You may be worse than Sanji, and death is not impossible. Ah, is that so? I suddenly got a disease that will kill me if I complete the conditions. Usopp is indeed Usopp, a first-class performing artist who retreats in the world of pirates. Zoro hugged his shoulders and looked at him, and his face was almost written with contempt. Sanji lit a cigarette and said, "Aren't you going to be a warrior on the sea? Warriors can also get sick, right?" Usopp said with his neck shrunk. Lin Bei said calmly, "You only have one chance. If you give up, there will be no chance next time. Isn't there anything less dangerous? Do you think pie will fall from the sky?" In order to complete the challenge, Sanji kicked several P9s and was beaten to the point of being half dead. It doesn't matter if you are afraid. I think this ability is also very good. After saying this, Usopp had no chance. Is it the first day he knew that the vice-captain was narrow-minded? You can't take what I don't give you. Do you dare not take what I give you? Usopp, you don't know what love from the vice-captain is. Usopp nodded weakly, hit on the Mary, and continued to upgrade his weapons. This has almost become Usopp's habit. As long as he realizes his cowardice, he will improve his weapons. It's as if as long as the firepower is large enough, he will no longer be cowardly. Lin Bei knows that the fear and cowardice on the surface are just the appearance of Usopp, and his core is brave. It's just that he has been used to the fear and cowardice since he was a child, so he won't become brave unless he is forced to do so. So Lin Bei said that he would let Usopp do whatever he wants, but in fact he had already thought about how to whip Usopp later. If you want to become stronger without going through the pain, what good things are you thinking? The ship continued to sail, and soon, in the gym and observation room on the mast, Zoro saw a barrel and informed everyone through the radio. Everyone gathered immediately. Usopp took a telescope and found that it was a wooden barrel with a flag hanging on it. The flag read "Before the Sea God's Treasure." Lin Bei knew that he was about to meet the second Shishibukai, and the love from the vice-captain was about to come. The companions of the Straw Hat group followed their usual recklessness and fished up the barrel. Robin and Nami, who were well informed, knew that this was a sacrifice to the sea god. Mostly wine and food. Upon hearing this, Zoro wanted to open it and taste it. But Nami told him that he had to pray to God first. Zoro was very disdainful and said that he would not pray to some illusory god for wine. Lin Bei wanted to say at that time that he had never seen the friendly smile of Buddha. But it is true that their group killed a thunder god, and it would be too ridiculous to pray to some god before drinking. So Luffy directly untied the rope on the wine barrel and opened the lid. As a result, a cloud-piercing arrow and thousands of troops came to meet. This is a flare. In simple terms, the person who laid this thing marked an enemy when someone opened the barrel. When everyone realized that this was a trap, they immediately became alert. But no one saw a storm, but waited for a storm. However, with Nami's increasingly excellent navigation skills and two extremely reliable ships, the Straw Hat pirates were not afraid of a storm at all. In the shortest time, they crossed the storm area and came to a sea covered by dark clouds, the Devil's Triangle Sea. At first, everyone was still confused, why it was so dark in the daytime. Until Nami thought of something. "This is not that sea area," Frankie said immediately. "Yes, it is that sea area. Usopp, Riddler, get out of one piece. What on earth is this place?" Frankie laughed sinisterly, and he began to scare the timid Usopp with a bad taste. "This is the sea area where more than 100 ships disappear every year, the Devil's Triangle Sea area." "Usopp? Is it because of ghosts, ghosts?" "Hee, yes, this place is haunted." Luffy laughed in Usopp's ear, and this laugh reduced a year's merit, but fortunately the wooden fish kept knocking. Usopp instantly had a layer of white sweat on his body, but he also realized that everyone might be teasing him. "How could everyone know where this place is, but I don't know?" Usopp had an expression of "why I was the only one afraid of you all," but in fact, Chopper was just as scared as him. Usopp was just a little scared, but Chopper really saw a ghost. Perona's negative ghost was floating behind him, revealing a head. But he was too scared to speak, and everyone was focusing on teasing Usopp, so no one noticed him. "It was Granny Kokoro who told us about this, so we know. It is said that there are lost skeletons here," Luffy said. After all, the Straw Hat Pirates stayed in the Seven Waters for a while, and Granny Kokoro, who had a good relationship with Iceberg and Frankie, would naturally come over often to drink and chat. As they chatted, they got involved in the matter of the Devil's Triangle. But when they talked about this, Usopp happened to be away, so he didn't know. The others seized this point and turned around. For more novels, 184,090, join, https://discord.gg/skstgaschk, scare him one by one. Sanji specially struck a match in the dim environment and used the faint light to illuminate his face from below. "Listen, Usopp, it is said that there are ships carrying ghosts floating here." Lin Bei thought about it after seeing this. Everyone has said it, so it seems that he is not sociable if he does not share it. I just thought about scaring Usopp later. Well, it's all the same. Hey Usopp, let me tell you a real story about the Devil's Triangle. Chapter 225 Brook appears. It is said that there was an ambitious captain who wanted to conquer this Devil's Sea, so he took the initiative to sail into it. But on the first day, they encountered strange things. There was often a faint singing in their ears. The singing was very nice, but it had magic power and would harvest people's lives. At first, the captain and the crew did not believe that this was a group of bold guys. They continued to sail in this Devil's Sea. But on the second day, the crew found that one person was missing. Then on the third day, the fourth day, one person was missing every day. The crew began to panic. They wanted the captain to drive the ship out of this Devil's Sea, and the captain was a little scared and decided to leave tomorrow. The crew was calmed down. But after one night, when the crew got up and prepared to leave the sea area, the captain disappeared. The crew was completely panicked. They didn't desperate to leave the sea area, they rowed hard regardless of the faint singing in their ears. At this time, one crew member wanted to go to the warehouse to get a bucket of water for everyone because everyone was tired. When he arrived at the warehouse on the bottom of the ship, he felt something dripping on his neck. At first he thought it was water, but then he felt something was wrong, a little sticky. He reached out and wiped it, and in the dim candlelight, he saw blood all over his hands. At this time, he looked up tremblingly. Just face to face with the missing captain. Not only the captain, but all the missing crew members were nailed on the roof of the warehouse. Pairs of grey eyes seemed to be staring at him. The crew was terrified, because above the warehouse was where they slept every day. Thinking that they slept with so many dead people every day, the crew rushed out of the warehouse like crazy, wanting to go to the deck to inform others. But when he rushed to the deck, all the crew disappeared, and the long song still rang in his ears. When Lin Bei finished telling this story, Usopp and the timid Chopper had already curled up together in each other's arms. In fact, this is a ghost story that Lin Bei heard when he was a child, and then adapted it according to the geographical location of the Devil's Triangle. It must be said that after Lin Bei heard this ghost story when he was a child, he would check his bedboard every day before going to bed to see if there was a good brother nailed under it. Very scared. But when I grew up, I suddenly felt that the good brothers in this kind of ghost story were too resentful. Every time the one was nailed, it must be the protagonist's good brother, and he would never close his eyes. Now think about it, it is a bit funny, and not scary anymore. But he was very satisfied with the effect of telling this story. It is estimated that Usopp and Chopper will also check if there is anyone nailed under their bed when they go to sleep. Lin Bei noticed that even Zoro and Sanji had sweat on their foreheads. In such a special environment, telling ghost stories is really lethal. But what Lin Bei didn't expect was that just after he finished telling this story, he really heard a long song in his ears. Yo ho 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 yo ho ho ho. Usopp and Chopper, who were already scared, screamed. Here it comes! Here it comes! The song of death is coming! Along with the song, a shabby big ship slowly floated by. That sound came from the ship. Now, everyone was not calm. Hey Lin Bei! The story you told can't be true. Lin Bei naturally knew that the ship and the source of the sound were Brook. But of course it's true. Everyone on the ship was in a panic. Zoro and Sanji were sweating, and only Robin seemed to be a little calm. Until the big ship passed by, everyone saw a skeleton leaning against the ship, singing Binks's whine. People's fear often comes from the unknown, like you don't know what will happen after death. And once you see a singing Afro skeleton, even if the scene is really outrageous, it won't be too scary for the Straw Hat Pirates. Luffy quickly returned to normal. Did you see it? The skeleton is singing. The timid Usopp shouted immediately. Idiot! How can a skeleton sing? This must be the evil spirit in Lin Bei's story. He wants to nail us to death one by one. Luffy's eyes were burning. There are actually living skeletons, let's go and see. Yoshi! Get closer, I want to go up and see. Usopp! Luffy, you already have a way to die. We will be cursed. Lin Bei smiled evilly and hugged Usopp. But, this is the captain's will, how can we disobey it? You are right, Usopp. Usopp! That's what I said, but if we are cursed. If you are worried, you can go with me. Usopp's eyes almost popped out. Who wants to go? At least someone should watch Luffy and don't let him do anything stupid. That's your responsibility as the vice captain. Hey, our ship is very democratic. I have a fair method. Let's draw lots. Choose 2 people to follow Luffy up to check the situation. Luffy scratched his head. No need, I can go up alone. Usopp pointed at Luffy and shouted in surprise. Look, this is what the captain meant. Lin Bei clapped his hands. The captain's opinion, dogs don't listen. Usopp! That's not what you said just now, bastard. Under Lin Bei's democracy, it was still drawing lots to decide who would get on board. The long lot stays, the short lot goes up, is that okay? Everyone nodded, and Lin Bei took out a bunch of sticks. Usopp was not panicked at this time, thanking Lin Bei for letting them practice haki together before. Now his observation haki has reached perfection. Isn't this equivalent to touching a hand of cards? Usopp laughed and was the first to draw a lot, running for a long stick. I'll draw this one. Lin Bei smiled kindly at this. Okay. While speaking, Usopp drew the stick, but found that the stick was at least half shorter than what he saw with his observation haki. Usopp looked at the smiling Lin Bei, how could he not know what happened? Lin Bei, you. What's wrong? The smile on Lin Bei's face gradually disappeared. You don't mean to say that this stick is a long stick, right? Yes. Then the question is, in the gentleman's game, you can't use observation haki, how did you know? Usopp, cheaters have to swallow 1,000 needles. Usopp was silent, he understood that this was a trap. No matter whether the one drawn was long or short, he would be the one to board the ship in the end. Usopp squatted aside and began to draw circles, waiting for all the lots to be drawn. Chapter 226 Yo ho ho ho, can I see your panties? After that, there was no cheater, the draw was over soon, and the lucky one chosen was another member of the Coward Alliance, Nami. Usopp and Nami both cried and said, I say, at least choose someone who is capable to board the ship. The two looked weak, helpless, and pitiful, which made Lin Bei sigh. Okay, then I'll go on the ship with you. Seeing Lin Bei accompanying them, the two were not so scared, followed closely behind Lin Bei, and carefully boarded the dilapidated ship. Hello. I'm so sorry, I didn't say hello when we met just now. I was really scared. I don't know how many years it has been since I last saw a living person. There are only ghost ships here, which is so scary. An exploding skull in a suit, holding a cup of coffee in his hand and a purple cane on his arm, greeted the people on the ship very gentlemanly. As expected, Usopp and Nami were scared to tears at the first time. Usopp even understood Brook's words as that he hadn't seen a living person who could be killed for a long time. Ah! Lin Bei and Luffy thought this exploding skull was very cute. Even Nami was relieved after finding that this skull didn't seem to be aggressive. A skeleton was actually afraid of the ghost ship. The contrast was great. I said I was not mistaken, the exploding skull was really talking. Luffy laughed loudly. Brook looked at Luffy who was laughing, and Nami behind him. The whole person, no, the whole skeleton was stunned. He looked down at what he was wearing, and quickly tidied it up. After tidying up the clothes, he walked up to Nami who was not particularly scared anymore and said, "Beautiful lady." Nami swallowed her saliva and said nervously, "What's wrong? Can I see your underwear?" At this moment, a sentence made Nami completely lose her fear. He turned into a shark face and kicked Brook on the head. Brook was kicked directly to the ground, and a meat bag grew on his head. "What a powerful lady, it hurts my bones." "Ah, although I am just a skeleton." Nami shouted unhappily, "What the hell," but Luffy laughed. This guy really hits Luffy's point. For this reason, Luffy specially asked an interview question, "Hey, are you pooping?" Brook stood up and took his coffee in his hand, then said, "Don't look at me as a skeleton, but I can poop." Lin Bei rubbed his chin. "Really, I don't believe it." Nami listened to this conversation and felt that she didn't know whether she was crazy or these three people were crazy. Is it the time to ask this? Hey! Shouldn't we ask about the real situation of this sea area now, and whether there will be any dangers? Lin Bei looked at Brook without turning his head. Compared to that kind of thing, I want to see how a skeleton poops now. Brook is very easygoing, scratching his afro and said, "Hey, it's said that I can poop, but I haven't pooped for a long time. After all, I can't eat anything here often, Yororo." "It doesn't matter, that's not a big deal." Lin Bei stared at Brook with burning eyes, and walked forward to open the jet halo. He had seen meat growing on bones before, and now he wanted to know how bones pooped. Did they have lottie lumbricoides? Hey hey! Hey! Brook actually felt the long-lost urge to defecate. "What's going on?" "Sorry for being rude." Brook quickly fiddled with his long legs and disappeared on the deck. After a while, when he came back, his pants on the lower body were not, and changed into a skirt made of rags. "Ah, how rude, I don't know what happened, the urge to defecate suddenly came back after so many years. My pants were also ruined here, because it was too long, there was no clothes to change, so I can only meet you like this." Nami punched Lin Bei on the head when she saw this. "Asshole, don't make such a joke." After saying that, she apologized to Brook. I'm sorry you lost your only pants. We have new clothes on the ship. Please change into them. Brook scratched his afro. Yo ho ho ho, I really met a good person. Don't worry about it. It let me experience the long-lost squirting. For me, who hasn't squirted for a long time, it's a very novel experience. Yo ho ho ho. Usopp dared to stand up at this time. This skeleton is a bit different from the one in Lin Bei's story. How come this one feels a little cute? Luffy kept laughing. Ha ha ha, you are so funny. Do you want to be my partner? Usopp and Nami both slapped their foreheads helplessly. Luffy is here again. How could they possibly do that in this situation? Okay. That's too careless, too. So, he was just dragged aboard by Luffy. Zoro's forehead was bulging with veins. Then why do you want to follow Luffy? Isn't it just to prevent Luffy from doing stupid things? Lin Bei shrugged. The captain's opinion cannot be violated. Usopp, who had been cheated once, whispered. That's not what you said before. Okay, Lin Bei said. Since there are new partners joining, let's have a meal together first. Everyone was still very cautious about Brook at this time, especially Sanji. Brook actually asked if he could see Robin and Nami's panties when he got on the boat. This was something he wanted to ask but didn't dare to ask. Luckily, after a meal, everyone's attitude towards Brook eased a lot. After all, Brook is a gentle old skeleton, and such people are always very easy to get along with. After Brook's self-introduction, everyone knew that this guy was not a ghost, but a person who had eaten the Yomiuri fruit and died once and resurrected. Speaking of why he became a skeleton, the reason was also ridiculous. It turned out that Brook's soul got lost when returning to the body, and was lost for a whole year, so he could only become a skeleton. But the body functions are the same as normal people, he can eat, spray, and get a big bump on his head. After understanding that this is the ability of the devil fruit, everyone also breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that it's not a ghost. At this time, everyone still had some resistance. After all, it was someone they didn't know, and suddenly joined. It would be like this. When Robin joined at that time, it was the same. But when Lin Bei said, "Do you remember Lab?" the skeleton suddenly trembled, but no one noticed. Instead, they said one by one, "Is it the island whale at Gemini Cape, the one that hit the red Earth continent with its head?" "Yes." "Aren't you curious about what I said to Lab at that time to make it calm down and stop hitting the red Earth continent?" "I told him that the person who made an agreement with it didn't escape, but was trapped. And that person is in the Devil's Triangle." Chapter 227 Ding. Your boarding benefits have been issued. Everyone suddenly realized something. That person couldn't be Brook. At this moment, the skeleton was already in tears. "Lab, is it still waiting for me?" It was such a touching scene. Lin Bei nodded to confirm, but he just wanted to see what part of Brook secreted tears. He even held Brook's skull and touched his eye sockets with his hands. "Dame, dammia damn. Please stop, this is really rude." Brook's righteous protest attracted the interest of Chopper, a professional doctor. "What a standard skeleton!" The medical student was ecstatic. "It will be convenient to study human bones in the future." Brook felt that the situation was a bit bad, but he couldn't run away. After learning that Brook was the old friend of Lab, with the bonus of Lab, everyone quickly became familiar with Brook. "But since you are here, and Lin Bei also told Lab about your location, why didn't you see it?" Usopp asked. Sanji lit a cigarette. "Maybe it got lost." Zoro wiped his knife. "It's possible that it was eaten by other sea kings on the way, or hunted by humans." The skeleton was visibly nervous. "Ah! What should we do?" "Go out and find it," Usopp said. As he spoke, Usopp suddenly thought of something. "Speaking of which, why haven't you left this sea area for decades? This kind of place is not a good place to live, and you still afraid of ghosts?" Brook's face darkened. "This is because I can't see the sun." Is it a side effect of the Yomuri fruit? No, it's because my shadow was taken away, so I can only survive in a place without sunlight. Once I'm exposed to the sun, I will die. That's why I'm sorry. Although I joined you, I can only choose to stay in this Devil's Sea. I'm glad to meet you, and you also told me the news about Lab. Since Lab has waited for me for so many years, let me wait for it this time. I will wait here for Lab arrive and fulfill the promise of the year. When Brooke spoke, there was no skill at all emotion. However, Luffy would not allow his companions who boarded his ship to stay in this dark sea and continue to be alone. We will help you take back your shadow. Brooke, who had been alone for decades, was very moved. But how can I let you who just met die for me? The person who took away my shadow is very powerful. Speaking of this, Usopp suddenly stiffened, his neck creaked as if it was rusted, and looked at Lin Bei. Lin Bei, the challenge you mentioned is not related to this. Lin Bei smiled mysteriously. Guess Usopp knew it in his heart, and this matter was almost certain. How strong must the opponent who can't even beat the skeleton be? Lin Bei dug his ears and flicked off the dandruff on his nails. It's just a Shishibukai. You have beaten the Vice Admiral and Admiral of the Navy. Are you still afraid of this? It's just one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Brooke looked at the people in front of him with some surprise. Are you strong? You have beaten the Vice Admiral and Admiral of the Navy. Luffy nodded cutely, and Nami introduced the bounty of several people. Brooke immediately saw hope. If so, maybe he can really see the sun and Lab again. Luffy pressed his hat and said to Brooke with a standard smile. Of course, we can't wait here for Lab, Brooke. Go out and see for yourself. Ding! Your invitation to the Straw Hat Pirates has been approved, and the boarding benefit 1 is issued. Automatically open the benefit and provide an opportunity to solve personal troubles 1. Chapter 228 Usopp Challenge Plan. Brooke was indeed deeply moved by Luffy. If he still had a shadow, he really wanted to continue sailing with this pirate group. It's just that he had tried countless times to get his shadow back, so he knew how powerful the person who took his shadow was. He didn't want these good people to die here. Even if they had just met, Brooke didn't want to hurt them. It can be said that anyone who was recognized by Luffy was a pretty good person. Suddenly, a rumble could be heard outside. Brooke knew it was time to say goodbye. The Straw Hat Pirates' ship had entered the Thriller bark. That is the territory of Gecko Maria. The roar just now was the sound of the terrifying 3-masted sailing ship closing the outer fence and enclosing the ship inside. It's time to continue to ask for his shadow back. Knowing that Leibo came to find him, how could he not reunite with Leibo in the sun? Moreover, if possible, he also wanted to join this good pirate group to continue the unfinished adventure. Brooke ran out of the restaurant as light as a swallow and stood on the bow of the 1,000 Miles Sunshine. With only a skeleton left, he could even run on the sea easily. Everyone, I am very happy to receive your hospitality. Now you should immediately destroy the door at the back and leave, and never anchor here. I am very happy to meet you. I will never forget this sumptuous lunch. Let's meet again on the sea. As he said, Brooke jumped directly onto the sea without waiting for Luffy to stop him, and then ran on the sea. Lin Bei lay on the fence, supporting his chin with his hand. If you just came and saw this scene, you would think you were at the Hokage. But logically speaking, it should start. No one noticed Lin Bei muttering here, everyone was discussing whether they should land on the huge island ship in front of them. That place looked gloomy and scary, and the timid trio immediately said they couldn't go. But Luffy, like SpongeBob, had prepared a suit to catch ghosts, with a bamboo net, which was exactly the same as the pole used to catch jellyfish in SpongeBob. While everyone was discussing fiercely, Lin Bei saw a transparent negative ghost. This is Perona's ability. In fact, this ghost has appeared on the ship since entering the Devil's Sea, but only Chopper saw it at that time. Now, it has appeared in front of everyone openly. Wow! There really is a ghost. Everyone also discovered this thing, and Usopp's legs were shaking. Luffy was very excited and picked up the net and started to catch it. At the moment Luffy started to catch it, the negative ghost was attacked, so it began to copy more negative ghosts, and then launched a counterattack against the Straw Hat Pirates. At first, no one took it seriously, until Luffy and Frankie, who were closest, were pierced by the negative ghost. The two knelt on the ground on the spot, and Frankie supported the ground. "No, I really can't do it this week. I can't do anything. I don't have the confidence to live anymore." Luffy is the same. "If there is an afterlife, I would like to be a shell." Seeing the two of them like this, Sanji and the people who got on the boat later became alert to the ghosts. But Zoro and Nami became alert to Lin Bei. Is that superpower that can make people superb again? Yes. I remember it clearly. It could also make people negative at that time. Lin Bei waved his hands quickly. "It has nothing to do with me, it's the ghost's fault. If you don't believe me, just look." He touched a negative ghost and said negatively, "I'm so handsome, why am I so handsome, but I can't be more handsome than the reader, I'm so inferior." Sanji's forehead was bulging with veins. "Why is your negativity so different from those two idiots? Your narcissism has penetrated into your bones." In fact, Lin Bei didn't not negative. The moment he touched the negative ghost, he became an element. That's right, even if the negative ghost is a bug, the prerequisite is that it must touch the body. Lin Bei was a little nervous at first, but later found that there was no problem. Zoro hugged his shoulders and said disdainfully, "Humph, this is only the case with people like you who are not determined. If it were me." Before he finished speaking, a negative ghost came up and slapped him in the face. It went straight through his body. The next second, Zoro knelt on the ground and shouted negatively, "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have been born in this world." Sanji roared. In the end, you couldn't resist it either. After Zoro, the negative ghost began a large-scale attack, making everyone negative, and everyone knelt on the ground in extreme negativity. There was only one person who stood there and nothing happened. Usopp was ready to be negative with everyone, but after being passed by the ghost, he found that he was fine. Usopp looked at everyone kneeling on the ground and scratched his head. "What's the situation now?" Lin Bei raised his head slowly and said with a negative expression. "We are all useless, Usopp, we can only rely on you now. If you can't solve the negative ghost, the Straw Hat Pirates will be wiped out. We have no fighting power at all." Usopp suddenly felt that his shoulders were weighed down by 1,000 pounds. He looked at the strange building on the island in the distance. He didn't know when the danger would appear, and Usopp's legs kept shaking. Fortunately, he thought of Mary. "Mary is so strong now, he will definitely help me." But when he turned around, Usopp was shocked to find that Mary was also depressed. "I am a waste ship, I should not be born in this world." Mary. In fact, Mary was the first to be penetrated by the negative ghost. If Mary was a ship, there would be no problem, but Mary is now a person, so he was also affected by the negative ghost. Lin Bei's face was full of negativity. "Ah, Usopp, are you afraid? Then let's just wipe out the whole group. We shouldn't be in this world." Usopp gritted his teeth, and Usopp, the god of despair, was online. Usopp updated his equipment again, with a cross, a Buddha logo, a bunch of garlic, and even a wooden fish hanging around his neck. At the same time, in the Navy headquarters, Marshal Sengoku, who was almost driven crazy, suddenly felt that the world was peaceful. Did that damn Buddha finally make himself laugh to death? Chapter 229 Devil Fruits, are they also plants? Usopp has magic salvation hanging in front of him, relying on various gods. What he carries on his back is physical salvation. It is the various guns and cannons he developed. Looking at everyone kneeling on the ground because of the negative ghost, Usopp resolutely set off. In Frankie's number 2 dock, there is a small 4-seater shopping boat modified by Vayaba, and Usopp drove it to the island. Seeing him leave, Linbei immediately returned to normal, and Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, Nami, Robin, Chopper, and Frankie beside him also returned to normal. In fact, the passive ghost's passive time is not very long. It was Linbei who specifically told them to pretend for a while, otherwise Usopp's courage could not be inspired. That's why everyone pretended to be passive and unable to fight. It will be very dangerous for Usopp to go alone. Chopper looked at Usopp's leaving figure worriedly. Linbei nodded. It's definitely dangerous, but if you can get through this, Usopp will usher in an epic enhancement. Sanji expressed disbelief. Can it be stronger than me? Isn't it just giving plants life and certain combat power? I can kick out the finale with one kick. Linbei didn't say much, turned around and went to the cabin to get a devil fruit that he hadn't eaten before. No matter from what angle, this is considered a plant, there's nothing wrong with it. Linbei took a cat fruit leopard form that exploded from Lucci. At present, there are still bubble fruit, giraffe fruit, and an unknown animal fruit, which was a fruit that Spondam borrowed from the Navy at that time. Linbei used Crazy Dave's ability on this leopard-shaped animal-type devil fruit. As he thought, this ability can change all plants. The next second, this devil fruit turned into a big leopard with a fruit on its head and devil fruit patterns on its body. Obviously, after the animal-type devil fruit is affected by Crazy Dave's superpower, it will become something like a pumpkin and perform close-range attacks. I just don't know how powerful it is. Linbei asked Zoro to experiment with it and hit it a few times. Zoro commented that the speed was very good and he wanted to surpass him, but the strength was not as strong as him. Linbei was a little disappointed. Is this the performance of the devil fruit after being affected? It shouldn't be. An ordinary orange tree can be so strong. As the pinnacle of plants in the pirate world, the devil fruit should not have only this ability. Perhaps sensing Linbei's disappointment, the cat fruit leopard form's eyes turned red and entered a violent state. It changed from a complete beast form to a leopard form, and its body size increased to 8 or 9 meters, becoming a giant leopard man. This time, when fighting Zoro, Zoro could only rely on his poor observation haki to passively defend. The transformed cat fruit was too strong. And this strength reminded Linbei of the special form of the fruit ability user, Awakening. This is the awakening of the animal system. Fuck. Awesome, it is said that such a powerful thing as the devil fruit cannot have such a lame performance. Sure enough. Zoro passively defended for a full 10 minutes, and the giant leopard turned back to the normal beast form. It seems that this is the limit time for one transformation. Linbei looked at Zoro, and this made Zoro sweat. If it lasted longer, Zoro would have a high chance of losing or even dying. Zoro himself said that he felt he was about to die several times. This ability is indeed an epic enhancement for Usopp. Perhaps one cat fruit is nothing, and two may at most hold back a vice admiral. But as more and more devil fruits are collected, Usopp with this ability will also become the new top combat force of the Straw Hat Pirates. Of course, it depends on whether Usopp can withstand this challenge. But he has the Dor fruit, so he doesn't have to worry too much about his life. Usopp is so lucky. Sanji said with a weird expression. It's not his fault. It's like you just worked hard to get a top-spec weapon, but after the version update, someone else's top-spec weapon surpasses yours. Who can withstand this? Everyone has to call it a jerk game planner. Let's follow him and see how he performs. Frankie suggested. Okay, but how about a bet to see how far he can go? Complete the challenge and deal with the guy who released the negative ghost, and you will get 100 to 1. Go halfway, 20 to 1. Go own at herd, 10 to 1. If you run back directly, you will get 0.1 to 1, how about it? Nami opened the market directly. Chopper is still kind. This is not good. As he said, the gang had already bet tens of thousands of Baileys. Xiaolu was stunned, and his worldview collapsed. Is this a partner? Lin Bei appeared beside him, looked at him kindly, and gave Chopper 100,000 Baileys. Chopper, who just said that this was not good, rushed to Nami with a cute sound effect and directly bet that Usopp could complete the challenge. After placing the bet, everyone slowly followed Usopp to see how he would perform. The first checkpoint of Moria's three-masted sail was a deep trough full of bones and skulls near the shore. Apparently, many people died here. Usopp fell into the pit as soon as he stepped onto the shore. The people behind him who had gotten off Usopp and could only walk on at heard of the way said, "Can you regret it now? This guy's performance is too worrying." In the ditch, Usopp covered his buttocks and cried out in pain. When he recovered, he found that his feet were full of bones, and he was instantly scared and sweating. If there were the main fighters of the Straw Hat Pirates here, he would definitely shrink aside. But now, everyone is negative, and he is the only one left. He is everyone's hope. Usopp kept cheering himself up, and in the end, although his legs were still shaking a little, he still stood up bravely with a shotgun. Suddenly, Usopp's observation haki alert was fully activated. He tensed up and rolled forward, avoiding the sneak attack from behind. He turned his head and saw a three-headed wolf staring at him with saliva. In the past, Usopp would have fainted on the ground just by looking at this thing. But now... Anyway, they are still waiting for me, how can they capsize in the first ditch? Usopp roared, using the volume to increase his courage. The revolver shotgun in his hand roared at the same time, and each shotgun bullet was like a small cannonball, hitting the three-headed wolf directly. Only then did Usopp realize that the three-headed wolf in front of him was not the three-headed hellhound he imagined, but a spliced and stitched monster. There were only 2 wolf heads among the 3 wolf heads, and the other one was a fox head, just to make up the number. The scene suddenly changed from terrifying to a bit funny. Chapter 230 Usopp, I'm scared and anxious. The three-headed wolf was broken into pieces. It was originally a spliced body and was very fragile. But the broken three-headed wolf can still move. The broken claws and heads are rolling hard, as if trying to escape from Usopp. This is the ability given to it by the shadow fruit. Just like a real zombie, it can survive no matter how it is beaten. To solve them, you can only use salt or defeat their master, Moria. Seeing this, Usopp continued to move forward. Defeating a hellhound gradually raised his fighting spirit, and his legs were not shaking so much. Soon, he ran to a cemetery. This is the only way to go to the gloomy castle. Usopp wants to move forward as quickly as possible. In his opinion, the releaser of the negative ghost must be in the castle. But just when he walked to the middle of the cemetery, which was originally quiet and weird, suddenly made a noise. Usopp's observation haki instantly locked onto the source of the noise. It was a graveyard behind a tombstone, and the soil was loose. Why was the soil loose? Usopp's back was covered with cold sweat. If he thought about it carefully, he was surrounded by tombstones. Following the first noise, there were continuous noises. Sometimes it's not a good thing to have too good observation haki. It seems that Usopp has discovered the cause of the noise. It's a group of dead people pushing open their coffins and breaking through the soil to greet him. Usopp was completely frightened. This is a ghost story that has come to reality directly. No. Usopp thought to himself, I must not let these dead people crawl out. So he reached for his shoulder bag. Shoulder bag door. In short, Usopp thought that since he could open the air door and open up another space, could he apply it to make a door out of the bag, which would also be another larger space after opening it. In short, it was Doraemon's treasure bag. After trying for a while, Usopp had succeeded and put all the things he made into this bag. So don't think that he only carried a few physical weapons on his back, but in fact, the space in his bag was filled with a whole arsenal. Of course, there were other things. At this time, Usopp took out the steel plate. There were a lot of them left after upgrading Mary. Seeing a zombie that had stretched its hand out of the ground, Usopp stepped forward and kicked it back, then laid a layer of steel plate on the ground and fixed it to the ground with long steel nails. Then he repeated the operation, laid a layer of steel plate on all the graves along the way, and fixed the coffin board to these zombies. For a while, the sound of dun-dun hitting the steel plate continued. I don't even know if Usopp heard it wrong, and I heard the human shouting and cursing. Fuck, you wicked thing, we can't open the steel plate. Usopp frowned, he must have heard it wrong, how can zombies talk, aren't they always wagging? No matter what, Usopp continued to upgrade the material of the coffin board for the zombies. But, after all, the speed is still too slow. There are hundreds of tombstones in this cemetery, which means hundreds of zombies. How can they deal with them? Usopp only dealt with 20 or 30, and the other zombies stepped up to kick the coffin board open and rushed out of the ground. In fact, they have always been scaring people first. Normal people, even powerful pirates, will feel cold on their backs when they see the scene. They will slowly crawl out of the ground, scare people for a while, and then hold people to wait for the arrival of the cotters. After all, they have no combat power, just ordinary zombies. Except for immortality, they are not powerful. Didn't you see that they can't even break through the steel plate? This time they sped up, there was no time to scare them slowly. Otherwise, none of them would be able to get out of the grave. But since they all came out, don't blame them for their cruel methods. They also upgraded their coffin boards, damn outsiders, be afraid. Indeed, Usopp was scared to death, scared to death. I really didn't expect that there would be so many zombies, crowded and surrounded him. At this moment, only enough firepower could make him feel at ease. So, Usopp took out machine guns and artillery from the space in his bag. This is the result of Usopp and Frankie's efforts these days. When seeing a large number of weapons appear, the zombies were obviously stunned. They are the worst kind of zombies, with no combat power, and Chopper and others can't bully them. Mainly rely on scaring. Faced with these things that Usopp brought out, they bang, bang, bang. Usopp screamed with fear on his face and fired. The heavy machine gun newly developed by him and Frankie sprayed out evil flames. The approaching zombies widened their eyes and were so scared that their heads flew up. Really, their heads were blown off. Usopp was still scared, too scared. Why did these zombies approach me? Usopp picked up the rocket launcher again. With the space in the backpack, the ammunition was basically unlimited. Whoosh! Boom! The zombies were almost scared crazy by Usopp, who was looking scared and shooting wildly. Who is this? You still have time to ask, run. Zombies will not die, but who would not be upset to see that they are left with half a head and half a bird? Usopp turned the land around him over in extreme fear. All the graves were blown flat by him. When the sound of tut-tut-tut disappeared and the bullets were all fired, Usopp stopped. Looking at the surrounding environment, there was no zombie in sight. He breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, firepower can give people enough sense of security. Putting everything back into the bag, Usopp officially headed towards the castle. Linbei and everyone behind him passed by here, looking at the cemetery full of pits after being bombed, and fell into deep thought. Usopp, this guy, looks quite cowardly, but he is quite fierce in battle. Sanji sighed. Frankie wiped his nose. Made of steel. That's right, these weapons were made by Usopp and me together. Not only that, this guy is quite mean. Linbei walked to a remaining tombstone, where the grave was nailed with steel plates. To prevent someone from overturning the coffin lid. Linbei felt that some of his essence was learned thoroughly by Usopp. Linbei pried open a piece of steel plate, and the zombies below were finally able to climb out. The first thing he did after crawling out was to complain. Which wicked guy nailed the coffin board to me, and it's a steel plate. It can't be knocked open. Why doesn't he use concrete? After saying that, the zombie was dumbfounded. There was a mess in front of him. A human squatted beside him and looked at him with a smile. Needless to say, the zombie also knew what was going on in front of him. He forced a smile on his stiff face. Just kidding, brother, help me cover it with concrete. This quilt, I have to cover it with a thick one so I can feel at ease. Lin Bei laughed. The owner of the shadow installed in the body of this zombie was very considerate. Chapter 231 The Strongest of the Rocks Pirates. Usopp's Russian fighting method continued until he entered the castle. There are also a lot of movable wall in Moria's castle paintings, in fact, are zombies sewn by Dr. Hogback. These things can only be said to be a little stronger than the previous zombies, but they are all cannon fodder. They are Moria's watchdog level things. When Usopp used this bombardment style to solve the two scenes of the cemetery and the mural, Moria's cotters finally couldn't help it. A zombie that looked like a butler found Absalom, who had eaten the transparent fruit. "It's bad, Lord Absalom," the Straw Hat Pirate's demon gunner broke in. Absalom's face was gloomy. "It's worthy of being a demon gunner with a bounty of more than 100 million. The strength is strong." Did the rest of the Straw Hat Pirates see it? No, it seems that only the demon gunner Usopp broke in, and he was very anxious, as if he was looking for someone. Absalom thought after a little analysis. It's possible that Perona asked the Straw Hat Pirates to the members of the group entered a passive state, and he just happened to escape, so he was so anxious to find Perona. Ha ha ha, just in time. Since ordinary zombies can't deal with him, let the general zombies go. Get rid of him first, and then get rid of the people behind. The Straw Hat Pirates are a pirate group with a bounty of more than 1.3 billion. The captain and the vice-captain are 300 million and 400 million respectively. As long as Lord Moria can get their shadows, we can go find stronger people. As he said, Absalom went to the room where the general zombies were stored. It must be said that Moria's strategy is actually fine. Although zombies have weaknesses, most people don't think that salt can kill zombies. And the zombie generals, that is, the strong men who died in the sea in the past, are very strong in themselves. As long as there is a shadow that can match their physical strength, the effect of 1 + 1 2 can be achieved. The simplest example is that after Brook's shadow was stuffed into the body of the swordsman Ryoma, there was Ryoma's own power, and Brook's shadow had all the power of Brook, so Brook couldn't beat Ryoma at all. If Moria had not stayed in this place all the time, but had continued to go out to plunder the shadows of the strong, he would have been able to become stronger and stronger like a snowball, and he would have a terrifying zombie army. He definitely has the potential to become a 4 Emperors level person. What a pity, he eats and sleeps every day, and only hunts the shadows of people who strayed into the Devil's Sea, and it depends entirely on luck to hunt the shadows of the strong. Like Lao Sha, he spent 10 years in the wilderness. He still thought about fighting Kaido. In the past 10 years, Kaido has been getting stronger and stronger, and the 4 emperors under him have become stronger and stronger. What about him? He was so thin before, but now he is as fat as a pig, and his strength has declined, so he can even defeat Luffy. You know, he was a person who fought Kaido before. Although all the crew members died, he escaped unscathed, which is enough to prove that his strength was good back then. But now, all the general zombies have been awakened. Among them, it can be confirmed that there is a pirate, Captain John, who even the navy has to be wary of. There are also 2 who have not been confirmed, Silver Axe and Wang Ji. These 3 are all members of the Rocks Pirates, but in the anime, only Captain John is confirmed to be Captain John. The other 2 can only be seen by their appearance, one holding a big sword and the other holding a big axe, as if they are the 2 big pirates. If these 2 are really the Silver Axe King, then Moria has 3 strong men from the Rocks Pirates. At this time, if Moria hunts for the shadows of strong enough people and puts them into the bodies of these 3 people, no kidding, at least they can reach the strength beyond the Admiral. The Straw Hat Pirates in the original plot are simply not fun. They can't be killed, and their strength is still very strong. Unfortunately, Moria lost his fighting spirit after being defeated by Kaido. Now they can only gather a wave of low-profile strong zombies to fight against Usopp. No kidding, this wave of general zombies is the backbone of the entire Moria Pirates. Although there is no shadow of a strong man injected into it, its own strong body can also exert a good power. The key is that it will not die. As expected, the effect of Usopp's violent firepower weakened this time. So in this world, unless human strength is restricted, devil fruit power is restricted, or mushroom eggs are produced, no one can say that the adult era has changed. Usopp's road to progress was frustrated. The one suspected to be Wang Zhi was a monster whose lower body was sewn with the lower body of an elephant. The upper body had a long beard, holding a big sword, and charged at Usopp under the artillery fire. JJ.BR. Usopp's weakest part was his body. After being close to him, he was left with only his life to be ravaged. Usopp, who was firing artillery, was slapped away by a sword by the zombie suspected to be Wang Zhi and smashed against the wall. The zombies here will not kill people, because they also want to plunder people's shadows, and people will have no shadows when they die. However, they will not kill people, but the zombies in front were tortured so badly that they will definitely take revenge. The zombies were pinned to the ground by Usopp and they were beaten to a pulp. Everyone watching from behind had faces full of intolerance and anger. I can't stand it anymore, go up and help. I'm going to crush those bastard zombies who dare to bully Usopp. Lin Bei also gritted his teeth. Although he played with Usopp like this, Usopp was actually his #1 little brother. Otherwise, he wouldn't have thought of giving him such a strong superpower. Watching Usopp being beaten and still insisting on moving forward was really tearful. He also wanted to crush those ghosts. But, if he helped, the mission would be a failure. Lin Bei could only shout in his heart. Hide! Usopp! Stop pretending to be a meat warrior, that's not you. Hide in the space and sneak all the way. In fact, I don't understand why the Straw Hat Pirates every time he is willing to use his ultimate move at the very end, why doesn't Ultraman flash and fight? Fortunately, Usopp seemed to have heard Lin Bei's thoughts, opened the space door, turned around and hid inside. At this time, Usopp had a head full of lumps and a black and blue face. The zombies were too heavy-handed, and every punch hit his face. But he held on, and after realizing that he really couldn't beat them, he decisively opened the door and entered the parallel space. He also had to help everyone remove the negative ability, and he must not fall here. Usopp looked at the group of general zombies fiercely, and after I help everyone remove the negative ability, I will definitely come back and beat you to death. Coincidentally, Lin Bei and the others thought so too. Chapter 232 Sanji's dream was shattered. After Usopp disappeared for a while, the group of zombie generals began to disperse and look for Usopp. After Lin Bei confirmed that Usopp really didn't want to turn around and dig, he stood up with everyone who had collectively turned on the red-eye special effect. Hey! You guys, you had a lot of fun fighting just now. The zombie generals looked at Lin Bei who was speaking. Who are you? You are fighting my little brother. You are from the Straw Hat Pirates, it just so happens that you are also on our hunting list. The zombie generals who had originally put down their weapons raised their weapons again. Under the charge of the zombie with the upper body of a human and the lower body of an elephant, the zombie generals started fighting again. At the same time, as the zombie generals attacked, Lin Bei's electric wave observation haki suddenly received feedback, and someone approached them. Very close. But it is completely invisible to the naked eye. This person is still going for Nami. Transparent fruit. Lin Bei doesn't remember what this transparent man is called, and there is no need to remember it. JJ.BR. Lin Bei turned into a thunder and struck the transparent man Absalom. The moment the lightning touched Absalom, Absalom appeared. This guy's invisibility is considered to be of a relatively low-end type. He can only make himself transparent, but his outline can be seen when there is light, fog, or something like that. At this time, everyone can see a person whose head is pressed by Lin Bei's hand and whose outline is outlined by the flashing electric sparks. Lin Bei pressed Absalom's head directly into the ground and smashed the floor. 100 million volts thunder bomb. He pressed Absalom's hand and continued to discharge electricity, but unlike Enel's discharge, Lin Bei's turned into an electric ball, which was compressed on Absalom's head and exploded. This is an environmentally friendly head removal technique developed by Lin Bei. The advantage is that when the thunder ball explodes on Absalom's head, it will be deliberately compressed by Lin Bei within a range, so that the efficient thunder and lightning will quickly turn Absalom's head into ashes when it explodes. This will not make it very bloody, and people can leave with peace of mind. After pressing Absalom to death, Lin Bei took out the fruit as soon as possible. In Sanji's scorching eyes, none of the fruit turned into a devil fruit. Lin Bei sighed. Sanji, it's impossible. Sanji seemed to be struck by lightning. This was the closest he had ever been to his dream. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Lin Bei, try again. Isn't the chance of success quite high? Lin Bei patted Sanji on the shoulder. My condolences. If it appeared, it should have appeared at that time. If not, it just didn't explode. Sanji took 2 steps back in disbelief. At this moment, the zombie generals rushed to the position. Looking at Absalom, their nominal controller was killed just like that. They were very angry. Burst out a stronger strength. But, never do something out of line in front of someone who is extremely sad, because this will completely annoy this person. Go to hell. Crows take a plane. Sanji was extremely angry. The flame special effect, this superpower, combined with the flames that burst out of his own extreme anger, Sanji landed in the middle of the zombie generals in the posture of a crow taking a plane, and exploded like a missile landing. The flames blew all the zombie generals away and smashed them against the wall. A group of zombie generals were blown to the ground, but they stood up again soon. Sanji was still very angry, and used a tornado to destroy the parking lot. The name of the move was weird, but it was unexpectedly strong. The sky-high fire tornado punched a hole in the castle from bottom to top. All the zombie generals were not spared and flew into the sky, then fell to the ground and burned black. But after all, they were immortal. Even so, they only lost a lot of parts. Seeing this, Lin Bei stepped forward and shook Sanji's shoulders. Sanji, calm down. Your large-scale attack won't kill anyone. Sanji, a man, couldn't help but shed tears. I just want to vent my emotions. My dream is broken. I thought this was the closest time to fulfilling my dream. Who knew? Nami, who didn't know what was going on, saw that he looked so pitiful, so she asked. What is your dream? As long as I eat the transparent fruit, I can walk into the women's bathhouse openly. Nami. Frankie, lend me a wrench. Oh, here. Nami aimed at Sanji's head and threw it over. So that's it, pervert. Dang. Sanji's head is also a good head. Lin Bei helped Sanji, who was hit by the wrench, up. Don't make trouble. I guess Moria, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, has discovered us now. Give them a quick death. Don't be so cruel like Sanji, just knocking off a few parts is nothing. As he said, his hand with one move, a hammer with thunder fell from the sky. But it didn't reach Lin Bei's hands immediately, but flew behind the zombie generals with thunder, and then... poof! The Meow Meow hammer smashed all the zombie generals in a straight line. From then on, the slaughter began. The zombie generals were also intelligent. When they saw the Straw Hat Pirates coming up with red eyes, they realized that something was wrong. But it was too late. dare to touch the people on the Straw Hat Pirates ship. In 10 minutes, a group of zombie generals, although they couldn't die, were all broken into pieces and couldn't be put together. Lin Bei also patted Sanji on the shoulder and said, "People can't hang themselves on a tree. You have to hang a few more ropes on several nearby trees. Don't you still have me? Sooner or later, you will encounter the superpower of invisibility. Moreover, when you get the battle suit and activate the bloodline factor, you can also be invisible." Sanji could only wipe his tears and said that he would never give up his dream. Nami asked Frankie for a larger wrench and was about to throw it at Sanji's head. At the same time, Usopp heard a loud noise behind him and realized that everyone must have lifted their negative state, so he followed. Usopp's eyes lit up. Great! Now that everyone has recovered, can't he just lie down? Without saying a word, Usopp degenerated from desperate god Usopp to salted fish Usopp. He turned around and ran back the way he came. What's interesting is that even if he continued to move forward, he wouldn't meet Perona. Because Lin Bei made too much noise, and through the ghost, Perona already knew the news of Absalom's death and informed Mariah. Mariah has a weakness, which is his own crew. He was depressed because the crew was killed by Kaido. So he has nothing to say about the crew, just like Luffy. 2 years later in the original plot, he even went to Blackbeard in person for his invisible man Absalom, and was recruited by Blackbeard. Now that he heard that Absalom was dead, he didn't have the mind to wait for his men to deal with the Straw Hat Pirates leisurely, and he rushed to the Straw Hat Pirates with Perona in anger. When Usopp came back to find Lin Bei and other main forces, he happened to see Mariah and Perona one step ahead of him, and found Lin Bei, and started fighting. Mariah's battle plan was very simple. He had to rely on Perona's help to cut off the shadows of these people first, and then put their shadows into the corpses to become zombies that obeyed him. Then, it would be easier to get rid of the Straw Hat Pirates. Chapter 233 Obesity is a breathing pain. Is this Gecko Mariah, one of the 7 warlords of the sea? The moment they saw Mariah, Nami, and Chopper were shocked. Is this a human? Chopper spoke without restraint, but forgot that there were many non-humans in the Straw Hat Pirates. Moria lost his crew due to carelessness and was furious at this time. I swore that I would never let my crew die in front of me again. After saying that, Lin Bei kindly kicked Absalom's body in front of Moria. Give it back to you. Moria. You are looking for death. Shadow Horn Gun. Moria's shadow turned into a spear and shot directly at Lin Bei's face. This move once directly penetrated the body of the demon ounce. But no matter how hard it is not as hard as the Meow Meow hammer. With a bang, the Meow Meow hammer blocked the Shadow Horn Gun. Lin Bei threw 3 devil fruits at Moria with his backhand. Moria's eyes widened. Is there such a good thing? Just when he was wondering why the other party would give him a devil fruit, the 3 animal fruits suddenly transformed. They turned into a leopard, a giraffe, and a wild boar. The wild boar was the animal fruit that Spondam borrowed from the navy. The novel ability made Moria stunned. Do devil fruits have such abilities? It's okay if it's not a human to eat. What surprised him even more was that after the first transformation, the 3 fruits immediately underwent the second transformation, awakening. Although the devil fruit can't cultivate any domineering, it is still no problem to fight a superhuman type who can't transform into an element with its own strength. Moria's original arrogance disappeared instantly. Now he just wanted to ask if the abilities of the current young generation of pirates are so weird. He thought that it was outrageous enough that he could awaken zombies with a shadow fruit, but he didn't expect that there are people who can directly awaken devil fruits. Moria's current strength is only at the level of a vice admiral. His strength has regressed too much. He still had legs back then, but now he is so fat that he can't even find his ankles. He used to play with knives, but now he just wants to give up and leave everything to his subordinates. In terms of close combat, how should he fight 3 big beasts who have awakened the animal type? He didn't know that these three things could only last for 10 minutes. After feeling the threat to his life, Moria shouted, "Perona, save me!" Perona was too reliable. She threw negative ghosts at the three animal types, and also threw negative ghosts at Lin Bei and other members of the Straw Hat Pirates. Except for Lin Bei, who was transformed into an element, everyone on the Straw Hat Pirates knelt again. What surprised Lin Bei was that animals transformed from devil fruits could also be negative. The leopard lay on his back on the ground, with an expression on his face that he was already a useless leopard, and just wanted someone to hit the leopard's belly. The giraffe looked down at his neck, his face full of frustration, probably wondering why his neck was so long. The wild boar arched in a corner, crying bitterly, probably thinking about Gaola's Wang Kui. Taking this opportunity, Mariah, a shadow warrior, replaced himself with his shadow that was still not far from Lin Bei. If Mariah was thinner, put on a mask and armor, he would be a robbery. Lin Bei's observation Haki realized Mariah's arrival, but Mariah did not choose to attack Lin Bei. Instead, he grabbed the shadows of all the Straw Hat Pirates with a slap of his hand and quickly cut them off. A shadow warrior switched positions with the shadow again. This set of operations seemed to take a long time, but it was actually completed in a few seconds. Lin Bei frowned, turned into thunder, and struck in front of Mariah in the blink of an eye, reaching out to take back the shadow. Mariah is also an old hand. Why can he escape from Kaido's men? His ability is the key. Lin Bei's lightning is already very fast, but Mariah's shadow warrior is faster. Mariah, who is at full power, has no cooldown time and skill preswing when switching shadows. Even if Lin Bei's lightning is fast, it takes time. Mariah's shadow transformation was a matter of a moment. When Lin Bei wanted to catch Mariah, he disappeared, replaced by a shadow. Chow! Fat trickster! Lin Bei clenched his fists. He didn't believe that he couldn't catch Mariah. Electric wave observation Haki, open. Cover the whole island. Now, no matter where Mariah appears, Lin Bei can find him instantly. Soon, Lin Bei found that Mariah appeared in a place like a cold storage, and immediately turned into lightning and appeared there. But Mariah was always one step faster than Lin Bei. When Lin Bei arrived, there was still only a shadow left at the original place. Then Mariah appeared in another place again in the electric wave observation Haki. Lin Bei followed with a lightning flash, but this time he was slower, and he didn't even see Mariah's shadow when he arrived. If he had known this earlier, he should have activated the superpower of one finger of sun and killed Mariah directly. Unfortunately, at that time, he wanted to play with Mariah and experiment with the new superpowers, so he didn't use his full strength at the first time. Now it's difficult. But soon Lin Bei discovered something. Moria was going back and forth in a few fixed rooms. For example, the first cold storage he went to, there was a demon corpse there, and after turning around, it began to move. Lin Bei understood that Moria had already put all the shadows, and was still taking him around to wake up the corpses with shadows. And the location of his shadow landing point each time did not change from before, but the order would keep changing. Lin Bei's smile gradually became perverted, like to walk me around, right? He no longer followed Moria, but placed a mushroom at each location where Moria's shadow landed, and then waited quietly. Soon, the radio wave observation color sent the news of the mushroom explosion and Moria's expansion. Lin Bei immediately rushed to the scene and saw a real Moria who had expanded. Moria was originally fat in the shape of a football, and the negative impact of this wave should be that he gained weight again, and he was directly made into a football. Smooth round. Mariah's head was like a valve core. When he saw Lin Bei coming, he asked angrily, "What did you do to me?" Lin Bei laughed. He liked this question every time he met an enemy. They were all the same. Keep changing positions. I don't mind you changing positions. I won't follow you. I just want to sing a song for you. Mariah. Fatness is a breathing pain. The flesh grows in every corner of your body. It hurts to go up the stairs, breathe, and even drink water. Mariah, you deserve to die. Chapter 234 The Frightened Perona. Mariah suddenly felt that Lin Bei's 400 million Baileys were not earned by playing with the Navy like this, right? The bounty of 400 million Baileys, of which Lao Liu's behavior accounted for 390 million Baileys. Mariah couldn't walk anymore and could only walk by bouncing. Lin Bei once saw a video about what would happen if all creatures in this world became fat as balls. A leopard was chasing an antelope. When the leopard was about to catch up, it wanted to bite the antelope, but found that it was a ball and its head was a valve core. It couldn't bite it at all, and finally it could only be bounced away helplessly. Mariah is now almost the same. His hands and feet have become decorations. Fortunately, he is a shadow fruit ability user, otherwise he can't move at all. At this time, the huge zombie in the cold storage, Demon Ounce, woke up. The first sentence after waking up was, "I want to eat. Sanji. I'm hungry." "Hey, who is Sanji?" Lin Bei immediately confirmed that this guy must be Luffy's shadow. Mariah saw the huge Demon Ounce wake up and laughed. As he laughed, his round body kept bouncing. "My ultimate zombie has awakened. It's a pity that I couldn't get your shadow, but the shadow of the Straw Hat Boy with 300 million berries must not be weak. Ounce. Defeat the enemy in front of you." Ounce, who was embedded with Luffy's shadow, scratched his head. "No, I'm so hungry." "Moria. You are my zombie, Ounce. You have to listen to me." "No, I don't want to hit him." Moria was numb. The shadow of the Straw Hat Boy was really disobedient. But it doesn't matter. As time goes by, you will get more and more in tune with this body, and you will listen to me more and more. Moria shouted to Lin Bei while playing the guitar. "As long as I delay for a while, the final I must be the winner. You killed Absalom, I don't want your shadow, you must die." As he said that, a shadow replaced Mariah and stayed in the same place. But Mariah's shadow also became round, and Mariah's shadow had its own thoughts. Touching his round shadow body, the expression on his face became a little melancholy. Lin Bei didn't care about Mariah at this time, and returned to the Straw Hat Pirates with a thunder flash. Let Mariah play in circles by himself. Anyway, there are still many mushrooms in other rooms. I hope he is lucky enough. Even if Usopp can't complete the task, he has to solve the Ghost Princess first, otherwise the restrictions are too great. But when he came back, he found that Usopp was confronting Perona. Behind Usopp, the members of the Straw Hat Pirates knelt on the ground. When Usopp saw Lin Bei, he had an expression that said, "I knew it. You are really not affected by the negative ghost. You just want to trick me to go to the island." Lin Bei shrugged. "It's not pure nonsense. If I can't transform into an element, I will be the same as them. Besides, don't you think you look particularly majestic standing in front of everyone now? Do you want to take a photo?" Usopp's eyes gradually lit up, and he took out a video shell from his bag and handed it to Lin Bei. "Yes." As he said that, he hugged Zoro, who was still kneeling on the ground, and said that he should be a caterpillar, and showed a particularly bright smile. Lin Bei took pictures of him one by one, but he didn't enter the frame himself, just holding a beautiful wish that Usopp could live well in the future. After handing the taken photos to Usopp, Lin Bei kept a set in his hand. At this time, the Ghost Princess Perona over there couldn't help it. "Do you think I don't exist? Negative ghost." The two ghosts swooped down on the two people quickly and penetrated Usopp. Perona laughed. "Kneel down." Usopp staggered and lowered his head. "My name is Captain Usopp." Perona's eyes widened. How is it possible he was hit by the negative ghost? Usopp shouted proudly. "Because I am the most negative person. Hey! Perona was frightened. How could there be such a person? No matter how difficult life is, people should always be positive, right? How could someone remain pessimistic all the time? Lin Bei can guarantee this. He has strengthened Usopp so much, and even has a strong partner like Mary. As a result, every time Usopp encounters something, he still looks like he has a disease that will kill him if he participates in the war. This guy's pessimism is really not easy to solve. Although he gradually believes that firepower can make him stronger, he just experienced an incident where firepower did not make him stronger and was beaten up by zombie generals. Now he is more pessimistic. But this is why Usopp will not be affected by negative ghosts and has become a special treasure for Perona. Lin Bei pointed at Perona. Leave it to you, Usopp. Just defeat her. Usopp was stunned. Is this the challenge? Lin Bei nodded, and Usopp immediately became energetic. Leave it to me, Lord Usopp. Usopp said this, but the weird thing is that Perona burst into tears after being frightened. Usopp held the gun and thought Perona was crying because someone had cracked her ability, but in fact, Perona was crying. There are actually such pessimistic men. Come on. Have faith in life. That's right, the cute Peppa actually cheered for Usopp. Usopp was also drunk. Don't cheer for your opponent. Do you think that cheering for me can make me no longer pessimistic and affected by your negative ghost? Don't even think about it. I will not stop being negative because of other people's encouragement. Lin Bei. How can you say such words with confidence? Usopp started the century duel with Perona. On Lin Bei's side, Mariah also reappeared in front of him, but his condition was a little bad.jj.br. Because he stepped on several mushrooms in a row, he is now full of negative conditions, such as coronary heart disease, hepatic arteriosclerosis, hypertension, hyperlipidemia, diabetes, and other diseases. Originally, he didn't have these diseases just by becoming swollen, but when he stepped on the mushrooms laid by Lin Bei step by step, he began to have some common serious diseases in obese patients. Not only that, because he is too fat, Mariah is now very strenuous to activate his ability. I feel out of breath after laughing twice. Just now he activated after using the ability several times, he was sweating all over his forehead, and the key point was that he couldn't reach his head to wipe the sweat. Moria really hated Lin Bei, this bastard. If he had to spend the rest of his life like this, he would rather fight with Lin Bei now. Sit on this bastard to death. But what surprised Moria was that not long after he arrived here, the negative state of obesity disappeared. Although the time for other serious illnesses has not yet arrived, this is already very good for Moria. When Moria felt that at least a ton of meat disappeared at once, he felt extremely relieved. He swore that he must lose weight after this matter is over. Chapter 235 Sanji and Zoro, this can't be us. He, your ability can only last for this short time. Moria laughed excitedly because the flesh on his body disappeared. Lin Bei looked at him silently and took out another invisible mushroom. But before he could throw it out, he saw Moria suddenly covering the back of his head and staggering. Just like Wu Lauer at the head of the village, he spoke incoherently. Damn, what is this situation again? Chopper, who had passed the negative state, hid behind Lin Bei and looked over, and shouted cutely. It seems to be high blood pressure, which is already very serious. You can't get excited. Moria felt that he was out of control and shouted excitedly. How can my body have high blood pressure? But He was so excited that he couldn't hold on and fainted. Lin Bei held the invisible mushroom and fell into deep thought. It seemed that the mushroom that was stepped on and exploded had added a lot of negative status to Moria. This is a serious illness. But since you fainted because of excitement, he won't be polite. Lin Bei walked forward. If this guy hadn't fainted because of high blood pressure, it would be really hard to catch him. The shadow ability switching back and forth is indeed quite abnormal, but it is very likely that it will be Lin Bei's later. But just when Lin Bei was about to kill Moria, a long leg suddenly kicked him. The Guardian Knight's fiery flying kick. It hit the Meow Meow hammer in Lin Bei's hand with a bang, and it failed to kick. The owner of this long leg is a long-legged zombie, who looks very ugly. He was stunned for a moment. This kick should have flames, right? Lin Bei realized that the shadow of Sanji must be in this thing. And to confirm, Lin Bei pointed at Nami and Robin behind him. Look at them. The long-legged zombie took a look and instantly twisted his stiff body. Nami-san Robin-chan. That look, flattering and exactly the same as Sanji. But the difference is that with the ugly face of this long-legged zombie, it looks extremely wretched. It's confirmed that this is Sanji. Sanji standing behind was stunned. What the hell is this? Lin Bei explained, this is you. Any shadow that is taken away will be placed in the corpse and turned into a zombie. Sanji looked at the twisting long-legged zombie and said in resistance, it's not me. How could it be me? This guy is too wretched. After saying that, Sanji suddenly saw everyone around him looking at him in unison, as if saying, you are like this on weekdays. Sanji clenched his teeth, as if he was looking in a funhouse mirror. He didn't accept that he would behave so wretchedly. It must be that this long-legged zombie looked wretched. You bastard, I will never allow you to defile my shadow. Sanji roared, let me show you what a real Guardian Knight's hot flying kick is. Sanji kicked it up, bringing up a terrifying flame. Indeed, it looks much better when Sanji expresses this kind of middle school words. But this kick was blocked. The person who blocked it used the move 3 swords style, 108 treble wind. With a bang, smoke began to swirl. All Straw Hat Pirates. Zoro. Sanji was sweating profusely on his back, waiting for the moment when the smoke would dissipate. Don't get me wrong, he wasn't worried about not being able to beat this zombie version of Zoro. He was just worried about whether this zombie version of Zoro would be more handsome than his own zombie version. If he was handsome, it would be more painful than killing him. Luckily, Jigoro appeared. Being injured in the back is a shame for a swordsman. Looking at the standard daily life of Danren who, with a bird on his head and a loincloth underneath, the zombie version of Zoro. A smile appeared on Sanji's face. Great. Seeing that you, Zoro, look even more wretched than that long-legged tribe member, I feel relieved. Zoro behind him was so angry. Don't worry. This is not me. It's definitely not me. Zoro resisted, but heard that Jigoro holding a knife in his mouth and shouting. Pirates are so annoying, you are the enemy, I will kill you. Everyone burst into laughter. Lin Bei took photos to commemorate. This is Zoro. Zoro's face was flushed. Or maybe it's said that smile is conserved, it won't disappear, it just transfers to other people's faces. When Zoro saw Sanji's long-legged tribe zombie, he smiled so happily. But when he saw Jigoro again, the smile on Zoro's face transferred to Sanji's face. At this moment, everyone seemed to see that Zoro had grown 2 more ferocious heads and 4 extra hands. Shura Zoro is online. Zoro's eyes flashed red. I will never allow such a person to use my shadow. As he said that, Zoro also rushed towards Jigoro. Sanji and Zoro fought with the 2 zombie versions of them. It must be said that the corpses collected by Moria were really strong when they were alive. After changing the shadows of 2 people, they could fight back and forth with Sanji and Zoro. Even though Sanji already had the fire special effect, he did not get rid of the strong man of the long-legged tribe in the first time. It can be seen how strong the person was before. As for Jigoro, there is no need to say more. He was a swordsman from Wano country who was taken away by Moria when he was fighting Kaido. The physical strength has caught up, so for a while, to use that sentence. They are all taught by the same master, and the moves can't be broken. At this stage when Sanji and Zoro were fighting, Moria's negative state also completely disappeared and woke up. Cautiously, he transferred himself as a shadow warrior in the first time and escaped. He was now used to having people help him solve problems, so when he found that the zombies were coming online one after another, he immediately retreated. However, old Lin Bei let him run away like this. Just now, he suddenly had an idea. Is the evil mushroom with superpowers that grows mushrooms also considered a plant? Since it is considered a plant, then he can use Crazy Dave to do a Weibaba, right? So he tried it and found that the evil, explosive mushroom can indeed be enlightened. After being Weibaba, the explosive mushroom has two abilities, one is that it can jump towards the target by itself, and the other is that it splits a new mushroom every minute. So Lin Bei was relieved and let Moria continue to hide. The longer he hides, the more mushrooms there are, and they are the kind that split and jump by themselves. When the time comes, the whole map will be planted with mushrooms, and two will be stepped on with one step. Lin Bei is looking forward to Moria being the first Shishibukai to die on the evil mushroom. After all, the essence of Tima is not to kill in person, but to step on a mushroom when you think you have escaped and die in regret. Chapter 236 Live Action Plants vs Zombies. The evil mushrooms began to jump on their own, and under Lin Bei's command, they planted their clones in every room Moria had been to. Lin Bei stayed where he was, watching Moria's zombies arrive one after another. Originally, everyone could laugh when they saw Sanji and Zoro's zombies, but when this wave of zombies arrived, no one could laugh anymore. Except for Lin Bei and Usopp's shadows, everyone else's shadows had owners. Nami's shadow was placed in a tiger corpse that could stand more than 3 meters tall, holding a very thick iron rod, as if she was the one who beat Wusong and exploded his equipment. As soon as he appeared, he roared. "Where's my Bailey? Bastard Lin Bei, you embezzle the money on the ship every day, can't you let me follow him and be corrupted?" "Hey, who is Lin Bei?" Lin Bei looked at Nami dimly. "You spoke your true feelings, right?" Nami quickly shrank behind Robin. "I didn't. That wasn't me." No one expected that after the shadow was taken away, creating new enemies was not the most troublesome thing. The most troublesome thing is that the IQ of these shadows is obviously not at the level of normal people, but they just habitually speak out their master's inner thoughts. This caused everyone's little secrets to be revealed at this moment. A deer-shaped zombie looked up to the sky and shouted. "Come and meet Captain Joe Beard, ha ha ha. Chopper." A female zombie put her hands on her chest. "Rokuran flower blooms, I want to find all the historical texts. Why am I looking for this?" A burly male zombie, wearing full body armor like the Western one, put his arms together and made a very strange pose. "Super. Hey, why am I wearing so much?" As he said this, the burly zombie took off all the armor on his lower body, leaving only a pair of underwear, and then again. "Super. This is undoubtedly Frankie's shadow, but he is not ashamed of others." Frankie laughed as soon as he saw this guy, and then made that pose with this zombie. "Super. This may be the only person in the Straw Hat group who is not socially dead, but proud of it." In short, the shadows of these few people are the main ones, followed by a large number of zombies. At first glance, Moria has put all his old bottoms on the line and put together a zombie army of nearly 1,000 people. However, except for some zombies in the front row who are combat capable, the zombies in the back are basically cannon fodder. But zombies also have their own way of fighting. They don't have the concept of physical consumption anyway, so they will use the cannon fodder that will not die first to consume the physical strength of normal people, so that the zombies with combat power later will be much easier to fight. Because Sanji and Zoro both have opponents, Luffy will take care of the remaining combat power and clean up the whole map. But just when Luffy was about to take action, Lin Bei suddenly stopped him. Luffy's opponent is not these cannon fodder, but the big guy who released his shadow. Demon Ounce is twice as big as Luffy's normal giant, and it will be difficult to fight even if it becomes bigger. Although I don't know where Demon Ounce is now because he released Luffy's shadow, as time goes by, he will definitely obey Moria's orders and fight Luffy. So it's better to save some physical strength now, and let him be the cannon fodder. Lin Bei rubbed his hands, his face full of excitement. Compared to the battle, he has been waiting for this scene for a long time. Live-action version, Plants vs. Zombies. Lin Bei's space has a lot of plants stacked up. As long as they are plants, they will be stacked in a frame. There are ancient plants in the small garden, and there are also fun and delicious plants seen along the way. However, Lin Bei did not dare to put some unfamiliar plants right away, but chose some plants in Plants vs. Zombies, so that he could determine the effect. First of all, peas. Lin Bei took out a handful of peas and scattered them on the ground. Wabi Babu. Rua, all the peas began to transform. And soon they became what Lin Bei imagined, pea shooters. Some even transformed into two-headed pea shooters. This does not require any sunlight to grow. Lin Bei can grow as many peas as he has. In a short period of time, Lin Bei built a full 200 pea shooters. Watching the zombies approaching, Lin Bei seemed to hear the BG of Plants vs. Zombies again in his mind. The pea shooters are very powerful. The peas they spit out are the same as the regular ones. The power of ordinary guns is the same. 200 bullets were spit out at the same time, and the zombies in the front row were smashed in an instant. But the zombies were not brainless. Soon they replaced a row of people wearing armor to push forward and then continued to move forward. Lin Bei gave a thumbs up, it was getting more and more interesting. Luffy, Chopper, and Frankie cheered on the side. Suck it! Come on, come on! They seemed to treat this as an interesting performance, but it must be said that with this group of atmosphere groups, Lin Bei was really happy and interested in picking interesting plants. Soon, he saw a carnivorous plant collected from the small garden on the ancient island. It can be said that it is the prototype of the mane-eating plant, the Venus flytrap. In fact, there are real mane-eating plants in reality, but that flower does not eat people. It can be called the Rafflesia. Because it emits a smell of rotten meat, it smells like it has eaten people, so it is called the mane-eating plant. The mane-eating plant in Plants vs. Zombies is actually more like a Venus flytrap. Lin Bei didn't collect much of this stuff, only a dozen or so, and planned to put them on the boat to eat mosquitoes and insects. Now it's useful. Lin Bei threw it directly in front of the zombies in the front row. The armored zombies didn't even bother to look at it, and stretched out their feet to step on it. JJ.BR. What's this thing to them, is it funny? The next second. Wabi Babu. Rua. The weak Venus flytraps suddenly became huge, 3 or 4 meters high, each with a bloody mouth and teeth as sharp as a shark. For those armored zombies that stretched out their feet to step on them, they were directly swallowed. After a while, a corroded and tattered armor was spit out, and the zombies inside disappeared. At the same time, shadows were spit out from the mouth of the piranha plant. Zombies that would not escape even if they were chopped up, had their shadows escape after being swallowed and completely digested by the piranha plant. And the piranha plant, after digesting a zombie, became stronger and stronger. Luffy and Chopper jumped up from behind, and stars flashed in the eyes of the man and the deer. SHH. So cool. Chapter 237, Melon, look at me again. That's not all. Lin Bei also became happy. Sure enough, games can bring people happiness, and playing with friends doubles the happiness. He took out a few melons from his backpack. Just happened to see a few zombies of the level of zombie generals, who had a certain combat power, and smashed the piranha plants that were chewing zombies. Lin Bei threw the melon there, and it was so big. The melon suddenly became 4 or 5 meters big, and there was a face on the melon. That face seemed to say, "Look at me again." Seeing that the zombie generals were still moving forward, a melon, with a stiff face, jumped up and sat down on the ground with a zombie general. Unlike in the game, the squids in reality don't disappear after being hit once. Instead, they see that the zombie general is not dead yet, so they jump up and hit down repeatedly. Jump up and hit down. Seeing that the situation is not good, the zombie generals behind want to save the colleague who can't be pulled out even if they sit on the ground, but they are surrounded by squids with big brother faces. Squid, what are you looking at? Zombie general, I didn't look. Squid, try to look at another one. Zombie general, we really didn't dare to look. Squid, blasting. Suddenly, there is a famous scene on the battlefield. 7 or 8 squids 4 or 5 meters high are like super large stamping hammers, jumping and hitting continuously. Jump, hit. Soon, those zombie generals turned into pancakes. Luffy and Chopper are tired of saying the word S, but the stars in their eyes can still show that they are very satisfied with this performance. Lin Bei's ability is so handsome. So interesting. Seeing the cannon fodder zombies being shot by the pea shooters and the zombie generals being used as stools by the melons, several shadow zombies of the Straw Hat Pirates finally couldn't stand. Nami's shadow, that is, the tigress zombie, rushed forward with a thick iron stick and smashed a melon with one stick. I will take away all your Baileys. That's what she said, but Lin Bei always heard it as, give my brother back his life. This is Tu Wu Song. Nami couldn't help it. Although everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates knew that she was greedy for money. But she is definitely not a tigress. This is a taint on her. She is a gentle and virtuous girl who is just a little obsessed with money. What the hell is this tiger spirit? Nami rarely took the initiative to join the battle. The slippery fruit made the tiger spirit in front of her slippery and unable to stand up. And Nami used the weather stick made by Usopp to create weather to attack. From Lin Bei's perspective, the tigress version of Nami was too pitiful. She couldn't even stand up on the ground, and couldn't even crawl. Nami stood not far from it, frantically releasing thunder with the weather stick. Thunder! Thunder fruit, dog! While Nami joined the battle, Chopper, Robin, and Frankie also fought with their shadow zombies one by one. Among these people, Robin and Frankie had the upper hand, and Chopper was at a disadvantage. But regardless of the upper hand or the disadvantage, they still couldn't get rid of those shadow zombies. Lin Bei certainly knew that the weakness of these zombies was salt, but to be precise, it was sea salt, the kind extracted from pure sea water. And this kind of thing, it must be said that he didn't have it in his backpack. Originally, a batch of sea salt should have been harvested in the 7 waters in the 7 water cities that were swept by the water gods. There would be a batch of sea salt on the roofs. But the water gods were frozen by Aokiji, so this wave of sea salt disappeared. Besides, Lin Bei's backpack had limited space, and salt was everywhere, so he didn't store it in a stack. This led to Sanji and Zoro being unable to kill the 2 shadow zombies even though they had the upper hand later. Not to mention the others. At this moment, a skeleton in a suit suddenly fell from the roof. Following him, there was a man dressed like a samurai with a handsome long sword on his waist. Zoro was like a famous sword detector, and he noticed Ryoma the moment he appeared with Chu Shui. Famous sword. Brook. Zoro shouted in the front, and Luffy shouted in the back. Brook got up from the ground and looked at the Straw Hat Pirates in surprise. You didn't leave? Luffy shouted with a silly smile. How could you leave? You are our partner. You have already agreed to join. So, we want your shadow. Brook was very touched, but he looked down at the feet of Luffy and the others. So your shadow disappeared too. That is to say, Brook didn't know Calabash Brothers, otherwise he would definitely shout that you are Calabash Brothers saving Grandpa, and you are sending them one after another. Lin Bei waved his hand to express. We can beat these zombies, but we can't kill them. Do you have any solution? Brook quickly took out a bag of salt. Sea salt. As long as they eat the sea salt, they will die, and your shadow will return to your feet. Hey! Is that so? Frankie glanced at Usopp who was still fighting wits and courage with Perona, and quickly said that he would leave it to him. How do you want to do it? Simple, just make a sea salt launcher. Make it now. Brooke stared with empty eyes, looked at Frankie, and then looked at the zombie Ryoma behind him. It's too late, and there are no materials. No need to be so troublesome, just stuff the sea salt into their mouths. Before Brooke finished speaking, he saw that Linbei had a lot of metal materials in his hand and handed them to Frankie, and Frankie rubbed out something that looked like a gun. I don't know if anyone has played with the kind of salt gun that hits flies. It's quite expensive. Frankie made something similar. Brooke was stunned. What kind of weird Hansen ability is this? Frankie carried the newly made salt gun. Just leave it to me. Hey! Zoro, Sanji, you pry open the zombies' mouths, and put salt in them. Zoro and Sanji, who were fighting with two unkillable zombies, heard this and immediately chose to believe Frankie unconditionally. Sanji kicked the long-legged zombie in front of him and broke its chin. Zoro was even more violent. In order to ensure that Frankie could reach his stomach in one step, he exerted his strength and chopped off Jigoro's head. Soon, 2 sprays of salt particles arrived as expected and hit the zombie's mouth and stomach. The next second, 2 shadows sprayed out and returned to Sanji and Zoro's bodies. It works. Seeing this, Linbei and Luffy stepped forward to help, and soon found the shadows of Chopper, Nami, Robin and Frankie. Now only Brooke and Luffy's shadows have not been found. I have to say that I have to thank Luffy for his eccentric personality, which makes Luffy's shadow zombie equally eccentric. Otherwise, the battle here would not be so easy to end for a while. The key is that the demon ounce is still possessed. His strength is so strong that Moria can't target him for a while, and he is even more crushing against those zombie generals. So if the demon ounce with Luffy's shadow wants to play, no one can stop him. The ground has been shaking since just now. If nothing unexpected happens, it is Luffy's shadow zombie playing with the rudder of this giant 3-masted sailing ship. Chapter 238 The First Guy Who Stepped on a Mushroom and Died. Hey, Brooke, where is your shadow? Let us help you get it back. Luffy said to Brooke while holding his straw hat. Brooke looked at the Wano country samurai, Ryoma, who jumped down with him. It's on him. Hey, is that him? Luffy raised his fist. Yoshi! Let me defeat him. Hashido Masakeku Luffy, this is my opponent. Zoro has been staring at the knife on Ryoma's waist since just now. When he heard that he was going to fight with Ryoma, he took the initiative to stand up. I want the knife on your waist. Ryoma looked at Zoro. Yohoho, are you saying you want to take this black knife, Kyushui, from my waist? He didn't do it just now because he was the strongest in the entire Moria zombie army. If he was still alive, Moria would be a pure younger brother in front of him, and he couldn't beat him even in his prime. So unlike other zombies, although he was also controlled by the shadow, he had a considerable degree of self-defense. In the original plot, after being defeated by Zoro, he took the initiative to spit out Brooke's shadow. Zoro looked at Ryoma, who had become a zombie, and smiled. The accurate statement should be to take the knife that fell next to your body. I see, very courageous, Yohoho. Linbei felt that Ryoma should have been a very serious swordsman before, but after being occupied by Brooke's shadow, he always brought a Yohoho laugh when he spoke. It looks like a kind of contrast cuteness. Brooke, whose bones were broken, whispered, I think it's better not to provoke him. He is different from the zombies here. He must have been a very powerful swordsman when he was alive. Although he was able to move again because of my shadow, his strength is not weak either. Linbei nodded and said to Zoro, also remember Hawkeye's black sword. The so-called black sword is not a special skill during forging, but the user's powerful armed color domineering has been nurtured for many years, so it is formed into a black sword. There are not many black swords so far, but this swordsman has one. It is enough to show that he should be a swordsman of the same level as Hawkeye when he was alive. Zoro's eyes widened immediately. The same level as Hawkeye. Well, but it's a pity that he is dead, and the strength he can exert now is very limited. Zoro pulled out the sword and said in a deep voice. I understand, no matter how powerful he was when he was alive, he is dead when he is dead. The sword is only meaningful when it is used by a living person. Yahoho, you are right, then take it from me. As soon as the voice fell, the two swordsmen fought together. Zoro has a great advantage over Ryoma that he can use haki, while Ryoma is dead and cannot use haki, and can only perform flying slashes. So there is no suspense in the battle between the two. Linbei let Zoro learn haki in advance, which greatly strengthened Zoro. Although he has no other superpowers, Zoro is still the main fighter of the Straw Hat Pirates. Ryoma, who was burned by Zoro's sword and slashed with flames, took the initiative to put down the autumn water in his hand. After saying that you are qualified to use it, he spit out Brook's soul, which was burned by the blue flame. Linbei has really talked about the stalk of the flame fruit. Brook looked at his own shadow on the ground and cried bitterly. While crying, he made various movements to see if his shadow would do the same with him, and then continued to cry bitterly. Too touching. Linbei patted his shoulder and said with a smile, is it touching? Brook nodded repeatedly. I'm glad you're touched. From today on, you're sold to our ship. Brook, hey. Nami punched Linbei and apologized to Brook. He was joking with you. By the way, do you like mopping and cleaning? Brook, I say, you guys are a little too leisurely. When everyone happily welcomed Brook to join, a guy covered with scales suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Luffy scratched his head. You, who are you? The scaly little giant. I'm Gecko Mariah. Hey! Everyone looked at Mariah's current appearance, and then looked at Linbei. What have you been through? Mariah gritted his teeth and looked at Linbei. Tell me what I've been through. Wherever I go, I'll step on something and explode it. Whenever I step on something, strange phenomena will occur on my body. First, I feel my heart beating very fast, then I feel a sharp pain in my kidneys, and then scales grow on my body. What on earth have you done to me and my boat? Why do I step on something that I can't see no matter where I move to? Mariah was not kidding. His observation haki had basically degenerated and was not very useful in the past 10 years because of eating and sleeping all the time. Just because he stepped on a few mushrooms, the moment his blood pressure rose, his observation haki quickly increased. But even so, he could not find out what was on the blank ground. After changing several places in succession, Mariah finally found out that his territory was no longer his. Mariah, who was filled with grief and anger, thought that Linbei, that bastard, would definitely not do these things, that he could not find where he was, so he had to come back here as a shadow warrior.jj.br. He was forced back here. Just when Linbei was trying to hold back his laughter and wanted to say something, a shadow suddenly flew to Luffy's feet. Mariah's eyes widened immediately. How is it possible, Ounce? Luffy blinked. He was slacking off the whole day. It was said that his shadow zombie was the strongest. Why did the shadow come back inexplicably? Linbei was also puzzled, but he used the electric wave observation haki to see. Wow, it was horrible. Now the exploding mushrooms basically cover the entire castle. Except for the place where he is, the other places are full of them. That's why Moria stepped on one and exploded one. And what about Luffy's shadow, Demon Ounce? It is huge. If you step on it, there will be dozens of mushrooms, not hundreds. That is, it is said that dozens of negative states will appear on the body of Demon Ounce in an instant. Linbei took a look just now. My god. Too brutal. Zombies are basically immortal, but if a zombie is damaged too seriously, such as being eaten by a carnivorous plant and completely corroded, the zombie will also die, and the shadow will return to the master's feet by itself. And that demon ounce, how to say it, from today on, there will be no body of demon ounce. There are no bones. Who would have thought that the first person in the world to die from stepping on mushrooms is a guy who was already dead? Chapter 239 Moria, why don't you kill me? Lin Bei shook his head and said with pity for Moria. What a good material, now there is not even a dregs left. Moria gritted his teeth. How could I meet a group of monsters like you? But don't think you will win. Do you think I, a Shishibukai, am made of mud? Perona is here, you guys. Before Moria finished speaking, Usopp waved and shouted. Hey, is that Perona you're talking about? Moria turned around and found Perona. Perona had fainted on the ground, with all kinds of strange things on her body. White slime and many cockroach toys. This makes people wonder what Usopp did to this cute girl. But don't get me wrong, Usopp didn't do anything strange. He has a set of methods to deal with little girls, that is, to scare and deceive. Usopp was particularly embarrassed by Perona's various ghosts at the beginning. Passivity didn't work on him, but there was also a kind of ghost that could explode and was also powerful. But God, Usopp's battle depends on his brain. If he can't beat him, he can open the air door to enter the parallel space. Then, Usopp walked behind Perona and hit Perona with a special sticky shell, directly fixing her on the ground. Then a cockroach bullet hit Perona, and after the explosion, countless cockroach toys directly scared Perona to tears. Any girl can't stand the visual impact of cockroaches crawling all over her body. Generally, if a girl's house has a cockroach that has not been killed and runs away, then the house can be directly declared to be infested with cockroaches. After scaring Perona to tears, Usopp saw that this trick was effective, so he directly pushed out a 400 caliber cannon from the bag space and aimed it at Perona's head, who could not move. This time Perona was completely scared. In the original plot, Usopp was a 10to an inflatable sledgehammer. But after the upgrade, Usopp also upgraded his means. That cannon is not inflatable, but real material. But so far, Usopp and Frankie have not made shells of the corresponding caliber. So it's just a showpiece. But Perona doesn't know. When the cold touch touched Perona's face, Perona's pupils almost dissipated. This is much more exciting than a 10to an inflatable hammer. Once the cannon is fired, her head and the floor behind her will disappear directly. Usopp didn't want to kill the little girl, so he just popped a balloon. As soon as the sound rang out, Perona died on the spot. This little girl was frightened by Usopp. Lowly nemesis Usopp's name is not for nothing. Seeing that the weakest Usopp had dealt with the most difficult enemy, everyone cheered for him. Zoro, who had been played by the negative ghost several times, looked at Usopp's figure and said, "How could this be? I think Usopp's figure actually feels a bit reliable." Lin Bei also confirmed the gift as soon as possible, and then threw several uneaten devil fruits on the ship to Usopp. How to develop this ability in the future depends entirely on Usopp. Moria has completely become a lone man, but compared to Lao Shat, this guy is already very lucky. Lao Shat is a real lone man, and in the end he found that all his men had surrendered to the enemy. Mariah, how tragic he was, his men were all crushed to pieces. In the words of the Elbaf Titan, this is the most glorious way to die. Do you think you can beat me? I am Moonlight Mariah. Shadows. This is Mariah's strongest move, which can absorb all the shadows he controls into his body. According to the official statement, after the shadow is inserted into the human body, the full combat power of the shadow can be obtained. In other words, the more shadows, the stronger the person. In the original plot, Luffy only absorbed 100 shadows, and he could already compete with the Titan in terms of strength. And Mariah absorbed a full 1000. He cracked the island with one palm. However, there are also sequelae, that is, people with weak mental strength will lose consciousness. It has to be said that this is a very perverted amplification skill. However, How could Lin Bei sit back and watch the enemy become stronger in front of him? He is not a person in anime. If he can watch the enemy's skills with a particularly long press wing and not take action, wouldn't that be stupid? It would take Moria several minutes to eat shadows, right? Seeing that the scales on Moria's body had not disappeared, it meant that the 10-minute negative state had not yet expired. Although I didn't know which negative states Moria had been hit by, it didn't stop Lin Bei from making trouble. 10 times the pain. I saw that Moria was like a car that was starting up. As soon as the shadows started to fall, the car was starting up, and I felt that my oil pipeline seemed to have collapsed. It hurt so much that I just inhaled 2 mouthfuls of shadows and vomited them on the spot. Covering his kidney. My kidney. What did you do to me? It didn't hurt so much just now. Moria was in so much pain that he was unrecognizable, but Lin Bei shrugged innocently. I didn't do anything. Did you try to scam me? I didn't even touch you. I'm so kind. I didn't hit you even when I saw you shaking before casting a spell. Moria's eyes were red with anger. I don't believe you. If you can believe what you said, I won't have back pain now. Moria was in so much pain that he couldn't use his abilities, but he was lucky. When he was talking, most of the time had passed. Soon, the negative state on his body disappeared, and his waist didn't hurt anymore. Moria snorted. Shadow fuck. The vehicle started up again. Jet aura. Really, Moria used his abilities to summon shadows, and inhaling shadows was a job that required control. Inhaling shadows was actually a very painful thing, because you had to fight against the will of the shadows. Moria was fighting against the shadows, so he couldn't control his body. Unlike the victims who had been hit by this trick before, he didn't even have a chance to control his body, and it started to roar. But Lin Bei had never experienced the pain of going to the toilet with 10 times the pain before. This was a path he had never imagined. After all, who would be so perverted to have 10 times the pain when going to the toilet? Moria tried it, and he was really impressed by Lin Bei. It was like he had eaten a basket of spicy peppers and then sprayed in the toilet. What came out was not poop, but a red-hot steel bar. What came out immediately afterwards was glowing and hot red molten iron. The key point is that under 10 times the pain, Moria's control over his intestines reached the level of life return, and he could clearly feel the pain of the hot steel bar scratching the wall. More importantly, he couldn't stop at all. You despicable bastard, you might as well kill me. Chapter 240 Shadow Queen's Iau. I've never heard of such a special request, you said it yourself. Lin Bei laughed kindly. This time, in order to prevent this guy from running away, Lin Bei used the one finger of sun as soon as possible, making him lose his mind and become a madman who only has eyes for him. In this state, although completely crazy, it turned out to be a good thing for Moria. Because he no longer has to distract himself to think about whether his lower back part hurts from the spray, and he doesn't even have to worry about whether his butt hurts from now on. Lin Bei did not underestimate the physical fitness of a Shishibukai, so this time he used all his strength. Lin Bei borrowed the ninjutsu of the Raikage in Naruto and used lightning to enhance physical strength. It was said before that Lin Bei has 2 development directions for the Thunder Fruit, one is pure violence, and the other is delicate craftsmanship. The first development direction is used now. Pure violence. The ability of the Raikage is worth learning from. The key is that it is really useful. Lightning can indeed stimulate physical cells. Others still need to worry about hurting their bodies, but Lin Bei, who has eaten the Thunder Fruit, does not need to worry at all. For him, lightning only increases, not harms. Unlike the fireman who can be burned to death. In combat, lightning can not only add strength, but also form a layer of lightning defense. As for speed, with the Thunder Fruit, even without special training, you can directly surpass the fastest speed of the Raikage. Directly hit the opponent with the speed of lightning. Speed plus the increased strength plus the addition of the Meow Meow Hammer, this move, Lin Bei remembers that the Raikage used it to be called thunder. If he used it, it would be called thunder. With one hammer, Moria's head disappeared instantly. Lin Bei's attainments in decapitation have been raised to a higher level. As Moria fell on his back, there was a sound of pia, as if something was splashed. Moria's painful life of losing his companions was completely over. Lin Bei tried to throw a few fruits down to see if he could make the shadow fruit explode. This ability is very powerful if used well. Usopp can use the door fruit to open the air space. Why can't the shadow fruit open a shadow side? Then he can directly create a shadow kingdom, and then see if he can create a shadow army. Valen will be ecstatic. But Lin Bei is somewhat worried about the explosion rate. When he opened the transparent fruit, he was a little bit worried, wondering how the shadow fruit would work. If it didn't explode, Lin Bei really had to doubt whether this broken place had bad feng shui, and change the explosion rate for him. Fortunately, the explosion rate was not changed, and the shadow fruit was successfully exploded. Everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates was completely numb watching this. At first, when they saw Lin Bei get the first slippery fruit, they would come forward to watch in surprise. Now seeing Lin Bei get the devil fruit is like seeing Lin Bei selling fruit on the street. They even suspected that Lin Bei could buy a devil fruit when he went to the street to buy some fruit. Didn't you see Lin Bei casually throw a few extra devil fruits to Usopp holding the shadow fruit in his hand? Lin Bei was thinking about how to use it, whether to give it to people or to humanize it. Turning his head to look at Zoro and Sanji, Lin Bei shook his head. There must be a non-powered person on the ship. After thinking about it, Lin Bei finally decided to try to humanize the devil fruit. He didn't know what the devil fruit would become after humanizing it, but it should be very interesting. Humanization. Hearing these three words, Luffy and other people who like to watch the fun came over. The shadow fruit in Lin Bei's hand gradually began to change shape, like a surge of slime, and finally turned into a little girl half a person's height. The skin was a little grey, like a night elf. After appearing, he knelt on one knee in front of Lin Bei. The Shadow Queen pledges allegiance to you. Lin Bei looked at the queen with a strange expression, and couldn't help shouting out a name. Xiao. The shadow fruit raised its head. Is this the name you gave me? Ah, I guess so. Thank you for the name. The shadow will submit to you. The corners of Lin Bei's mouth twitched slightly. Why did he feel that this scene looked so second-rate? And this dull look was really different from Xiao. Luffy, Usopp, Chopper, and Frankie on the side didn't have this feeling, they just kept shouting "Skay." Robin came over and looked at Xiao's appearance, saying that she wanted to see how the person transformed by the devil fruit would behave. She was very curious, perhaps this was a study that could go down in history. But Xiao completely ignored Robin, she only listens to Lin Bei's orders. Lin Bei asked Xiao to demonstrate her abilities. Xiao then said, I am the shadow, when the night comes, I will pull everything into my kingdom. Can you stop being so immature, be normal. I am my master. I am the shadow fruit itself, so I can release all the abilities of the shadow fruit. Lin Bei's eyes lit up, that is to say, as long as the devil fruit is personified, they can naturally do what humans can do after eating the devil fruit and the fruit awakens. That's right, they are the devil fruit. From a certain perspective, could the fruit be a seal that seals the devil inside? Personification is equivalent to letting the devil unlock the seal. If that's the case, how far can you go? Can you pull this island ship into the shadows? Of course, my master. Do you need me to do it now? After I'm done, I may need to rest for a few hours before I can continue to serve you. Hey, aren't you a devil fruit? Why do you still need to rest? Nami rolled her eyes at Lin Bei, and what Lin Bei said sounded like those black-hearted bosses. Aren't you a human? Do people still need to rest? Sorry, master, after being personified, I need to replenish energy to grow, and then I can play a greater role for you. Lin Bei blinked, and didn't see other personified things needing this. Linbei looked at the Wado Ikimonji in Zoro's hand. Does Fumiko also need to replenish energy? Zoro did not let Fumiko show up, but just held Fumiko and said. After she turned into a human, like humans, she will consume physical energy when doing things. But she does not need to eat, just turn back into a sword and rest for a while. However, every time I use armament haki, she said that she will be filled up instantly. Linbei sweated. What kind of tiger and wolf words are these? Quickly looked at Usopp again. Is Mary like this too? Usopp and Mary have been together for the longest time. He wishes he could sleep on Mary every day, so he naturally knows more. Mary did say that being in the shipman state for a long time would make you very tired, and you must return to the ship to rest for a while. I studied it and remembered what you said about the application of the heat-hot fruit. These days, Frankie and I have studied the boiler, using Mary's heat-hot fruit to generate heat, driving his movements and consumption in the shipman form, and the effect is good. Linbei frowned. But in this case, will the activation of the heat-hot fruit consume Mary's physical strength differently? Usopp said with excitement. I have the same question, but Mary said that if he turns into a shipman and walks purely on his own, the consumption will be greater. And if you use the heat-hot fruit to generate heat to drive your body to walk, instead of walking on your own, the consumption will be greatly reduced. Also, it seems that as Frankie and I make more and more modifications to the Mary, he said that he can rely on himself to transform into the shipman form for longer and longer periods of time. Maybe this is a unique way of growth for people after anthropomorphism. Chapter 241 Straw Hat Grand Fleet 2nd Division. Is that so? Then how do you need to replenish your energy? Linbei asked Xiaohu. Xiaohu said quickly. Shadows. Shadows of various creatures. I can devour their shadows and gradually become stronger. After you devour their shadows, will they not be exposed to sunlight? Xiaohu nodded and said. As long as they are shadows under my control, they will submit to me and fight for me. I can combine several shadows to become more powerful. I can also turn shadows into my combat power. The more shadows, the stronger I am. Linbei roughly understood in his heart that what Xiaohu said was not much different from Moria's current development. It's just that Xiaohu doesn't have to worry about losing control if she eats too many shadows, because she is the shadow itself. At the same time, she doesn't need any zombies as a body, because as the shadow fruit itself, she can control shadows at will, and even need several shadows into one. This shadow fruit is so powerful. Who can resist Lao Lu, who can output, control, dodge, and do it to the extreme? Linbei's mouth corners gradually rose. It seems that he has created another monster. However, he did not plan to continue with Xiaohu, because if she continued with the Straw Hat Pirates, Xiaohu would not be able to develop. She needed to harvest a large number of shadows, and Linbei planned to let her make a little contribution to the sea and harvest some shadows of her peers. Pirates are not good things. Linbei also has a number of 13, and he himself is not a good thing. He also committed a lot of murders. As an old Chinese who traveled through time, he still holds the idea that the more sins he has committed, the more virtues he has accumulated. Haven't you seen many people with blood on their hands who have become big entrepreneurs, all accumulating virtues and doing good deeds? Almost all of them have this idea. It's not that I really want to do good deeds, but how kind people are. Just by doing this, the burden in my heart is reduced a lot, and I can continue to exploit. In short, save and kill at the same time to achieve a balance. With Xiaohu's ability, I believe she can soon make a sea area quiet and peaceful during the day and full of demons at night. Pirates only dare to go out at night. Maybe, the pirates who only dare to go out at night can gather together and create a Shadow Island force and create a legend. But no matter what, Xiaohu has become stronger, and can even grow to the level of the vice-chairman of the emperor in a short period of time, or even higher. And with such a subordinate, he will be much more relaxed and convenient in the future. The Navy and the 4 emperors only think that the Straw Hat Pirates are a small pirate group with only a few people, but in fact, the 3-year period has come, and the Dragon King has returned. After telling Xiao these things, Lin Bei gathered a team for her and woke Perona up. This time he didn't even use the acting skills of the emperor's uncle, and Perona agreed to submit to Xiao. Admittedly, she has deep feelings for Moria, but in the original plot, Perona made a move to rob the boat and escape. Under the threat of life, Perona dared not act rashly. What's more, Xiao coldly took Perona's shadow as the first target of harvest. From now on, if she doesn't follow Xiao, she will have no chance to appear in the sun again. That night, Xiao and Perona were hurriedly sent away by Lin Bei, using a boat that Frankie made for them. Nami also hit Lin Bei and said, "How can you bear to let such a young child go out?" Lin Bei was full of question marks. "Child? If Xiao was here, she could twist your head off in front of you, do you believe it? The slippery fruit is useless. Can you use the slippery fruit to slide away the shadow now? Although this ability may have a very high upper limit, after awakening, it can slide away pain like a bear. Z.Br. But with Nami's physical strength and the development of the fruit, if she wants the fruit to awaken, she will have to wait until she has 17 or 18 children before it can be awakened. She is different from normal people. She is the personification of the devil fruit. You can understand it as I released the devil locked in the devil fruit." Lin Bei approached Nami and spoke in a tone of telling a ghost story, which scared Nami so much that she was sweating on her head. Release the devil, what will happen?" Lin Bei laughed even more evilly. "Didn't I say that the day she has the ability, she will pull the whole world into the shadow, and from then on, the human world will never see the sun again?" Nami was alert and shouted. "No." Lin Bei laughed loudly, feeling more and more like a villain. "I'm kidding you. The personified devil fruit, whether it's a devil or not, will obey my orders. So don't worry, as long as I don't turn evil, she won't turn evil. But if I'm gone, maybe, this will really become a shadow world." Lin Bei was just joking, but Nami really listened to it. Then, one night, everyone naturally followed their usual habits and started a party with singing and dancing. Brox Binks's wine led out all the people who had lost their shadows and returned them from the jungle on the island. Among this group of people, there were navy, pirates, and ordinary people without a bounty. Everyone was so excited that tears welled up in their eyes. They finally got their shadows back. They were sure that it must be the people who sang in the castle who defeated Moria and returned their shadows. So a group of people, more than 1,000 in number, walked towards the other end of the castle. But how could they know that the castle, including a large area outside the castle, was full of mushrooms? The group walked towards the castle with gratitude and tears, but after just a few steps, they stepped on hundreds of mushrooms. None of them died on the spot, but there were a lot of Wu-Lao-Er. Those with many negative states were in full bloom. One brother's negative state was that he was intoxicated, so he hugged the big sister named Charlotte Lola next to him and wanted to eat. As a result, he was kicked away by Lola. Lin Bei, who was eating, was also stunned when he found that a large number of mushrooms were stepped on. He remembered that there were indeed many people on this island. Lin Bei quickly removed the mushrooms, and then asked Usopp to go out and bring people in, which prevented the group from stepping on mushrooms to death. He had no grudge against these people. After the negative states of the group led by Charlotte Lola disappeared, they knelt down to thank the Straw Hat Pirates solemnly. This kindness is like recreating parents, which is not an exaggeration at all. God knows how long they have been trapped in this broken place, and how long they have not seen the sun. Everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates was very happy. After all, as long as they were normal people, they would really feel happy from the bottom of their hearts after helping others and being thanked. Later, together with this group of people, the Straw Hat Pirates held a very lively dinner party, and ate up all the food reserves of Moria. Singing and dancing, it was so lively. Chapter 242, One Piece, it's really a waste of cigarettes. This led to Lin Bei getting up with his head covered again the next day. In order to blend in with the atmosphere, he didn't need the 6-volt immortal thief to decompose the alcohol. He was really high at that time, but he had a terrible headache the next day. There was no choice but to drink 2 more sips to get through it. While drinking, Lin Bei suddenly heard a song Binks's Wine that was different from last night. This time, Brooke played a very soothing song, which was different from the cheerful and lively one last night. Lin Bei couldn't help but take a deep breath and feel the gentle time. No wonder Luffy kept saying that he had to find a musician first, it really worked. At this soothing and warm moment, a chirping sound suddenly came. The sound of Brooke's playing became chaotic, and Lin Bei opened his eyes and released the electric wave observation haki, and found that it was Lab outside the island. Brooke's neck seemed to be out of oil, and he turned to look at Lin Bei with a sore neck. Yes, Lab. Lin Bei nodded and smiled. This guy really found this place, it seems that he was attracted by your music. Do you want to go and see? Brooke stood up excitedly, without caring about the bench that was pulled forward broke apart. Of course. Brooke didn't wait for Lin Bei to finish his words, and rushed to the beach with his 2 long skeleton legs that could be blown by the wind. Lin Bei smiled, and a thunderbolt followed. When Leibu saw the skeleton like Brooke, he was stunned for a moment, and Brooke seemed a little sad, maybe because he felt that Leibu didn't recognize him. But soon Leibu still shouted happily, and Brooke understood that it had not forgotten him. Brooke was moved and jumped directly into the sea, ran a few times on the sea, and jumped on Leibu's forehead. This moment is worth remembering. Lin Bei took a picture of their reunion with the photo shell, and the Straw Hat Pirate's companions gradually stood around him. Everyone laughed at the reunion of Brooke and Leibu. In fact, they listened to the complete story of Brooke last night. Brooke's captain left them first because of illness. They had no choice but to set out again and complete their voyage without the captain's departure. But soon they met a powerful opponent, who even smeared poison on his weapons, so that they could not even be saved. At the last moment of their lives, everyone thought of Lab, who had agreed to meet them again. This is really a group of warm people. Their goal is not to find more treasures, but to be a music group that can make children laugh when they hear their singing. So at this moment, Brooke proposed to play the last chorus of their lives, Binks's Wine, with the crew members who can still stand, and record it with a sound shell. Because he ate the yellow spring fruit, he may have another chance after death. If he can be resurrected, he will definitely pass everyone's voice to Lab. So the crew went from chorus to a quartet with no one singing and only accompaniment, to a trio, a duet, until only Brooke was left, a solo. In the end, Brooke also fell down. Although he was resurrected, he was lost in this fog for decades. During these decades, he sang the song Binks's Wine alone and spent decades alone. Z.Br. Until, a pirate group sang Binks's Wine with him again. No one could understand the touch in Brooke's heart at that moment. At this moment, Brooke played the song Binks's Wine from 50 years ago on Lab's head with a sound shell, which was gradually reduced to a solo. Only he and Lab could understand the perfection in his heart. This scene was really annoying. Chapter 243 Another Shishibukai, the Straw Hat Pirate's physique of absorbing Shishibukai. Not long after, Lola came out and gave Lin Bei a life card to thank the Straw Hat Pirates for saving the shadow. This is my mother's life card. If you go to the New World, you can ask her for help if you have any problems. As she said this, her younger brother who wanted to act impulsively yesterday shouted excitedly. Captain Lola's mother is a super powerful pirate in the New World. Nami was curious. A female pirate? Lin Bei looked at the life card in his hand and felt a lot. Yes, a female pirate named Charlotte Linlin, one of the 4 emperors. Lin Bei's voice was not loud, but it sounded a bit deafening to the Straw Hat Pirates. After a pause, everyone. Hey! Z.Br. Are you the daughter of the 4 emperors? Then why are you trapped here and don't ask your mother to save you? Lola laughed heartily. Because I don't want my mother to arrange a marriage for me, I want to pursue my own happiness. If I ask for help, she will definitely pull me back to arrange a marriage with someone else. I don't want that. By the way, are you willing to marry me? Lola grabbed Sanji's hand and almost brought forward the marriage between the Charlotte family and the Vinsmoke family. When Sanji thought that this woman's mother was Charlotte Linlin, he hesitated for a moment, and then firmly pulled out his hand. Sorry. Lola sighed. I knew it, it was rejected for the 4,444th time. But after she said that, she turned around and proposed to the Straw Hat Pirates one by one, increasing the number of rejections again. After being rejected by everyone, she was not too disappointed, and she was still so energetic and continued on the road with her crew to pursue her love. If Lin Bei remembered correctly, this elder sister finally succeeded in proposing marriage. She married a subordinate of the gangster Beeg, and Beeg married her sister Chiffon. I have to say that the father of these 2 sisters has very strong genes. The 2 sisters look exactly the same. I don't know if Beeg and his subordinate will make a mistake when doing things. In fact, if there is anyone who looks like her mother, she will not worry about not being able to get married now. After all, when Charlotte Linlin was young, her appearance was still quite durable. In Lin Bei's opinion, she is not inferior to the Empress. It's a pity, the law of pirates, no matter how beautiful a girl is when she is young, she will become a Kokoro grandmother when she is old. After bidding farewell to Lola, the Straw Hat Pirates are also ready to set off again. According to the route told by Lola, after passing the Devil's Sea, the only stop left before entering the New World is Mermaid Island. For this, Sanji was so excited that he twisted his body all over. He also kept humming a little tune, which annoyed Lin Bei. The good mood he had in the morning when he listened to Binks's whine disappeared completely. Solin Bei took out a photo and threw it in Sanji's face. Sanji took it and looked at it without paying attention at first. After looking at it, he knelt on the ground, as if he was pierced by a negative ghost. Everyone was curious, so they came over. After looking at the photo, the expressions on their faces became full of emotions. Seeing this, Lin Bei smiled with satisfaction and put the photo away. This is a photo of Granny Kokoro in the state of a mermaid. After all, because of his existence, the plot was destroyed, resulting in Granny Kokoro not being able to help everyone as a mermaid, which made Sanji's memory very incomplete. So Lin Bei specifically asked Granny Kokoro to take a photo. Recalling that when he made this request, although he had the kind intention of for everyone's good in his heart. But Granny Kokoro's eyes looking at him were indeed a little bit wrong, as if a little bit of an old tree bloomed. So Lin Bei ran away immediately after taking the photo. He was kind-hearted and thought that if Sanji had a nosebleed after arriving at Mermaid Island, he could use this photo to make Sanji break urgently. He had to pull back the nose if it came out. He was talking about nosebleed. But now Sanji looked a little bit overwhelmed, so he could only show him this photo in advance to calm him down. Sure enough, the effect was outstanding. Not only did Sanji suppress his anger, but even the Straw Hat Pirates were suppressed. The warm mood brought by Brooke's incident instantly fell into a nightmare because of a photo, and it was lingering. Sanji knelt on the ground, his face was haggard, as if his dream was shattered. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could a mermaid look like this? Lin Bei waved his hand. As we all know, photos cannot be photoshopped. Oh, yes, the photos here cannot be photoshopped. Don't worry Sanji, Mermaid Island is not full of people like Granny Kokoro, there are still young ones. Sanji roared. Shut up. There are only young and beautiful mermaids on Mermaid Island, absolutely no such people. Forget her. Forget her. Sanji began to force himself to erase his memory, and Lin Bei patted his shoulder. You are a man, you have to face the reality, fairies can poop, why can't mermaids? Ah! Sanji covered his ears and ran away. Nami hit Lin Bei. You are so bad. Lin Bei pointed at Luffy, who was laughing happily. It means that the vice captain exists to make the captain happy. Nami rolled her eyes. Captain's opinion, dogs don't listen. Twisting his already well-endowed body, he turned around to prepare things for the sea trip. Lin Bei's eyes followed Nami's body disobediently, admiring Nami's clothes today. The clothes were a bit long, but they were not very white due to the wind and sun, but they were very good. You have a good atmosphere here. Lin Bei didn't even turn his head. It's okay. Halfway through his words, Lin Bei felt that something was wrong. This voice was not the voice of the Straw Hat Pirates. Turning his head, he found that it was a small giant 6 or 7 meters tall. Bartholomew Bear. Lin Bei smacked his lips. The strong people in this world have some giant blood. Tyrant Bear, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, met 2 of the 7 warlords of the sea in just 2 days. I really don't know whether to say it's lucky or unlucky. Bear is as always maintaining his own personality. He is ruthless and doesn't talk much, but he is also cute with a little contrast. The hat on his head has 2 bear ears, and there are many bear claw patterns on his body. If you want to travel, where would you go? Lin Bei thought about it seriously. Is the Land of Daughters okay? Xiang started to take off his gloves, as if he really wanted to slap Lin Bei to the Land of Daughters. Lin Bei also smiled and opened his hands, striding towards Xiang. When he approached Xiang, Xiang, who raised his hands high, heard a slight word that others could not hear. Long live the Revolutionary Army! Chapter 244 The moment I saw your daughter, I recognized you as my father-in-law. Xiang stopped his hand and seemed more silent than before. Xiang was thinking, whether he had been exposed, or whether the person in front of him really joined the Revolutionary Army, and his status was very high, so high that he knew he was an undercover. Lin Bei smiled and took 2 steps back. Sure enough, this classic routine of Captain America works well no matter where he is. Comrade, what are you doing here? Xiang was silent for a while before he spoke slowly. To convey the call of the 7 warlords of the sea to Moria, and to wipe out all the members of the Straw Hat Pirates Z.Br. Xiang did not immediately express his warmth to his comrades like Spring, because he always had to be careful. Are you sure you want to wipe out all the members of the Straw Hat Pirates? Including Luffy? At this point, Xiang understood that whether the other party was a comrade or not, he must know a lot of things. Perhaps, because Luffy is Dragon's cub, all the members of the Straw Hat Pirates joined the Revolutionary Army. And he has a very high status. Princeling. It's impossible. In Xiang's impression, Dragon is not such a person. After a moment of silence, because the other party knew these things, Xiang originally planned to let him go, so he simply showed some goodwill in advance and tested it. We have to fight, otherwise it will be difficult to report. Lin Bei nodded. It was indeed necessary to act a scene, otherwise Xiang's letting the sea go would be too obvious, and his undercover identity would be easily suspected. Then come on, father-in-law. Xiang, who was not good at speaking, became even more silent after Lin Bei's words. How can this father-in-law be considered? Xiang does have a daughter, a gluttonous woman who is one of the contemporary supernovas, Xiao Ai Li Bani. But does the other party know even such a thing? No. After all, why did he call him father-in-law right away? This guy's jumping behavior is not like the Revolutionary Army at all. Have you seen Bonnie? No, I just saw the bounty. The moment I saw the bounty, I decided to become your son-in-law. Don't worry, father-in-law, I will take good care of Bonnie. Fortunately, Lin Bei is not a yellow-haired man, and he doesn't ride a ghost fire. But what he said still made Xiang's calm heart turbulent. I haven't even seen you say to here. I'm not a good father. Xiang has always been taciturn, and one sentence has already expressed a lot of meanings. It's just that it's hard to guess his specific thoughts. He wants to say that I'm not a good father, so if you really meet Bonnie, you can help me take care of her. Or I want to say that I'm not a good father, but if you dare to touch Bonnie, I'll beat you to death. It depends on how hard Xiang hits when he acts in the fight later. The accustomed to silence, Xiang quickly waved one hand, a bear claw style. The transparent ball flew towards Lin Bei. This ruthless and quiet boss, this little cute attack method, anyone who sees it will be confused. However, knowing how powerful this thing is, Lin Bei didn't dare to take it hidden, and he just flashed away. After he left, there was a bang on the spot, and a huge bear paw print appeared. The pit was half a meter deep. Now Lin Bei felt that the bear wanted to hammer him to death. The movement here quickly attracted everyone's attention, and they all ran over. Nami was stunned when she saw the bear's appearance. When Luffy asked who this was in an idiotic way, Nami stared with big eyes and stuttered. 7 Warlords of the Sea, Tyrant Bear. Usopp's eyes widened immediately. Didn't we just solve a 7 Warlords of the Sea? Are the 7 Warlords of the Sea so worthless? When Xiang saw the arrival of the Straw Hat Pirates, his expression remained unchanged. Even when he saw Luffy, he was still calm. After hearing the conversation between the Straw Hat Pirates, Xiang realized that there was no such thing as a princeling gang, but that lawless lunatic named Lin Bei knew a lot of information. In this case, let's fight according to the original plan. Xiang took off his gloves and said to the Straw Hat Pirates. The world government has issued a special mission to wipe out the Straw Hat Pirates, all members. It's a piece of cake. The bear pushed with his palm, and a shock wave of bear claws flew towards the Straw Hat Pirates. Before everyone could react, this cute bear claw was imprinted on Usopp's chest. Poof! Usopp flew backwards, and even the building behind him was hit by a deep pit shaped like a bear claw. This ability is a bit like hitting a cow from a distance. If someone had just stood behind Usopp, they would have been hit together at this time. The bear has built an armor-piercing ability. Zoro drew his sword and rushed towards the bear at the first time. After eliminating Suezu and replacing him with the black sword Shusui, he was eager to have a battle to open the sword for Shusui. But the enemy in front of him was not a simple character. If the 7 Warlords of the Sea were ranked in terms of their power level, then Mihawk would be the best. It should be the strongest. Kuma and Doflamingo belong to the next level. There is no need to say more about the lower ones. The Straw Hat Pirates are now equivalent to meeting a big boss that can only be met in the late stage. Zoro's knife directly cut the meatball on Kuma's palm, and then it was easily bounced off. Don't think that the sound effects of this thing when fighting are very cute, but it really hurts to hit people. Use the cutest sound effects to fight the most fiercely. This is Tyrant Kuma. Kuma has a bit of the feeling of God Ma Dongzi. He hits people with a big slap. One big slap is not enough, then another one. Duin twice, and Zoro was knocked out. When he lifted his clothes, he saw a particularly cute bear paw print on his chest, steaming. After knocking Zoro away, the bear did not hold back, but continued to attack the next member. One bear claw shockwave was terrifying enough to make the bear push out continuously, like Luffy's rubber machine gun. Large range, high damage. You want to ask why Lin Bei didn't attack at this time? It's very simple. Lin Bei was using a video camera to record the scene of the fight between the bear and everyone. Why do we need law enforcement recorders now? It's because without video evidence, people can say whatever they want about you. We have to prove to the bear that he really didn't slack off, so that the undercover plan can be carried out better. After all, they are all our own people, which is equivalent to helping Luffy's father. This world is not about fighting and killing, it's about people. Love and worldly wisdom. An interesting scene appeared in the camera. The one who stood up to deal with the bear's claw shockwave was not the main fighter, nor the god Usopp, but Nami. Nami stood in front of everyone, and with a firm look in her eyes, she pushed out her hands. The next second, when the bear's claw shockwave covered everyone's position, even the bear was surprised to find that none of his claw shockwaves hit the target, and all of them slipped away. No one expected that Nami, who had been paddling all day yesterday, would directly become VP today. Lin Bei held the recording shell and cheered for Nami here. Nami's forehead was bulging with blue veins. "Why are you filming there? Why don't you get on with it?" Chapter 245 Today's superpower cute to the point of swelling. Cut it out. Cut it out. This part must be cut out. How can an actor directly act out of character? Just as Lin Bei was fiddling with it, the bear looked at him. The meaning in his eyes seemed to be saying that even if it was acting, please be more serious. As he said that, he turned his target of attack to Lin Bei. Lin Bei reluctantly put the video camera in place, and then the chief director was warming up. During the warm-up, Lin Bei looked at today's superpower. Today's superpower, cute to the point of swelling. Ability introduction: after placing your hand on the target for 10 seconds, you can make the target so cute that it swells and becomes a ball. After becoming a ball, the body's elasticity is plus 100. The duration depends on the time the hand is placed on the target. If it is placed for 10 seconds, the ability lasts for 10 minutes. 1 minute, the ability lasts for 1 hour, and so on. Today's mission: make 100 little cuties swell. This ability, isn't it forcing him to attack our undercover? And look at the mission: 100 people. The people on this island just left this morning, isn't it forcing him to attack the Straw Hat Pirates? Chi Kexiu, it's all a mission, you can't blame him. Lin Bei came to the front of the bear with a lightning flash, and stretched out his hand to hit the bear. The bear was still so unhurried, as steady as an old dog. This was the disdain from the boss and the father-in-law. The hand was casually waved, just at the point where Lin Bei's palm landed. With a snap, Xiang's eyes widened. Lin Bei, the bastard, actually interlocked his fingers with him. Xiang was a 6 or 7 meter-tall little giant after all, so it was actually quite difficult for Lin Bei to interlock his fingers with him. But in order to avoid being bounced away, he had no choice but to do so. Z.Br. The Straw Hat Pirates, who had wanted to help behind him, slowly stopped and had question marks on their heads. Are these two in love? In such a tense battle moment, don't you feel that there is something wrong with you interlocking your fingers? If Xiang's face turned slightly red at this time, hey, that would be even more interesting. Fortunately, Lin Bei didn't continue with Xiang for too long. As soon as 10 seconds were up, he immediately dodged and left. Xiang really didn't understand what Lin Bei was going to do until the moment Lin Bei left. He said, "Expand." The body of the bear seemed to be inflated, and it became round and like a ball. The ruthless and quiet bear was visibly a little flustered. This is different from what we saw in the intelligence. Isn't Lin Bei the user of the thunder fruit? Why can he turn people into balls? Because of the sudden change, the bear lost his legs and arms, and his chassis was like a tumbler, shaking. He tried hard to stabilize his taciturn, ruthless, and talkative personality. But because of the effect of his ability, his body elasticity is plus 100, which means that now the bear can bounce a few meters even if he wants to move slightly. If he wants to release the bear claw shock wave, the small recoil that was originally no pressure for him can also make him bounce out like he is on the moon. Duan, the bear bounced himself out in order to stand firm. Luffy's eyes lit up. SHH, this is so interesting. Then Lin Bei's voice came to his ears. Is it interesting? Come and try it. As he said, he put his hand on Luffy's shoulder. When 10 seconds were up, Luffy suddenly swelled up cutely. However, unlike Kuma, Luffy has been using the rubber fruit for many years and often turns into a ball, so he can control his body quickly. The enhanced elasticity allows Luffy to bounce up and down in place. The simplified version of the fourth gear is online in advance. What a fun feeling! Luffy laughed. Others had a very ominous premonition. Hey, 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 the one in front of us is the tyrant Kuma, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Linbei, don't mess around. Sanji shouted, but it was useless. Linbei grabbed him with one hand and Zoro with the other. When the 10 seconds were up, he immediately became cute and swollen. The rest of the people were no exception, and all swelled into balls. Nami swore that she would continue to develop the power of the fruit, and one day she would slide Linbei's waist away. Seeing that everyone was readied, Linbei quickly made himself cute and swollen, and turned into a ball. This is really a full member ball battle. When everyone saw that Linbei even attacked himself, they felt a little relieved. But they were a little confused. Shouldn't this be a life and death duel? Why was Linbei different from the previous duel, and seemed so playful? How could they know that this battle was just a show? Anyway, no one else knew, and the scene of the bear ruthlessly attacking the Straw Hat Pirates was enough to pass on, so why not make this battle that would have no result a little more interesting? Look at the bear over there, how happy he was laughing. Bear. With the ability of the meatball fruit, he also quickly understood the way of fighting by bouncing. But the bear swore in his heart that he would never leave his daughter to such an unreliable guy. It's better to beat this unreliable guy to death here. Then, a serious and unserious battle began. The big bear ball bounced towards the location of the Straw Hat Pirates, and then turned sideways in midair, revealing the palm that was integrated with the body. In short, there was only a palm-like shape left on the side of the body, with a meatball of a bear paw on it. With a particularly cute sound effect, the bear launched a bear shock wave towards the Straw Hat Pirates below, and the big bear ball was also bounced back by the recoil. After landing, it bounced up again and launched a bear shock wave towards the Straw Hat Pirates. Facing such an attack, Nami Ball took the initiative to bounce up and slide away. Sanji Ball shouted shamefully. Falling burning meteor. He bounced himself hard, then bounced up into the sky, and hit the big bear ball like a burning meteor. He hit the big bear ball as he wished, but the big bear ball had already hardened its body with armed color, and the elasticity of both sides was too strong, so after the collision, sparks exploded in the middle, and then both sides were ejected in 2 opposite directions. I have to say that this kind of battle is too uncomfortable. Whenever the 2 sides touch, they will bounce 2 miles. Wait and bounce back quickly, and then fight the next round. You can see several big balls on the battlefield, hitting back and forth, like the glass balls we played when we were young, but each has its own skin. The ball burning with flames is Sanji, the ball flashing with lightning is Linbei, the ball with 3 knives inserted in it is Zoro, and the one who is firmly grasped by the living vines and carried by the devil fruit leopard form and the devil fruit boar form is Usopp. The one with fur on his body is Chopper, the one who walks with a coke sprayer on his back is Frankie, the one who slides is Nami, and the one who grows long arms on his body to assist in walking is Robin. The one with the least characteristics is Luffy. Chapter 246 Limited One-Time Superpower. The name is too long, read it yourself. This battle slowly changed. From the beginning, everyone was trying hard to emphasize that this was a battle, not a game. But as Luffy and Linbei kept laughing, and then only played collisions instead of fighting, this battle turned into bumper cars. At first, everyone only hit the bear, and then the Straw Hat Pirates started to collide with each other. When the 10 minutes were up, the bears all turned back, and the children of the Straw Hat Pirates were still asking Linbei to continue the clock. The bear scratched his head. Why did I suddenly have nothing to do with this battle? The bear was like a helpless old father. He originally wanted to educate his bear children, but in the end he could only watch them make trouble with a helpless face. The tragic scenes in the original plot disappeared under the operation of Linbei, the 6th child. Xiong sighed. When did he go astray? Long, your son really has a group of good friends. Does my daughter have such a group of friends too? Shaking his head, Xiang was completely exhausted and sat on a rock watching the Straw Hat Pirates. Holding his favorite honey cake in his hand, it looked very different from his body size. After the Straw Hat Pirates had enough fun, Xiang stood up and said to Lin Bei, "Give me the video shell." Lin Bei threw the video shell to Xiang, and Xiang put it away and started to swing the skill of Bear's Impact. No matter how you look at it, it was too playful and can't be handed over. Even if it's acting, you have to act seriously. So Xiang planned to make a big wave, at least it looked like a real full-strength attack, but he still let people run away. Just like Goku using the spirit bomb, Xiang collected 2 Mary-sized air, compressed it into a palm-sized bear claw ball, and threw it towards the Straw Hat Pirates. The ball floated very slowly, but when it exploded, the whole island was covered by a huge bear claw shock wave. It was like throwing a mushroom egg. Usopp and Chopper were knocked unconscious on the spot. After doing all this, Xiang put on gloves and picked up the video camera. That's almost enough. He was about to slap himself and fly away, but he paused and said to Lin Bei, "If you see Bonnie." Lin Bei waved his hand and said, "I was just joking before, just talking nonsense. If you can, help me take care of her." After saying that, Xiang slapped himself and disappeared. Xiang knew his future fate very well. For the sake of the Revolutionary Army, he was willing to accept human body transformation. This cut off his way to become stronger. At the same time, if nothing unexpected happens, he will completely lose consciousness and become a robot controlled by the world government. As for his daughter, to be honest, he has never taken care of her since she was a child. If the thing you want to do most in the last moment of consciousness, it might be to arrange for someone who is acceptable to help take care of your daughter. Didn't that little bastard Lin Bei say that he would recognize him as his father-in-law? He took it seriously. Lin Bei, who stayed where he was, scratched his head. Damn, people took his words seriously. Sanji grabbed Lin Bei's neck from behind. "When did you meet this girl?" Seeing that Lin Bei had a girl was more painful than killing Sanji. "I am worried that my brother is not doing well, and I am also worried that my brother is doing too well. I saw it on the wanted poster. I haven't met her in real life." Sanji couldn't believe it. "You can be recognized by your father-in-law. That girl must not be very good looking." Nami snorted, threw out a wanted poster of Joel Bonnie, and then looked at Lin Bei with a bad face. "You are playing around. You have a wife before you even met her. Are you still thinking about finding someone to marry and have children now?" Lin Bei glanced at Sanji, who was stomping his feet with the wanted poster, and shrugged. "If nothing unexpected happens, I will indeed meet her next time." Nami's eyes widened immediately. "Are you serious? What the hell are you thinking about, day after day? Didn't you hear Lola say that there is Fishman Island ahead, but if you want to go to Fishman Island we have to go to the Sabayati archipelago first. That is the end point of the first half of the Grand Line. All the pirates who have traveled the first half of the Grand Line will gather there. It is inevitable to meet." Lin Bei looked at Nami, who was a little nervous, and suddenly said, "Maybe if I meet her, I can talk to her. Who knows, she might be an active girl. After all, she is really good looking." "Oh my god!" Lin Bei slipped and fell to the ground without standing firmly, and then I couldn't stand up for 10 minutes. Lin Bei didn't have any elemental transformation or other abilities to run away. The little tricks to pick up girls, let people feel a little bit of victory in you, which helps to increase the success rate. 10 days later, the ship sailed to the Sabayati archipelago. The superpower of being so cute that it expanded was eventually not retained because no one could be found in this vast ocean. Lin Bei tried to harm the people on the ship again and again, but unfortunately, the people who were harmed once could not be counted again. So the few times of harming later were purely Lin Bei and everyone playing together. 10 days passed. During these 10 days, Lin Bei encountered a particularly powerful superpower, who could petrify anyone he saw with his eyes. As long as the other person looks into your eyes for more than 10 seconds, the other person will be petrified for a whole day. If it exceeds 10 minutes, you will be petrified for the rest of your life. It's a pity that the task of this ability is to petrify the kindergarten principal, Kizaru, and unless Lin Bei met a celestial dragon at sea and pushed him into the toilet to eat him to death, Kizaru would not have come to him on his own initiative. In addition, there is only one ability that is more interesting and has been retained. Why do I say that? Because this skill is a rare one-time skill, and there is no such thing as whether to retain it after using it. But don't think it's another spoon demon that messes with people's mentality. This ability is still very loving. The name of the superpower is, although reincarnated, I know that it's you when I see your eyes. The name is long, but the ability is still quite good. The ability is similar to the fox ability in the Chinese comic Fox Demon Little Matchmaker, but it is not exactly the same. This ability will determine whether two people have a bond, including but not limited to love, gay love, friendship, etc., but there is no family affection. After the judgment is passed, if one of the two dies, the dead party will remember the memory of the previous life at a specific time after reincarnation. In addition, since reincarnation is impossible to determine whether the original gender will be reincarnated, it is also possible for a girl to become a boy or a boy to become a girl. When this ability came out, everyone on the ship looked at Zoro. After all, their friend is not dead. Chapter 247 Tashiji no Kuina. Zoro was indeed moved by everyone's eyes, but he was still a little hesitant. If this ability was really used to make the new person who was reincarnated by Kuina awaken the memory of the previous life and remember him, would the reincarnated person just regard it as a dream and forget it directly? After all, he and Kuina were still young at the time, and in the eyes of a reincarnated adult, their story was actually like a child playing house. He was worried that the reincarnated person would ignore these and continue to live his own life. He was also worried that the reincarnated person would take the memory of the previous life very seriously, and then set sail to find him, but died on the way. Even if he didn't die on the way, if he didn't recognize the other person when they really met, wouldn't it be very embarrassing? Zoro really thought a lot in his mind in an instant, just like being homesick. In the end, he said, "Forget it, let's give this opportunity to others." Lin Bei nodded and looked at the others. Indeed, everyone has someone they want to see again, such as Luffy wants to see his brother Sabo, Chopper wants to see the Quack Doctor, Nami wants to see Belmare again, Frankie wants to see the shipwright Tom, and Brook wants to see his former partner. But in the end, only Brook can be judged to pass. First of all, Luffy's brother is not dead, so it is right to judge that it is friendship, but there is no reincarnation if people are not dead. When Luffy learned that Sabo was not dead, he was stunned for a long time. Then came Chopper, Frankie and Nami. The people they wanted to see were all relatives, and family affection was not included in this ability. Finally, it was Brook. He judged it as friendship and passed it, but too many companions died, a whole ship. He said that it was a painful memory. The fact that all the companions on the ship died, he should just remember it alone, and there was no need to let his companions remember it again and suffer again. Besides, he is very satisfied now that he has Lab. Lab also untied his knot because he met Brook, so he planned to return to the starting point of the Grand Line, and quietly wait for Brook to return from the voyage at the Twin Cape, and live a peaceful life with him from then on. Z.Br. During the time when Brook continued to sail, he wanted to go back to accompany his old friend, so that no one would help him collect his body when Crocus died at the Twin Cape. This is also a good result. However, in this way, after a circle, this ability should still be on Zoro. If this ability is not used now, it will be a waste. Zoro hesitated again and again, but still accepted it. Lin Bei told Zoro. Before, the agreement between you and her could only be fulfilled by you and witnessed by you. But now, she will witness it with you. Maybe in the near future, when you become the world's greatest swordsman, Kuina's reincarnation will appear in front of you. To put it bluntly, after using this ability on Zoro, it is not a continuation of the previous relationship. The greater role is to make the witness more meaningful. Zoro has one more goal to strive for. Let the reincarnated Kuina see him fulfill the agreement with her own eyes. Navy Headquarters. Tashigi, who was following Smoker back to the headquarters to report on her work, practiced swordsmanship on the playground because she had nothing to do. Since Rogue Town, she has had a goal, which is to defeat Zoro and take back the famous sword in his hand. To this end, she practiced very hard. But during the practice today she suddenly felt a trance, as if the sealed memory in her mind was suddenly unsealed. Dashiki was stunned and it took a long time for her to come back to her senses. When she came back to her senses, her eyes seemed to have changed. She looked at the famous sword in her hand, the surrounding environment, and the coat on her body, as if she was in another world. And then, she suddenly laughed. There is such a ridiculous thing. The current Dashiki is not Dashiki nor Kuina alone, but a brand new person combined into one. Although it is still a girl's body, it turns out that girls can also be the strongest in the world. With Dashiki's memory, the new Dashiki knows the power of the Four Emperors' Big Mom. With this goal, Kuina no longer cares about her father's words in her memory that she can't become the world's #1 swordsman. This is considered to break the inner demon. Who said that women can't be the strongest in the world? You have to know that Kuina's talent is quite strong. When Zoro was a child, he practiced to death, but he couldn't beat Kuina even once. Kuina, or the new Tashigi, who has broken the inner demon, has a brand new super talent and a limitless future. Wado Ikemonji, my sword will be temporarily left with you. I will defeat you again and take back my sword. You couldn't beat me before, and you can't beat me after this. Sorry, Zoro, I can't keep our promise. The world's #1 swordsman must be me. Tashigi muttered. A voice suddenly sounded behind her. Hey Tashigi, what are you doing here? The deep voice was Smoker. Tashigi, no, the new Tashigi subconsciously looked at Smoker's penis. Although Tashigi was already used to it, the new Tashigi was still quite curious. How can a person pee without a penis? Smoker's face darkened. Didn't we agree not to mention this? Sorry, Colonel Smoker. I want to make a request. Well, say it. Please allow me to follow Vice Admiral Daotu and learn swordsmanship from her. Why do you suddenly have this idea? Smoker was very puzzled. He and Tashigi had always gotten along well and had never treated her badly. Why did he want to transfer? Tashigi couldn't explain it clearly either, so she could only say, I want to become stronger and defeat Zoro. Smoker pondered for a moment and finally agreed. He just nodded coldly and turned away. He was a person with a cold face but a warm heart. Although he looked unhappy, he couldn't stop his subordinates from becoming stronger. He really couldn't teach Tashigi anything. Vice Admiral Daotu was a substitute for the general and a rare female vice admiral. She was indeed a good place to go. Smoker turned and left, and he also wanted to find a connection to help ask Vice Admiral Daotu if he wanted to accept disciples. Sabayati Archipelago. Just after arriving here, Zoro sneezed several times in succession. Zoro frowned and said, Have you caught a cold? Sanji smoked a cigarette with some melancholy and said, Maybe your brother Kuina is missing you. Go away. No matter how melancholy and sharp-tongued Sanji was, Linbei suddenly had a father-in-law, and Zoro already had a son and a childhood sweetheart. So he cursed, cursing that Zoro's childhood sweetheart must be reincarnated as a man. The current Sanji's full name is Vinsmoke Nakoro Sanji. Chapter 248 Today's Superpower Vomiting Star. The Sabayati Archipelago is composed of huge archimandrite mangroves, of which 029 are all no man's land controlled by pirates. 3039 is the amusement park. 4049 is a place to buy local specialties. 5059 is a factory for coating ships. 6069 is a navy-controlled area, and 7079 is a commercial street. The Straw Hat Pirates landed in the tourist area of 4049. After landing, there were no pirates or chaos, and it was a very prosperous scene. The tough bubbles that can carry people floating are also very interesting. Frankie also plans to make some of these bubbles and make a special ship. Unfortunately, the bubbles here will lose their effectiveness as long as they leave the range of the Sabayati archipelago. Only the special climate here can make the bubbles work. But there is a special process that can keep the bubbles for a long time. This is the coating process, which is also the necessary process for everyone to go to Mermaid Island. However, the Straw Hat Pirates love to play so much, how could they just coat the film and go to Mermaid Island so simply? Even if Sanji is anxious to see the mermaids, he also wants to play on this Sabayati archipelago. Because they wanted to go to different places, everyone naturally divided into two teams. One is the pragmatic team, which consists of Robin, Sanji, Frankie and Brooke. They will purchase various items. After the purchase, they will also find a coating factory to coat the ship. The other is the entertainment team, which consists of Linbei, Nami, Luffy, Zoro, Chopper, and Usopp. The purpose is just one word: play. Originally, Linbei wanted to let Nami go to another team and let her manage the allocation of money, so that he and Luffy can have more fun. But Nami didn't even manage the money at this time, just wanted to follow them. There was no way, so I had to follow them. Linbei's team went from the tourist area to the amusement park. Along the way, they also rented a few bubble bikes and comfortably lay in the bubbles and pedaled forward. Linbei felt that this place was really comfortable. If it weren't for this broken place gathering all the supernovas, the shitty Tianlong people, and the occasional generals, this place is really a perfect holiday resort. But when it comes to Tianlong people, Linbei's smile gradually becomes perverted. Today's ability can be said to be designed specifically for Tianlong people. Today's superpower, Blessing and Vomiting Star.z.br. Ability Introduction: a light spot can be emitted every minute, blessing the target with the power of vomiting, which lasts for 10 minutes. Note: this ability is also effective for non-living things. Today's mission: let 100 lucky people be blessed. This ability is actually not much different from the Jet Halo, except that the location of the entrance and exit is different. For normal people, it's just vomiting. 10 minutes, at most, the vomiting is a little serious and uncomfortable, and there will be no great harm unless it is extended for a period of time. However, for Tianlong people, the situation is different. They wear a bubble headgear. They didn't want to breathe the same air as the untouchables, so they could only vomit and digest it themselves. It depends on how much they ate before. How much they ate and how much they vomited will be displayed in the bubble mask. Then they either eat again and die of bloating, or choke to death. In addition, there is another most interesting point about this ability, which is different from the Jet Aura, that it also works on non-living things. Linbei was so mean on the road that he wanted to see how non-living things vomit, such as stones. So he used the vomiting star on a house building on the side of the road. Soon he saw the door of the house suddenly opened, and the owner of the house, with a confused look on his face, vomited out along with the furniture such as tables, chairs, and benches inside the house. After the furniture was sprayed, they started to spray the wall dust and bricks. In 10 minutes, the two-story house became a single-story house. The owner of this house stood outside the house with a confused face and watched his two-story building become a bungalow. Although I feel sorry for the owner of this house, it is really interesting. Linbei's mouth corners gradually rose, and he began to look forward to meeting the Tianlong people on the road. The reality did not disappoint. On the way to the amusement park, the originally lively crowd on this tourist street suddenly quieted down, and then spontaneously retreated to both sides, and all knelt on the ground. This scene was like the emperor's tour, but the ancient emperors of China did not dare to casually see any common people not kneeling, and they would shoot them. Such tyrants usually eat the jujube pill. But what the Tianlong people did was far more excessive. 2 doctors and a nurse were carrying a patient with heavy bleeding on the road. There was a hospital in front. As long as the patient was carried in, he could be saved in 2 steps. As a result, this fat pig-like Tianlong person, Charlos' sacrifice, saw it. Charlos was very angry. He jumped down from the human slave he was sitting on, pointed his gun at the doctor and asked, "Why don't you kneel down to me when you see me?" The doctor quickly explained, "Please forgive me. This person is bleeding heavily and must be treated as soon as possible, otherwise he will die." "Oh, so, what are you waiting for?" Luffy, who was standing and watching this scene, heard this and said, "What, these guys are not bad." As a result, the next second, Charlos kicked the stretcher over with 1 foot. "What are you waiting for? Let him die." "Damn pariah, is the life of a pariah more important, or is my etiquette more important?" The rat on the side quickly said, "Of course, etiquette is more important to you." Luffy's face turned black on the spot. The doctors and nurses knelt on the ground, not daring to say a word, and not daring to speak out. As for the other people, they knelt on the side, not daring to look. They have long been accustomed to softening their knees. Seeing the doctor and the nurse so obedient, Charlos was very satisfied. Just as he was about to leave, the fat pig suddenly caught a glimpse of the nurse, who looked pretty good. He looked at her again and again with his greasy face and snot, and finally said to the mouse, "I like her, let her be my wife." "Yes, I will immediately handle the procedures for your 13th wife to settle in the Holy Land." A handsome guy on the side suddenly stood up. Please wait a moment, this is my fiancé." Charlos looked at the guy who stood up and said unhappily, "Another lowly person, without the celestial dragons, how can you have a good life? What's yours is mine, and what's mine is still mine." He turned the gun and shot at the guy. And this shot, which was bound to hit the guy, was hit by a bullet and bounced off at the moment it was about to hit the guy. Charlos tilted his head, looking wise with an underdeveloped cerebellum. "Why didn't you hit it?" Chapter 249 For Justice. His subordinates also had some basic skills, and hurriedly said, "Someone fired a gun." "What?" Charlos was immediately angry, and he looked like a pig standing up. "Someone dared to shoot in front of me. You want to die? Find the person who fired the gun. If you can't find it, everyone here will die, and they will all be killed. A bunch of low-class people." These words completely annoyed the Straw Hat Pirates who were standing not far away and watching the excitement. The shot just now was naturally fired by Usopp, but now, Luffy and Zoro were unhappy, and they were going to kill the fat pig with dark faces. Lin Bei held the 2 of them. "Let people see that it was us who did it. If you say that, it will easily attract the generals. What should we do? We can't just watch the girl being snatched away and the man being beaten to death. And the one on the ground. It's too annoying. Let me go over and chop him, just one chop." Zoro became more and more angry as he spoke. He drew his knife and was about to attack. Lin Bei quickly held him back. "Bear with me, I will definitely satisfy you." Zoro put away his knife. Lin Bei flicked it casually, and a small shining star was flicked onto Charlos. Charlos was shouting angrily and commanding his men to just shoot everyone. Suddenly, ugh! Intense spray. It directly covered the mask on his head. Anyone who has had his throat choked by drinking knows that vomiting is not like what you see in TV dramas. It is not intense at all, just like drinking a mouthful of 8 treasure porridge and then vomiting. Real vomiting is a pressurized water gun. When the mouse was preparing to execute the celestial dragon plan, he suddenly heard the vomiting sound behind him. He turned around and froze in place. Because it took him some time to react, and this time was enough for Carlos to vomit on at heard of the mask. Now Carlos began to vomit and drink at the same time. I don't know why, but I feel a little happy. But after this little bit of happiness passed, he had only one thought in his mind. My lord, I'm dead. Xu Xia hurried forward to help untie the bubble hood of Carlos, who was about to eat the food he vomited, so that this pig would not be really choked to death by his own vomit. If this bastard choked himself to death, he would definitely die. At the moment the hood was opened, Xu Xia cleverly dodged the vomit flowing out, but he couldn't avoid the mouthful of vomit that Carlos sprayed at him. It just happened to spray on his face. Xu Xia put on a mask of pain. This damn fat pig ate poop in the morning. Xu Xia hurriedly dodged, but saw that Carlos seemed to have gotten used to the feeling of vomiting and he opened his eyes. After opening his eyes and seeing his subordinates, he dared to hide. Was he looking down on his celestial dragon's jade dew? He picked up his pistol and fired a shot, knocking the unfortunate subordinate to the ground. At the same time, Charles was still vomiting. But soon he had nothing to vomit. If he vomited again, the things that had been digested in the intestines would be pushed up. The panicked Charles looked at the doctor who had just been threatened by him, and waved his hands in a hurry, signaling them to hurry up and see what was going on. The doctors dared not to listen to him, and hurriedly stepped forward to help. Because he couldn't vomit anything at this time, Charles could speak intermittently. Give, you a medical checkup. If, you can't cure him, I'll kill him, you. The doctors nodded their heads to help, but this was a blessing from Lin Bei, not a real disease. What could the doctors tell? In 10 minutes, Charles Sheng was almost vomiting bile, but the time was up and the vomiting symptoms disappeared. The doctors breathed a sigh of relief. It stands to reason that if a normal person saw that his symptoms disappeared, he would have to tell these doctors to screw the doctor. Alas! Charles Sheng is not a normal person after all. He is not a human being. He took out a pistol and pointed it at the doctors. You made me suffer so much and embarrassed me so much. Go to hell. Ugh! This time, Carlos, who had already vomited everything, vomited again. In fact, people generally cannot vomit out the contents of the colon, that is, unless the vomiting is really serious. The celestial dragons, who have enjoyed the best treatment in the world since birth, finally enjoyed a treatment that even the celestial dragons themselves cannot enjoy. Eat celestial dragons. If Carlos now eats a devil fruit, he will really have the confidence to say whether the devil fruit tastes like what everyone says. Luffy and Zoro, who were originally planning to take action in the distance, laughed so hard when they saw this scene. It's you, Lin Bei. But this kind of person really deserves to die. After the disease is cured, he doesn't thank the doctor first, but kills the doctor instead. After laughing for a while, Zoro frowned and said, "This is the celestial dragon, the most disgusting kind of person in the world. He can't do anything, and he can't eat enough. But their status is very high. If they do something to them, it will attract the intervention of the generals, so generally no one dares to do anything to them. This makes them even more arrogant. This can be regarded as a little lesson for them. If he vomits for a while, he probably won't even have the strength to speak, and these residents should not have any problems. Let's go. I don't want to see such a thing and affect my mood." Zoro and Usopp nodded and followed Lin Bei to the amusement park area. Soon after they left, dense gunfire rang out from the street behind them. Carlos, who was so weak from vomiting that he couldn't raise his head, glanced at the civilians who were still kneeling at the scene. The subordinates understood immediately and led their men to carry out the inhumane lineup shooting. Since he couldn't find the person who started the shooting, Carlos was too lazy to look for him. He vomited so much, but these people were fine. He was unhappy and wanted to vent. So, this group of people became the victims for him to vent his anger. And the Navy, which claimed to be righteous, came out to clean up the mess after they killed innocent civilians. The Navy soldiers silently carried the bodies of the civilians who died with their eyes open and sent them for processing, not daring to say a word. Chapter 250 Old Beast and Sao. Sanji's side. Because it is a pragmatic team, the direction of this side is the shopping street, that is, area 7079. Going this way, it is inevitable to go straight through the no man's land. If a normal businessman wants to go, he will definitely go through the shipyard, then go around the area controlled by the Navy and go to the shopping street. But the Straw Hat Pirates naturally can't go through the Navy-controlled area. Because they pass through the no man's land, they will inevitably encounter various criminals on the road. The most common thing in the Sabayati archipelago is slave traders. Their targets are very inclusive, from ordinary people to pirates, from human to non-human. As long as there is value, they will capture it and send it directly to the auction house opened by Doflamingo. The auction house controlled by the 7 warlords of the sea cannot be touched by the Navy, and the pirates dare not touch it. As long as they are sent in, they will change the money, and it will be useless to find them again. And when Sanji, Robin, Brooke and Frankie passed by here, someone targeted Robin and Brooke. One is the legendary son of the devil, and the other is a walking skeleton. No matter which one, someone will pay a high price to buy it. But the reason why Lin Bei put Sanji in this team is because of Sanji's current strength. If he fully explodes, the Vice Admiral can completely beat him. So these slave traders were kicked and confused as soon as they came up. The terrifying power that Sanji exploded immediately attracted the attention of several forces, including the supernovas, Navy, and celestial dragons gathered on the island. The supernovas and Navy were just watching, lamenting that any cook of the Straw Hat Pirates had such strong combat power. The celestial dragons are really tigers. No one expected that the celestial dragons would not go to the commercial street or the amusement park, but actually strolled in the no man's land controlled by pirates. And there were 2 celestial dragons, one was the sister of the Charlos beast just now, and the other was his father. What everyone thought was incredible was actually bullshit in the eyes of the 2 celestial dragons. Where can't our noble celestial dragons go in the world? Who dares to attack us? We are tired of the bustling streets, so we have to come to this pirate place to play. Especially the father of this Charlos, the old beast Rizward, who likes to collect pirate captains. If he sees any powerful pirate captains, he will just catch them and make them slaves. Seeing the flames and screams here, the old beast Rizward immediately became interested. There should be a powerful pirate captain in that place. Chinese W. It just so happened that his daughter, the pirate captain slave of Xiaolulia Palace, had just been shot by her. He went to see how strong the pirates there were. If they were good, he would capture them for his daughter. The 2 celestial dragons walked towards Sanji and the others with arrogant steps. The men were very nervous. Although the celestial dragons could not call the generals, they knew that you were here to arrest people, and being caught would be worse than death. What if they fight you to death? The fighting power of the 2 of you is almost 0. The pigs can only push people. You 2 can't do anything except howling. The general didn't have time to save people. But his subordinates didn't dare to remind him. After all, if the 2 celestial dragons wanted to kill him, he wouldn't dare to fight back even if he knew he was going to die, otherwise his family would be in trouble. He could only follow them. Along the way, even the pirates who didn't have time to dodge knelt on the ground. Those who were stronger were all staring at the 2 celestial dragons coldly in the house. If the general didn't come to attack them, the old beast would have been torn into pieces by 5 horses, and the female celestial dragon would have started to be miserable. Haiming Apu, who was observing secretly, grinned. Something fun is about to happen. 2 celestial dragons are heading towards the Straw Hat Pirates. Ah, blah, blah. Now we can see the Straw Hat Pirates kneeling down to the celestial dragons. They showed so much strength just now, but they still have to kneel down to the celestial dragons. Apu followed the celestial dragons secretly until he saw the Straw Hat Pirates. To his surprise, after the Straw Hat Pirates saw the celestial dragons, they acted just like ordinary people. Apu suddenly broke out in a little cold sweat on his forehead. These guys, they must know something about the celestial dragons. This is going to be a disaster. Apu, who had come to watch the Straw Hat Pirates kneel down, now only wanted to run away. Pirates are a bunch of lawless people. If they annoy the celestial dragons, or even attack them, they will attract the admiral. If the admiral comes, Apu is already thinking about retreating. I hope the Straw Hat Pirates know the rules. On the street below, Sanji stepped on the face of a slave-hunting group member, frowned at the two celestial dragons and the large group of followers behind them. These two. Although he left the Vinsmoke family at a very young age, he had heard of the image of celestial dragons. The appearance and behavior of these two people clearly matched the celestial dragons in his memory. The key is to see that the originally unruly pirates on the side of the road knelt down to them unwillingly, which also showed the identity of these two people. The remaining three people, Brooke was the captain of the guard of a country in the West Sea, Robin was knowledgeable, and even Frankie had seen the world nobles, celestial dragons, who came to take the ship several times in the Seven Waters City. It can be said that all the members of the Straw Hat group who knew about celestial dragons were here. But none of them knelt down, just so quiet watching the two celestial dragons approaching quietly. The old beast Resword frowned. Pariah, why don't you kneel when you see me? Xiaolulia Palace tilted her neck and sneered. I guess they are the worst of the worst, the worst of the worst, the worst of the worst, and they haven't heard of us world nobles. I'll forgive your ignorance this time, now that you know our identities, kneel down and kowtow to us. These words made the four people very uncomfortable. When facing a woman, Brooke would usually go up and ask about the color of her panties, but facing this sow, Brooke really had no interest at all. Although I am only a skeleton, yo ho ho ho, but my bones are very stiff and I can't kneel down, yo ho ho ho. Zalilia was shocked when she saw that the skeleton could actually speak, and then she shook the arm of the old beast beside her. Dad, how about catching him? The skeleton can actually speak, it must be very interesting to catch it back. The old beast Resword nodded, his face always so serious. Although the skeleton is very interesting, he is fond of powerful pirate captains. Who was the one who emitted the fire just now? Sanji was too lazy to pay attention to the old beast, but he couldn't resist the identification of the slave-hunting group members under his feet. The old beast Resword tapped his cane. Very good, it's you. I want you and the skeleton over there. The remaining two don't look interesting. Keep the female one for my son and kill the male one.